honest with it, they want a lot of control and a lot of pace through the center of the map. Glue and Harley, you don't really think of Glue as someone who goes fast, but with a Harley, it does feel so much faster.
Hello, guys.
With clearing.
Hello,
what
hello.
else could Vamos pick up here?
I'm gonna go for better. I think
Okay.
maybe
So,
a Batang eventually.
ang laro ng Falcons ay hindi naganap
But then again, that's not good again.
kasi hindi pwede ang Team Spirit kaya auto-win ang Team Falcons. So, ito guys, game 3 na to ng Vamos and Bigatron. And naglalag ulit. Siyempre, always lag. You know.
What is going to be their job?
Ninong Marbs, hello. John Racer, hello.
Back to the corner. There's no other good hero apart from the Nolan.
Meta, hello.
And now, BTR, they can just
Back with badge.
secure
Uy,
their
thank you, Ninong
gold digger,
Marbs.
which could be now Claude, because there's really no problem with that at all anymore.
Could be a really quick and easy pickup there, and then they'll just play around the potential idea of a glue flex. But recently, this glue has mostly shown up in Rome. With all the dashes present for Team Vamos, might not also be too far-fetched for a surprise Phovis to show up there in the end, despite, yes, it going up against an Esmeralda.
Stream
We've seen a few
hopping
games in
tayo,
MSC
guys.
where
Kung anong
even the
gusto niyo
Esmeralda
mapanood.
or a Phovis won't really care anymore. A
Nalaban.
Brody
A Brody.
is the pickup here for BTR
Yan
by
kasi
Vit. So
dahil walang
again,
laban
holding
ang
on to the same idea that
Falcons. Dito tayo sa
there
BTR
is
versus
no poke on the side of
Team
Vamos,
Vamos.
but they have a lot of dive and especially strong burst dive to deal with this. Brody, still interesting.
Yeah, a very interesting pick here for BTR. Here's the idea. Here's the reason why they went for it. They want to make sure that this Harley is at the center of it all. They're gonna be playing around Nail. And when you play it like this, you want strong side laners. The Brody is right now, without the Melissa, the strongest that you can think of when it comes to marksman choices. There's no really good answer to it lane to lane. Maybe a Clint, but in a skills matchup setup, maybe Bruno at a certain point. But yeah, Brody just wins you that lane. And even when Team Vamos decides to go for a fighter gold laner, maybe somewhere along the lines of well, there's no Paquito, there's no Freya, so maybe there are no other good fighter gold laners out there. It still can
Vincent
win.
ng
So
gift si Ninong
I
Marbs.
like the
Thank you
idea
po
here coming up from BTR,
sa
a much
YT.
stronger hero
Tsaka
compared
na
to a
parang
Claude if they
black
do
up
pick it
na rin
up.
sa
And they even banned
sa
Marcel
YT.
because for some reason both teams just
Thank
really
you, Ninong
did not
Marbs.
put any attention onto that Marcel in the early stages of this
2
draft.
jewels.
Yeah,
7
they just had
jewels.
to let it go. I mean, you did mention earlier the Nolan Esmeralda might end up getting
Salamat
prioritized
po.
more for Vamos, and they did. The Brody surprise pickup, I think maybe this is where Vamos is now thinking, ooh, they might have just checkmated us, but we don't just see it yet. It's like one of those
Mario,
moves that you're just
Mario,
wary
Mario.
that, oh, that could be leading into something. There's no more room for long range. If they decide to go with something like a Claude in the gold lane, that's gonna struggle in the laning phase.
May nag-a-appear din ba
Kalea
sa
gets
screen?
banned
Hindi ko
out
pa
by BTR by
nakakita.
Vit. They're doing. It seems like they're just safely taking out all the things that could potentially give trouble for this Brody. They're being honest with it. They're building around Eman.
Yeah, I'm gonna be activating this
Dami
pretty early, so
Yomi.
that means that you are
May
looking for a
microphone,
stable
may
mid
gold
laner,
coin.
one
Thank you
wins the
po.
mid lane. Maybe it's
Hello,
Sushin actually.
Zariah.
If
Hirap
they're
magsalita
willing
guys.
to,
May singaw kasi
because
ako.
Lilia, oh, a
Announcement lang.
probably in the explain a good answer to the Nolan for sure because of that stun. You give away a Don't Run Wolf King, I believe is what it's called. Oh, no, I'm offended. There you go. I'm offended.
I'm offended. Yeah.
Yeah. Gonna give away an I'm offended ultimate, but they're gonna be happy to trade with that.
Thank you,
Vamos.
Ninong Marbs.
Now,
Salamat
Lilia
po.
might be a good hero, if not the Eudora. Still, Eudora, I feel like is the strongest hero we have, and Lilia would be a good answer to the glue as well as this Bruppy eventually. I think that Team Vamos are going to be looking to that hero. And then when it comes to the Rome, oh, they already have the Valentino. Sorry about that. Okay.
There we go.
Hanabi.
I see the vision.
Okay.
I see the vision, and I like it. But in the mid, they can still play for pokes though. I think they get a mid laner with long range pokes. But the bombs, like let's say if it's something like a Farsa or something like an Eve, the
Party
shield,
hat. Oh, may party hat.
and then you're
Yeah.
gonna be giving those to the Valentina too. Oh, a tough choice by PTR by Vid. This is what got them. This is what got them in
Yeah.
MSC.
So I think it's just Eudora or even like a random Valera there actually for a lot of poke. But yeah, Eudora is the safest. I feel like
Farsa kinuha.
they still went for the Farsa. All right. So it is a way to poke the Hanabi, and such a reliable hero to pair up with the Brody, because the Brody can easily supplement the Farsa damage. Like there's so much long range damage that you're seeing now for this BTR squad, and I gotta say they have significant amount of
Ang
tools to
match
do with the
daw
Hanabi.
natin ay BTR.
Let's see. It wasn't like before where the
Versus
last time they faced the
Ramos.
Hanabi, it really looked like they just did not have anything to deal with it. Now they do. Will history repeat itself and will BTR by Vitality lose to a Hanabi pickup? Or will the ghosts of the past no longer haunt them and prove that, oh yeah, we finally learned from that one little game that
May laban
just
ang
eliminated
pro.
us from the biggest tournament of the year so
Mamaya pang
far.
850 kalaban
Hopefully,
nila. ang
let's see.
Onyx.
Game number 3, it's Vamos and BTR by Vitality. Yes, you did mention BTR might have enough poke, but real quick, who got the lineup? Who got the better one for you?
I think it's BTR. I feel like, and I'm saying that because of ease of execution. I think their composition's really solid. Team Vamos will have to really weave their way through the glue as well as the ruby, and make it so that this Hanabi will be healthy enough to approach a team fights. Because if you think about it, Harley can go for a deadly magic poke that could be followed up by a Farsa ult, and then the torn apart memory can just destroy the formation of Team Vamos. There's just a lot of immediate damage coming out from BTR. It kind of feels like when they fight in the second turtle, or when it's a 5v5 in the 8-minute mark. I think it's easier for BTR to win the team fights.
Yeah, it's instant gratification. You know, you don't need to delay
Yeah.
it. It's what we like these days. We just want to see the results of and the fruits of our labor right away. Niall, is that gonna be? Yes, it is a purple buff steal. Accomplished by BTR by Vitality, and if we're going to be talking about instant gratification, that is going to be felt immediately. Though Error 404 will still be able to hit level 4, he is not going to have a purple buff heading into turtle number 1. So he's going to try to get kills. That's Finn on the glue. He's not going to be able to get that. It's their turn to try and get a bit of a clapback, but now they're going to be forced to get back out of there, but the burst by Error is enough. BTR might have just over-defended their side of the jungle.
That's a welcome kill for Team Vamos after losing their own purple buff. Now Air 404 will be bursting this Lord. See how fast this could be. Nael will be in time, and he's actually level 5 but still loses the retro battle because of how speedy the burst was for Team Vamos.
A little bit quicker there for Team Vamos. Now, BTR by Vitality trying to find a turnaround with the burst damage of the Nolan. They have to respect. Error 404, we stole his purple buff. How come he's the one who's leading, setting the tempo, and getting turtles? Well, it's just some nice, great rotations by Vamos, and of course, how fast a Nolan can take down a turtle by himself.
I can see the Team Vamos are still finding ways to mitigate the first few minutes where they have lost their purple buff. Air 404 with 1 kill it means so much for Team Vamos, but PTR gonna be pushing the tempo. Nail already positioned here in the middle. They want to go for Clocken or Sizga. They want
First,
find Clocken.
right away.
It's not enough.
Not enough, not enough. So it's a little dance. They're both disciplined with it. The ultimate of the Farsa is on the clock, so maybe they'll be able to find Shogun up top. He's immobilized and he gets turned to dust by Vamos.
Yeah. Oh, that's the thing with the Ruby. Ruby is good in long, extended team fights, but when it comes to burst damage from Team Vamos, Oh, courtesy of this Nolan, it's not gonna be enough for the Ruby to survive. They want to go for an exchange though for BTR here in the bottom lane, but it seems like with the crowd control immunity that Natko has, it's gonna be an easy defense coming out from Team Vamos.
Control of the river now falls for BTR by Vitality. Looks like they'll be able to get another golem from the jungle here from Air 404, who is up top by his lizard. 8 seconds before his orange buff spawns, he's gonna have to take that. But Nile and Bigatron by Vitality, they're not playing too much for this turtle. They're getting a lot of river control, seeing what they can get. Oh, Error lets go of his own orange buff. BTR by Vitality will now have to rush for this turtle. This might have been an excellent play because Zkeef is blocking a key portion of where they could rotate through. They spot now, they know where he is. Siska there now for the body block. Feathered Airstrike utilizing the center of the map so that Clockwood will not be able to join in, or excuse me, make that Eman. Team Vamos gets turtle number 2, but BTR by Vitality are finding bodies, but Clockwood finds Nile. A kill for Vamos.
Oh.
And that's make it 2. That's another one. He takes down the Brody. That's 2 major carries for BTR by Vit, taken out by Clockwood on this Valentina.
And how about that? Team Vamos have disintegrated the composition of BTR. When we talk about the composition of BTR, how many times have we commended that they're upfront damage? But when they are separated, when they are dispersed, Team Vamos's burst is just way too much for them to handle. Only the glue right now is a hero that can last through the one flurry of Team Vamos's combo. But you could see Niall, they melt. Eman just getting taken out by Clockon on this first pick Valentina. And even Shogun has to back out very early into these team fights because Team Vamos's damage output is just way too good when it comes to burst.
Oh no, not again. It's probably what's going through the minds right now of BTR by Vitality and their fans. Maybe it's you can see it in the distance. It's getting closer. All those jumping little shurikens, the Hanabi could be their doom. But on the top side of the map, there's going to be a play by Nile and Shogun. They're not going to be able to take down Siska. Here comes Air 404. Now he's going to be able to blink out of that space of escape. Here comes the retribution. The burst. Still, Siska jumps on the hat so that Nile gets taken out. They tried to make a play, but they get punished for it.
And just like that, Nell will again be taken out. Eman though, Sky Piercer on this Brody. And he's picked it up. He's gonna recall for now. I think he wants to use it in the upcoming team fight as soon as possible. Because especially there are 4 members gonna be collapsing down the bottom lane. Can he get out in time? The Gatawi catches him. And Eman though returns damage in kind. They just want to secure the turtle. This time Team Vamos are successful in doing that.
That's gonna be the pull and the burst. Big round by Vitality looking for something, a small win, anything. Because Vamos has gotten so much now, decides to go in with the space escape. Not gonna be able to take down Siska. It was because of that Esmeralda holding on up top, not being able to get taken down by Shogun and Nile that has led to some big wins across the map for Team Vamos.
What a big back and forth. BTR, they're feeling their damage, their initiation, but they just can't keep on attacking. They just can't find the target. Now Zkeef eventually falls after the chain stun. But that's just the roamer. They want to utilize this Sky Piercer onto Eman, and now look at them activate this Brody. They're gonna be surrounding him right now, utilizing this Brody to its full potential. And Team Vamos, they have led by 3,000 for the longest time now. Can they last this storm from BTR?
They've decided to turn it around in terms of their rotations. They are willingly giving up control in the opposite side of the map to bait Vamos to set up their Brody so they can finally start getting stacks. Zkeef was the first attempt earlier, but unfortunately, it went to Nile. It went to the Harley, but you see it. They're hungry for it. They're looking for everything they can so that Eman can start chaining kills together for Skypiercer stacks. They might find one. Here comes Finn, the entry. Moreno does not have his feathered airstrike. No, he just used it. He has it with him. Gonna be stack number 1. Yes, it is. That's 20 for Eman. That's gonna be another counter burst by Klokun, who's gonna be able to take on the Farsa, but that's a double for Eman. This could be 3, and it's the snowball of Bigatron by Vitality, fully activated. You saw it in their moves. You saw it in how they wanted to get the fight, and they did.
And how about that BTR chain stun? They have caught Zekif activating the first Skypiercer stack. They've found Nako with that wonderful ult coming up from Moreno. To be fair, Klokun had his own highlight with that feathered airstrike of the copy feathered airstrike that took out one member of BTR, but Eman only had to stack up twice, and then torn apart memories as well as the natural damage output of the Skypiercer Brody is enough. Now the Malefic gun being picked up as well. They just ramped up so quickly. Imagine 2 minutes ago, Eman just picked up his Skypiercer, or maybe 3 minutes ago. But now he has his 3rd item or 4th item to add to that. The Malefic gun will be so important in the damage output of this Brody from Eman.
Okay. Vamos now. How are they going to be able to answer this, Brody? They still do have the Hanabi. They can play a very annoying defense, considering that they can also steal away the feathered airstrike of the Farsa. So their high ground theoretically should be good. But if they get out of the base like this, they're putting themselves at risk of setting up even more kills again for the Brody and the Farsa together. Oh, conceal play. This could be massive for BTR if they can get a latch onto it, but Vamos decide to back off.
All of a sudden, the tables have turned. BTR are now invading the jungle of Team Vamos, having the Lord on their side. A split push coming up from the Nolan might be able to pop the Holy Shields, but BTR, they're banking on that. They want that to be forced out because they can trade properly. Top lane. No! See that. Oh, big shot, big kill on Siska actually. Onto the backlines here. Wants to go for a kill. Gets the kill onto Moreno, but he's gonna be shut down by Shogun. Not a good trade at all for Team Vamos.
He tried to go after the Brody, but just as he pointed out in the draft, it was the Don't Run Wolf King of this Ruby that stopped the Nolan in its tracks. It still got the Farsa, but it messed up his tempo and flow of trying to take down Eman.
Oh, wow. 3-man stun. Ganotkacha will not be able to pop the ultimate, but the torn apart memory. Oh, that's just enough for Team Vamos to just back out. They did eventually take out Finn. The BTR overspeeding a little bit in there.
Oh, they tried. You can see it conceptually, the Hanabi, but even though all of them were together, they still were lacking damage. They need the presence of Error 404. Maybe even just more items for this Hanabi, but don't tell me it's gonna take all the way until Natko getting fully built for the turnaround of Vamos, because again, BTR about Vitality, they can drag this game out too. They're happy with that.
Yeah. Look at this Shogun from the right side. They want to go in for the quick kill out to Finn. Renmar, look at this Shogun with the initiation. They have found Zekif and they have the damage, of course. It's going to be a Skypiercer again. And they now make it a 4v4.
Another stack for this Brody. Vamos, they have enough, but will they still try? They trying to bait something out? Up top in the purple buff, Nile. I don't know if he was able to steal it away, but they're deciding to go for the rush. Arrow 404 does have its purple buff. They're rushing it right under the noses of BTR by Vitality. Team Vamos have taken this Lord. Moreno with a feathered airstrike trying to take down Siska, because Nile decided to go to the purple buff. That was an easy spot by Vamos, and BTR lose the Lord.
And with that, Team Vamos have crawled their way into the game. They have found an opening and they took it. Now it makes it so that this is an even game for them. They might pressure the mid lane. That's what they're trying to do here. They're trying to get a pickoff into the middle, but you have to be careful because you have to just assume with the nature of the draft from BTR, this has to be a 5-man team. Although the Harley will be more of a flank, but you have to just understand that everybody's just together if they're playing as BTR, because this is a Brody composition. So you have to really, really address that. Natko being bursted, but will survive.
All right. Still, the Hanabi holds on. Clockun does have the ultimate of the Ruby. They force the flicker out of Eman. Can Clockun find some magic with the stolen? I'm offended. Cannot get close enough. Zekif gets punished. A little bit too early there. I think they just wanted to force some battle spells, some reactions out, but it just ended up looking like they gave up Zeki for nothing.
The torn apart memory with the Sky Piercer is just too much. You'd see that Zekif has what, 3 bars of HP, about 1,500 maybe, and left on his HP pool. But then again, the torn apart memory is just too much to deal with, especially with the Sky Piercer. You know, from M6, 1 and 2. I wonder how many stacks there should be. So 6, that's about 60, right? Or no, that's about 80 now. No, I'm wrong.
Should
you start with you start with 30, right?
Wasn't it 20?
20. Yeah, I start with 20.
Oh,
so
nice.
yeah,
So you should be maxed out already.
Yeah, it should be maxed out.
Okay, entry.
Okay.
AOG. They get the start onto it. That was a brave attempt. That was an attempt of all time. But Team Vamos might be able to make something out of this through their Hanabi, but no, I might have spoken too soon. That's despite Nazca being able to get the free hits. It's not enough in terms of the damage department. The Sky Piercer onto Amon. The damage of this Brody. The damage of this Harley. BTR by Vitality are just dissecting through Vamos' attempt of catching them off guard. It's Vamos who gets punished through the entry of Zeki. Without this Hanabi, can they hold on? He gets taken aback. Siska gets punished. And it's BTR by Vitality who are going to be able to ride to this win through the Lord once they get it. Because the defense of Vamos might not just be enough.
An ambitious AOG coming out from Zekif. That opened up the fight for BTR. And how about that 3-man flicker stun coming out from Finn? Catching the members of Team Vamos off guard, gets the refresh, was able to take out Natko because of the ultimate. Despite being CC immune, you cannot prevent this glue from riding the Hanabi, and that meant that BTR collects 3 kills, collects the Lord as well, have taken the game back in their favor, and this time, it's a very commanding lead that they have.
If Glue wants to, it shall do it. It will ride whichever and whomever it would want to ride. BTR, can they end it here?
Air 404 has to back down. Oh, he stays. He wants to go for another ambitious play. Zekif is here. You gotta be careful. I know what you're trying to do. Don't give in to your intrusive thoughts. They won't. They will just back down. And they will have to defend bottom lane. They will have to give up this outer turret.
Blue team turret
And
has been
BTR are
destroyed.
knocking on their doors. 3-pronged attack from BTR.
Now Eman is at 80 with 2 kills that he got. Just got a reminder that you do start with 0 on the Sky Piercer, then you work your way up from there. And he is maxed out at this point, and Vamos know it. It's too difficult for them to go in for a dive because they might just get marked by the Brody and torn apart memory to finish it off. Here comes the entry by Big Drop by Vitality. They throw everything at Natko, who's trying to survive. He finally makes it to the respawn point just in time. And here comes the turnaround by Zeki. They find the Farsa, but Eman is too much of a problem. They get the Farsa down, but Eman just has too much protection and too much damage on him.
They were able to take out 2 inhibitor turrets. And with all due fairness, I think Team Vamos actually found a good opening out there. Despite everything that Eman has, they have taken out Moreno, but it's not gonna be enough.
Oh, Shogun!
The jump, and it comes down with a fall of damage. They have eliminated in the race to Natko. Just like that, Eman is now poising for an endable angle. Clockun wants to go in with a stolen again. Ultimate. It's enough to clear out the minion waste. Nail wants to go forward. Remember to finish him off. What a combo from the damage dealers of Bigatron. Now Air 404 receives the deadly magic, survives for now. Finn has to go back. A close range ultimate coming up from Zekif. Eman will be able to run away from that one. The base is low. The members of BTR knocking on their doors. Oh, error 404, bite the deck, and he falls. That's it. BTR gonna advance after winning against Team Vamos.
An exciting push and pull series. It's
Mahal din
Bigatron
ang
by
para sa
Vitality who take the W. And you saw the moment it all switched for them. It looked like Vamos would be taking control of the game, but once Eman got his Sky Piercer, BTR by Vitality changed their rotation, pedal to the metal,
Hello.
and Vamos could not stop the Brody
Magkaibang tournament
with
na to
max
guys. Si MSC yung mayaman sa code.
Third pick, Brody.
Di natin alam kung may code dito.
Made it look
Di ko alam
really
guys.
good. Made it look like the strongest marksman
Nakasimula
in
ko
the
lang
meta.
mag-live
On
nitong
how
game 3.
patient they were in the
Yung
first 5
Falcons
minutes
kasi
where
yung
make
ilalive ko
sure that
dapat
they're
kaso
not rushing things.
wala nga
Once the
silang
Sky
game.
Piercer was picked up, it was then go time for Eman. And Eman was untouched afterwards. Able to just get kills after kills. The triple kill was the most important point for them, as they were able to close the things out, and eventually they have secured this game for themselves. What a series that we have seen. Even that last game, Team Vamos are able to scratch their way back into the game. They've found openings like the blitz into the Lord, some pickoffs, some turnarounds. But then again, eventually BTR's composition was just way too good.
And their execution with it, way too sharp. Way too decisive, it looked like even
Oh,
for
hindi
Vamos
naglaro
to
si hindi naglaro ang Team
some
Spirit
good stuff
kanina.
with it.
May
Tried to turn it
conflict sa
around, but the slow
sa
creeping realization of
EWC.
the Brody
Baka
might
kasi
just be unstoppable.
may schedule sila ng
Said it in the draft as well, where
promotion or
was that
photoshoot, mga ganun. Hindi ko sure.
we had this feeling of like, oh,
Basta may
what if
conflict
it's
sila
the realization
sa
that
MSC.
Vamos might just not have enough for this Brody. They close it out
Hindi
with a partial,
sinali
which
ang TL. Nung ano pa yun bago mag-MSC kasi to guys.
spelled trouble for
Si-
them.
Na
But in the end, it just ended
na-announce
up
na yung
working
mga
out so well
invited
because
teams
they
bago pa mag-start ng
executed
MSC.
down to the
Di ba
T.
nagrarant nga si Carl nun?
Again, it was amazing to watch,
Di
but
daw
the moment
kasali
that
yung
Sky
ano,
Piercer was picked up, it looked like
TL.
a completely
Sabi ang mga
different
invited
BTR
daw
by Vitality that we saw
ay
compared to the
mga
early
runner-ups
portions of the
lang.
game.
Pero kasama ang SRG, kasama ang
It's because
Aurora.
Moreno was
Sakit ng ano,
just
singaw.
connecting with his teammates.
Mahirap magsalita, guys.
Or maybe it's the other way around. It's the other members connecting with what Moreno has in mind. Because when we saw how they utilized Shogun in the better half of the game,
Di ko alam kung may code dito guys. Wala kasing sinabi na magdadrop ng code. Nag-announce kasi yung MSC nung nakaraan na magdadrop sila ng code. Kaya nakapag-ready ang mga peoplets. Dito kasi walang announcement.
Overall, BTR, no passengers out here. Even now, with a lot of deaths across all games, it's ever so
Takot sila
dependable.
matalo.
I like how they ended this.
Baka kasi matalo tapos ano eh, madungisan ba agad yung pagka-champion nila.
After this one, because it looks really amazing. It looks like very calculated. You thought that you would be able to run away as Team Vamos, but no. Nael as well as Eman, I think they have gelled together so well.
Magtatampo ka. Magtampo ka sa GOTF.
Combo plays like that.
And not this time will they fall to a Hanabi. Not twice.
Ano
in
next
just a span of
natin?
a few weeks. And they do it again. They were
Papanoorin.
with their Brody pickup. We had a strong hunch the final
Ang
was
next
coming.
match
We thought
nito
it would be something
ay
else, but
Foot
they still played into
Esports
it.
tsaka
And they picked it up. The Ruby was
Ano
a welcome
pangalan nung
surprise. And
isa pa?
it seems like now in this current metagame, it's
Bushido
okay
Wildcats
to
kalaban
have
or
some very
DFYG
glaring
versus
weaknesses maybe in a
Entity
certain
7.
aspect of it.
Anong
But
bet
as
nyo?
long as you
Ano
lean
bet nyo
hard in
panoorin
being able
guys?
to do the thing that you want to do,
Mamaya yung Onyx
it's so much better for you. It's like
8:50.
balance has been thrown
Kasabay
out
nga
the
nun
window, and now
SRG
it's just
tsaka
all about
Aurora eh.
having
Ano
a
kaya
clear
papanoorin natin?
identity of how to win the game.
Papanoorin pa rin.
Again, as long as you have hella damage to go with that.
That's right. And the MVP, of course, is going to be Eman, 800 GPM, 11, 1, and 3. And even getting that
Baka naman
mortality
muntun.
at the end, at the tail end of the fight, you can see how well Eman has played all throughout the series. In fact, remember, even when he was playing the Moscow, it was
Walang
just
pipili.
the rest
Food
of the team
Esports
that
na
picked up
lang.
literally. But
Para
from
kay
this,
Ate
but from
Kleng.
game to entry, he's shown
Yung bebe niya.
what
Food
the limits will be
Esports.
for Melissa and what the limits can be for playing a Brody.
Tapos na ba Falcons?
Ever so
Opo.
dependable in the gold lane, Eman
Di sila
just
naglalaban
showed
ng
us
TS.
how it is
Ano
to
na.
be a very dependable marksman. You just have to wait for your timing.
Panalo
And when the
na ang
timing is right,
Falcons.
you will be
Kasi di
able to
makakalaro
collect
ang
these
TS.
Just when we thought that we were already out of surprises in terms of our understanding of this meta, we've gone to a series, a 3-game series, and that where the main centerpieces were Melissa and then suddenly a surprise Brody in the end at a game number 3. We still have 3 more series coming our way, but for now, I think we're going to be going off on a quick little break. We've had some amazing action. So, it's not gonna be a quick little one.
Di
It's gonna
sumipot
be a pretty
TS.
lengthy one. So we have a
Conflict
lot
daw
of
sa
time.
schedule.
When we come back, more action,
ng
MLBB here at Games of the Future.
EWC.
Wolf.
Yan
After
yung
this break.
base sa ano nila. Sa post. Check nyo yung post ng Team Spirit, guys. Yan. Ano next natin papanoorin? Diretso na to sa Foot Esports. What do you think? Ito yung schedule, guys. Magkasabay na laban. DFYG, Entity 7, tsaka itong Foot Esports and Bushido Wildcats. Walang TL. Walang TL. Live sa Black Up, di ko alam kung meron eh. Wala akong live sa Black Up. Boring, walang free dayas. Ganun talaga. Di lagi free. Di lagi may pa free. Eh, bebe ko na lang muna. Wala na sumasagot eh. Yan na lang panoorin natin. Paano sa ano? SRG Aurora? SRG Aurora or Onyx Pro Esports? Ano papanoorin natin? Gutom ako. Ako wala akong live sa Black Up eh. Di ko alam kung may naka-live ngayon doon ng ganito. Check nyo na lang. Walang laban TL. Wala po. Hindi sila kasama dito eh. Ito lang kasama guys eh. Lipat ko muna to para makita niyo yung yan. Yan ang maglalaro guys. Oh. Laban ngayon ay DFYG versus E7 tsaka Foot Esports versus Bushido Wildcats. Magkaibang stream yan guys. Ako kahit anong stream panoorin ko. Kung anong gusto nyong mapanood. Ngayon kasi nasa stream tayo ng Foot and Bushido Wildcats. Tapos na Falcons TS. Opo. Defeat ang TS kasi hindi sila naglaro. Cake lang muna. Dito na lang muna. Anong oras ba dat sila? Dapat 6:55. Medyo late na. No? Kasi kakatapos ng BTR Vamos. Di pala ako nag-match result, no? Mag-match result muna ako. Match result. May live sa Black App. Pwede mo kayo dun manood, guys. Basta ako nandito lang ako. Search nyo na lang, guys, kung may live dun. Hindi nga ako madala sa Black App eh. Nag-open lang ako ng Black App nung may padayas dun eh. Ano laban yan? MCGG or Clash? Laban MLBB. Ganyan lang talaga yung interface nila. Naka 3D. Shala, no? Shala! Walang code. Baka walang code dito. Hindi ko alam eh. Hindi ko kabisado, guys. Palalagyan ko ng ML na logo na. Paano ko lalagyan? May jowa na ako. Kaya na mag-decide. Hulaan nyo na lang. May logo ba ako ng ML? Ay, meron. Uy! Grabe. Nag-ML ako. Opo, nag-ML po ako. Saan ko ba lalagay yung logo ng ML? Saan lang? Maliit lang eh, no? Mobile Legends. Ganda na plot twist daw ng kaso about sa mga police na may connection. May connection pa din. Sa na singaw ka. Grabe. Di kita yung ML, no? Ako ba lalagay? Susod ko na lang to. Ay. Lagay ko ML dito. Para alam yung ML yung ini-stream natin. Ayan. Tagal. Baka nag-start na rin sa kabila. Start na ba yung kabila? Chikahin natin yung kabila. Di ako nagwa-1v1 guys eh. Hayaan nyo na lang yung nagwa-1v1. Next game, Foot Esports versus Bushido Wildcats. Sa kabila, DFYG versus Entity 7. Nasaan yung ano? Kabilang stream. Mythic pa lang ako, di kasi naglalaro simula nung ano eh, nag-MSC. Diba no? Di ako nakakalaro. Di na ako marunong mag-ML. Wag lumipat. Di ko makita yung live nung ano, kabila. Ito sa A. Hindi pa din pala nagsa-start eh. Tagal pa din. Laban ng Onyx 8:50 PM. Bago mag 9 ganun. Or baka 9 kasi hindi pa nagsa-start to eh. Depende pala kung maaga matapos yung match na. Mythical Immortal ka? Mythical Immortal din ako last season. Mas di lang ako nag-grind ngayon. Busy sa stream. Puro ano eh, puro tournament eh. Huwag na mag-grind no, babalik naman din sa Epic. See you din naman sa Epic guys eh. Ang tagal, BRB muna.
Bushido Wildcats. I just really wanted to call it B-dubs first. That's gonna be the next game over here.
Hello.
It's Renmar and
Hi.
Wolf. And if you just missed it, Team Vitality got to take down
Tapos
Team
na lang
Flames
Onyx.
in a
Hindi pa.
very exciting
Pagtapos
three-game
nito, tsaka pa lang
series.
yung Onyx.
Yeah. I think I've seen.
Ba't walang black up sa TikTok? Ang black up at Nicknock ay iisa.
That you saw from the previous game was non-existent. Teams are still finding out what Hirara should be doing. We have seen a lot of Atlas, but we are just barely seeing Beleric being put in the discussions. Definitely
Hello,
no Idora,
Jenab.
and definitely no
Oh,
Melissa.
wala
So,
akong code guys
this
eh.
time, Foot Esports are gonna be showing us different. And how about that logo?
Di pa
from
sila
Foot
naglalapag
Esports?
ng code. Hindi ko alam kung
Yeah.
meron.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm not too familiar about how strong this team could be. And
Sakit
even
naman sa
Foot
mata nung
Esports
kulay
is,
nila.
more of a surprise to me. So this should be a treat for all of us Southeast Asian fans of the Mobile Legends game.
Dito tayo sa Foot Esports and
From Turkey, names such as Exe, Kazue, Psyche,
Bushido.
RX, and Bloodsfet. They are going to be playing in there. Meanwhile, Bushido Wildcats, they are also an invited team, and also from Turkey themselves. You have Sunshine, Nexus, and Wactor, so not all too different.
si MSC
Or not
yung
all
mayaman sa
too
code guys.
Much strangers, except
GOTF
of course,
na
unless
to.
you're very into the Turkish scene.
Magkaiba sila. So di natin sure kung may code or wala.
What we know from, or we know a little about them when it comes to, like, you know, the accomplishment, the teams themselves, but at least for them they are in the same region or same vicinity, so they probably have scrimmed against each other many times before this match. They probably have trained together, maybe know already, since they have competed against each other way too many times before. I think this is not the only tournament that they probably have played against each
Hey,
other.
bebe mo
still,
ate.
I think this will be a contested match between
Hindi
each
ka ba?
Bushido Wildcats on the other side. Sunshine, of course, we're all very familiar with. Wactor is now just whack.
Just
Hopefully
whack.
we're not gonna get some whack gameplay from him. Hopefully we get some, well, unless he uses his name as a mean to say something really cool, then I hope we get to see some whack gameplay. Nexus in the
Whack, yeah.
jungle, Kurai and Kuntepper. We don't see a lot in the international scene.
Yeah.
Not as often too over in Turkey.
Nakita mo
I
yung
think
bebe mo
newer
ate.
names are
Nasa malayo eh.
Yeah, to be fair, when you say the word Bushido Wildcats, I will never guess that it will come from
Hindi ko alam kung may code guys.
the Turkey region. In fact, from the European region, actually. It just doesn't sound like it's from that region. But then again, surprise can be expected. Any kind of surprise will be very welcome, actually. And I hope that there is something different that we see from these teams. Of course, we want to see them play as any other team would be, like right on the meta. But if they show us something different, you know, something that refreshes or freshens up our point of view of the metagame, then I hope that it will come from this series.
Bushido Wildcats, we can talk a little bit more about them as they are a team that we haven't seen more of compared to Foot Esports. As you did mention, they were in the wild cards back in the previous season of the Turkish Championship, or the Turkey Championship, MTC. Of course, home to teams such as Aurora Gaming and Foot Esports. Bushido Wildcats found themselves in the middle of the standings. Well, that's because in MTC Season 7, it was a very tough,
May live ako
heavy
bukas.
table by the end of the
Meron.
regular season.
Anong live
Aurora,
ba?
Eternal Fire, Foot Esports. Foot Esports
Di
had
pa ako
22 points.
nakakapag-module.
The gap between second and tied for fourth was 11 points. So it was a massive gap between Bushido Wildcats and Foot. So, safe to say that Foot may be the favorites heading into this
Game na
one.
ba?
In their regular season matchup,
Game na ba
they
kayo?
swept them both times.
Oh. So
Live ba to? Live
this
naman.
team will be exciting to watch for sure. That they definitely have an ample experience, I would say.
Yeah.
Actually compete against
Restream.
Esports eventually.
Friday
By
wala
the
akong
way,
live.
what is the actual proper pronunciation
Tapos,
of Foot Esports?
Hanggang-
Because you were in
hanggang
the
Sunday kasi to.
NFC Wildcards
Hindi ko
yourselves,
sure.
and you're in the official broadcast. You probably have the proper way to pronounce it.
Bago palaro naman to. Opo.
Oh,
The last time we casted a foot tournament, it was actually
Bagong lag ulit. Ayan, naglag. Internet namin,
foot. It's really
bida-bida.
foot. It's not F-U-T. If you hear other casters say anything besides foot, it may be because, and I think you all know why, just a little bit uncomfortable.
Hindi ba? Ba't naglalag? Hindi naman dapat naglalag. Refresh ko nga. Wait lang.
right.
When they shouldn't be. There should
Refresh, refresh.
Yes.
Yes.
F-U-T takes up so much time. Foot Esports, love it. It's not. It's not.
Ayun.
You would first hear F-O-O-T or foot,
Mhm.
but then when pronounced properly, foot Esports rolls off the tongue.
It's crisp and it's clean. And let's see if they can translate it into good gameplay as well.
Ba't wala sa black
Of course,
app? Hindi ko rin alam. Hindi naman ako organizer nito eh.
Of the GOTF lineup, it's a little bit different. Let me see. Looks like it's the exact same
Grabe, galit agad ako.
roster from.
Nagat ako lag na to eh. 720 ko na lang kaya guys. 720 ko na lang. Mahirapan na lang kayo manood. Labo kainis.
The favorite. They've swept Bushido
Wag,
Wildcats
wag,
twice.
wag.
They have a wealth of experience.
780.
This one clearly for Esports are going to be the
Ang
favorite.
sabat ng
They've swept
720.
Bushido Wildcats twice. They have a wealth of experience.
Ba't kasi naglalag? Abnormal ata to.
They have very experienced players for foot. So this might end up becoming just a stark difference
Or,
from our previous series, wherein we saw
Huh?
a really competitive 3-game series. There's a chance here where foot might just shock Bushido Wildcats.
attend kang bunyag.
Excuse me, might just surprise Bushido
Ay, ate.
Wildcats by just stomping all over them. Maybe.
4 to 6
But-
p.m.
Let's look at it from the Bushido Wildcats perspective. We haven't
Gabi
seen
naman yung
foot play
bunyag mo.
in this meta. The
Ba't ang
wildcard
gabi
meta
ng
was
binyag?
very different from the main stage meta in MSC.
Yeah, I agree. Because it's been a long time, and I don't know how much training they.
Ba't ba ako
have
nangingialam?
done
Hindi
after
naman ako
ever
nagbabinyag.
since the wildcard. So, I guess the only advantage now for foot esports
Bukas,
is that
laglagan
they
sa
have, more international
lower
experience, which I feel
bracket.
like
Isa
is
lang
very important in
ma-eliminate
these types of
sa
competitions
per
where
group.
there's just so much competition happening.
Elimination
like
buka.
Factor in the last time we saw him, I feel it has been M7, right? Since we last saw them. They
Yun na naglalag. Why? Ba't ka nang ganyan?
it was Boostgate, right? So I believe that they made a lot of
Hindi ko
noise
gets, ba't
after
naglalag?
they was able to defeat Onyx, right?
In the M7 World Championship best of 1 stages, yes. Oh my goodness, yeah. You're right.
So that is Wactor back then, and Kazue, if I'm not mistaken, yeah.
Kazway. Lagway. Abnormal talaga to.
Was with Kazue, right?
Oh wait,
So
was that M7? Because I'm revisiting M7. It looked like in the Swiss stage, Boostgate, or was it in group? No, they weren't in group.
Walang code yata
Swiss.
dito guys.
No, it wasn't them, unfortunately.
Gusto
I
yung
was trying to
mag-abang
find out who
kayo.
that was. Oh
Ako
no,
hindi
that
ko
was,
sure kung
it's
meron.
because their logos are both purple. It was Yangon Galacticos.
it was Yangon Galacticos. They almost lost. They almost won. Yeah.
Yes, they almost won against Onyx, yeah.
Yeah. I remember watching it and like going back, and then it's already overturned. You know what? I want to go back to that Swiss stage. Looking at it right now, you said, yeah, you're right, it's Yangon Galacticos. Yeah, so it's different.
It was the same logo. It was the same color. could have gotten anyone. Happens to the best of us.
Yeah.
Nakasabi ko lang, hindi ko alam kung meron.
Remember the same thing because I did imagine.
Hindi naman lahat ng tournament, guys, may may padayas.
But look at where they
Sabi ko nga sa inyo, si MSC yung mayaman sa ganun.
Who knows? Maybe Bushido Wildcats will be able to channel a little bit of that old magic. Now that you got to remind me that you do have people there with international experience. Wachter.
Saka nag-announce kasi si MSC nun. Ito kasi walang announcement.
Long-time
O
veteran
baka wala.
for the Turkey scene, but has not been able to compete in the international stage just yet. This is gonna be his first time.
Yeah.
Tagal nila mag-start. Late na yung schedule.
We've seen that.
Simula na ba yung kabila?
Sunshine, for example. It's been
Sunshine
a long
used to
time.
be
Tapos late pala ako.
The Aurora used to be Fireflax was the team that had Sunshine in it. So it's been a long time since we've seen Sunshine. But so this means
Yung nag-start
that
na yung kabila.
there's
Nagda-draft na sila.
or at least a recent memory of foot esports competing because of the MSC. But technically speaking, there's a lot more experience with some of the members of Bushido Wildcats.
Anong laban yan? MCGG or 5-man?
Exciting stuff.
MLBB
Against,
po.
the two teams.
Games of the future to, guys.
Or I believe they still could be testing out because once you see the coach whacking the players with a head pillow, you know probably the draft hasn't started completely just yet. But on your screen right now, of course, are the members of Foot Esports. There you go. I mean, very similar jerseys. I just wanted to make sure I got the right team. We go on over to Foot, and I believe if you look at the rosters of Foot Esports, the name that'll stick out the most will probably be Kazue. Long time. And I mean long
Si
time
Kazue
veteran
talagang
in the scene at this
kilala
point.
sa Foot
We've
Esports.
seen him
No?
from a young man to a slightly older young man.
Si Ate Kreng kasi.
That's Kazue, man. He has all the experience after all these years.
Yeah.
Si Ate Kreng kasi.
I'm trying to look at Kazu.
Sinishare, pinag-share kasi yung live stream ni Ate Kreng kaya nakilala si Kazue.
Obviously, he recently played for Boostgate, but also you will always remember him for his time
Kailan
in,
yung magkakasama si Kyrie at Carl? Sa November pa yun, ENC.
Back in Bedell, I believe it was
May ano pa may Asian Games pa ulit yung main stage naman.
three. Yeah, that was
Yep.
three. This region. So yep. Let's see if he's able to power through it. There's already a lot of Europe, at least the Western good jumblers out there already. I think they're still testing the game right now. Feels like when I'm just judging from what I'm seeing from one of their players.
Yeah, I think we may still be seeing them do the ping test unless this is already a game. Nope, it looks like yep. We're just seeing the ping test for the teams as of the moment.
Okay.
All right. So, got excited for the draft.
Ping
The
test
draft,
pa lang
is
sila.
still gonna be a
Game 1 na
while.
doon sa
So,
kabila.
let's take this moment to remind you all what the Games of the Future is all about. Multi-discipline
Layo pa, no?
tournament, of course. This edition of Games of the Future 2026, if you're familiar from the last one that we saw, pretty much the same. Just expect that. For MLBB, you have a prize pool of around $900,000 US, while first placers will get 315,000. Second place will get 144,000.
Ilang kaya ay sa internet
Third place,
namin?
108. Fourth place getting 63,000. So there's already a big boost just from being able to make it into the top 3 from out of the top 4. And when you go up in placements, well,
Sana isakto sa birthday
pretty
ko.
good prize pool. Not gonna lie. I think,
Wow.
everyone knows that coming especially off
Pupunta ka
of
ba sa venue?
more motivation to do well here for GOF.
Kung birthday mo, pupunta ka ba sa venue?
Once in every year, Games of the Future for Mobile Legends has established itself as one of the sought after tournaments right out there. And at least for us, because Red Marina, for those who don't know, are from the Philippines. We're happy to be represented by two teams from our region, and
Tagal naman.
I believe there are also two from Indonesia. Then there are a lot from the West.
Tagal naman natin, lilipat na kami sa kabila.
Is great because there's a lot more. There was a time where MSC was solely just Southeast Asia, and obviously the M Series World Championships only happens once a year. So
Hindi ko
it's
alam
so
saan
nice to
venue
see
ng
more
ENC.
West versus East kind of tournaments, especially now that
Google ko.
actually the West has
Sa ano
taken
yata?
over.
Saudi
Like,
yata
now
yung
the teams
ENC.
of MLBB.
Oo, Riyadh, Saudi.
That is true. I mean, Team Spirit, with their win, put EECA on the map. And of course, you had other teams such as NTT7 make a name for themselves from Latin America who got to eliminate Team Liquid. And I'm excited to see like,
Ang sunod din
how
kasi
else
nito,
they can
Onyx.
build on that momentum and build on that knowledge, knowing that they can take down titans of the game. I mean, discussion on the
Naiinip
meta
dyan
not
kasalanan
taking them
ng
aside. We can't
Foot
take it away from
Esports
NTT7
saka
and their efforts
Bullshida
to put
Wildcats.
these
Tagal nila
in the
mag-start.
MLBB Championship. It's a good spread, although we do see a lot of teams from Turkey.
Nanisip pa eh.
Of course, there was a qualifier for teams from Kazakhstan as well, or teams from the region, and Rune Eaters are going to be the lone team from Kazakhstan. You'll also see Alpha 7 North in action over here at Games of the Future, so the boys from NA are still here around the area, and hopefully we get to see a rematch between them and NTT7 down the line. That should be interesting, but they are gonna be in different groups.
Eh pala
We'll
yun
just
na
have
lang
to hope that
i-request,
Alpha
hindi
7,
request mo atin.
of course,
Hindi,
any
maganda
other
sa
types of
Japan eh.
matchups should see
Japan na lang.
good. Remember, there's 4 groups, and we are
Baka maganda sa Japan, kala mo nakapunta na.
B, as myself and Wolf will be handling Group B and Group D.
Group D.
And Group A and C will be handled by our boys Lafell and Gideon on another stream. Just look for the other broadcast here
Yeah.
on wherever you're watching from.
With so many teams being invited,
Baka may
in this,
nagre-red
tournament,
ping
at
sa
least
kanila.
we
Kaya
had
di
to
makapag-start.
actually
Binunot yung internet.
simultaneously host the matches, and I think that's crazy.
Maganda
This
sa
is,
Japan. Hindi ka pa nakapunta
Not
ate eh.
the typical thing that's happening in the world of
Ay, wala ka ngayon sa
MLBB.
Japan.
Usually just are able to watch every single thing that's happening. But of course, with a lot of competition here for the games of the future, it means
Di
that
ba
we
Korea
will
yung
have to
pinuntahan mo? O yung Japan?
really just conduct the game simultaneously. I really wish we could have seen the other games as well, but because of how tight the timing is,
Korea nga oh. Korea.
unfortunately we don't get to see groups A and C together with B and D.
Maybe you can let
Bago
us know in
lang
the
ba
chat
to?
if ever there are some
Yeah.
Bago lang
insane
po.
results or crazy results from the other groups and from the other stream. Let us know, because I don't want it to get to the point where I will have both up on my screen and I'm accidentally casting the other stream. That would be embarrassing. I'm not gonna do it. Yeah, fun fact about this, as we were talking about the teams, we mentioned
Pag
Rune
na-delay
Eaters was
pala
one of the
to,
teams
baka
that
mapanood pa
qualified.
natin yung SRG no?
Team Spirit,
SRG
interestingly enough,
Aurora.
was one of the teams that had to go through qualifiers
Next
to
ba
make it
Onyx
to this
ID?
tournament.
Opo,
So,
next po.
pretty crazy when you think about it. You had a bunch of teams from around the world invited.
Yeah.
And
May
Team
code
Spirit,
ba?
I mean,
Walang
no
code.
one would have their win was massive and unexpected, and it's a crazy ending for MSC.
Yeah. For
They were a
sure.
qualified team for this tournament. They weren't
For
invited.
sure.
Thank you
It's
sa
crazy to
pag-alala.
think that this Kid Bomba squad different names but eventually landed in Team Spirit.
Pag nag 2-0 yung entity, ano yun, DFYG,
Or even, of course.
baka mapanood natin ng SRG Aurora.
But they're always there. They're
Kasi hindi pa
always
nagsistart
in the
to.
playoffs. And they're always
Wala,
part of the
inulit ko lang yung
conversation.
kanina.
The reason why they had to go through, I'm not saying this is the official reason, but one of the main reasons probably why they weren't part of the invited teams is because of their, let's just say, inconsistency as of late. Back in M7, they weren't as dominant as they were. And that's probably why they weren't invited. And honestly, they really caught the whole world off guard with how they're able to win in MSC. I've spoken to one of the coaches here in the Philippines. I'm not gonna name names, but I've spoken to him, and he said that all throughout the MSC, whenever they face Team Spirit, they always lose against them. And he, what he basically said is that we, quote unquote, Southeast Asians or Filipinos, have to be scared of what the quote unquote Western teams.
Guys, si Kazuo
If Team Spirit can claim the MSC championship and play like that as well, it means that other
Buying skin.
regions
Ako,
are now catching up.
wala ko pamigay na skin ngayon eh.
For the longest time, we've talked about the potential of like what happens then, or what will the landscape of MLBB or global MLB look like once the balance of power shifts away from Southeast Asia and heads up north, or heads more to the west or east. If you look at the Pacific Ocean and you decide to cross there, and you look at North and South America, I mean, technically, yeah, but let's just use west for simplicity's sake.
Yeah.
I believe and hopefully this is the draft.
Uy, pa-start na sila eh. Nagda-draft na sila.
Or are they going to be doing another pink challenge? Because the lads are are the lads not choosing to wear headsets?
Ay, hindi. Oo nga no. Check ping lang siguro. Ba't nga ba wala eh?
Their booths.
Yeah.
Wala ba sa yung headset kanina? Di ba meron dapat?
Maybe
ping
when
pa
it's,
lang. Check ping
time
pa
to
lang ulit.
actually play the game, that's probably when they wear it. I guess when
Wala
it's
pa silang
draft,
headset.
you really don't have to.
Hindi.
Again, these are just speculations. We're not saying that it is the case, guys. So
So game na
we're
pala.
just surprised that because we
Di
have
sila
not seen a
nag-headset.
team wear headsets for a very long time.
Yep.
Marunong pa tayo sa kanila.
Maybe. We're finally in the draft. Thank you all for your patience.
Ayaw nila mag-headset.
We got to
Dawag.
see the teams test their pings. Got to remind you what it's all about. Remember, first place at Games of the Future 2026 was $315,000 US, and we are currently in the group stages where it is double
naglag pa.
elimination. Belleric and Uranus are the bands here for foot. They look like they want to play around the trade of Atlas, Valentina. Remember the Marcel
Kaya atin lang
is
kayo
still open.
naghahan
It could
ng
be a rush
hold.
pick here for foot if Bushido Wildcats
Ba't nga ba?
Wildcats overlook it.
Di
Lots
naman
of
lahat
big
ng
picks available as
tournament,
Foot just
guys,
decided to
hindi
lynch
ko-
on the Belleric band.
Baka
Let's see if they're
maling sa
willing to
grand
pick
finals
Atlas
lang
into the
sila
Marcel,
mag-draft.
or if they're just gonna go
Or
ahead and
baka
pick up
as
the
in
Marcel
wala.
themselves with a Valentina still open.
And this is an interesting draft to say the least. I feel like by eliminating two of the reliable tanky dudes, possible XP laners, there's also a potential for Foot Esports to prioritize their EXP lane now, like the Barretts, for example. With the Marcel and the Valentina, as you mentioned, being open, you want to
Ano, joke lang
really
ba to?
prioritize the Valentina, I feel like.
Parang
But at the
check
same
ping lang
time-
to.
Wait, what's that? They already picked a hero. But yeah, at the same time,
Marcel.
the
That's
Marcel is just, yep, that's right. The Marcel is just way too good. Like, even if you give away the golden hour, you don't give away the
MSC pa
passive,
rin
which
ba
I
to?
feel like
GOTF
has
po.
more use
Games of
cases than
the
the
Future.
golden hour.
Iba na to,
Because of
guys.
how strong the frame moment could be.
May
comes to team
description
fights.
naman yung live stream ko.
Yeah, we've seen it many times ever since Marcel started creeping up to the pro scene. Well-timed
Uh-huh.
frame moment, very disruptive for team fights, and of course, with his passive and then activating his second skill, he's just really annoying. That's why I've always called him a mosquito, and will never step away from that description of the hero. It does feel like you're going up against a mosquito that loves to take pictures of you when you least expect it. The Valentina, as expected, is the pickup for Bushido Wildcats to be able to steal away the golden hour, while the Esmeralda, remember, Marcel can give shield to the lowest health ally, that includes himself, and that's how they get to move around the golden hour. And Esmeralda, always very happy to go up against heroes with shields.
Hindi ko mag-gets.
Marcel
Ba't
hates playing
nagla-live
against
yung
it.
ano
This
ko?
product can cut through those shields and
Hindi panonood ko. Bakit ganun?
that should be enough for them. And with the penetration of the Valentine as well, this Marcel is not always going to be fit for work. However, I like the response here for Foot Esports. They have taken this Barrett very strong here in the meta game, and of course the Nolan. But I'm not sure how good the synergy
Nakakonect
is
ka kasi
between
sa amin,
three heroes that they
ate.
have. Surely
Patayin
the
mo muna
Bastos,
yung
the Nolan,
connection
there is
mo.
some synergy
Sa
out there with
kapitbahay
the
ka
Jonas
muna
welcome
makikonnect.
lance. You can burst it in the target down easily with the Nolan combo. But between Marcel in combination with the Barretts, I think it's questionable. So we'll see how they operate with this one. But Renmar,
Oh, here we go.
our favorite. Here we go. It's the Melissa being picked up by the Wildcats.
So far, Melissa is looking like to be the hero of the first day of the tournament. Maybe we'll check in with our boys Lafell and Gideon and the other broadcasts to see if that's the case also with them. And that just might mean that we've seen the meta evolve in another way, where you fought for a lot of priorities for like Hirara, Fannies. Of course, they're banned here, but then that opens up the path with picking around specific EXP laners and gold laners and evolving from there. Barrett still has a very strong gravitational pull towards this meta and how you decide to play around it or against it. Meanwhile, the Melissa, especially in this game, does not have to worry about pokes just yet. Let's see if Foot Esports will play into picking up the Farsa yet again, just as a means to reach this Melissa, or do they have another way to solve this Melissa problem? Because they themselves banned out the Harley, considering that Bushido Wildcats
Oh,
do not
sa
have a jungler
kapitbahay
just
namin,
yet.
ikaw makikonnect.
Yeah. And the Cloud being banned, that also means that this is a identifier that the Bushido Wildcats really do want to activate this Melissa. Maybe they will consider Clint or Brody as their next ban. Foot Esports, I'm gonna be looking for another strong side laner. Yep, the Brody is there. There is an option where they go for the Paquito, but that means that they will just feed so much shields to the Esmeralda, so they might not consider that at all. Whereas Bushido Wildcats, they themselves can get that Paquito from the jungle role, obviously. Whenever
Next
there is
nito,
a
Onyx
Nolan that
versus
relies heavily
Pro
on physical damage,
Esports.
the shielding coming out from the Paquito at the jungler can also be considered. So I will not erase the fact that this could be a fourth pick, Paquito here for Bushido Wildcats, if they can play it, because I'm not entirely sure if they're familiar with that hero.
Paquito jungle, let's see. Going up against the Nolan, they will get that strong burst. I will make one simple request. Can someone... Foot! You guys have a great lineup. You know, theoretically, and I'm not just saying this because she's my bias and she's my go-to gold laner pick, and you consider maybe picking up a Beatrix. You know, Beatrix, give her Bennett, rush the Malefic Gun, build her around
Onyx
attack
Ingo,
speed. That
yung
way you'll have
kasama.
reach, strong burst, consistent burst, because once you have like 2 items, the fast attack speed of Bennett actually really hurts, and you have ultimates that will be able to keep the Melissa at bay, because once you drop the go away, that's where you drop Bennett's rage. But I could just be like wishful thinking here. Let's see. Still a great lineup here by Bushido Wildcats, building around their Melissa. For Esports are looking for a solid gold laner and mid laner.
Yeah. Atlas against this Marcel. And I think it's more of whoever pops the ultimate first loses the team fight, I feel like, between these two teams, because the golden hour can be countered by the fatal links, vice versa. It's going to be the Moskov, so a little bit greedy here coming out from Foot Esports. They need some wave clear from long distance. I think the Farsa just makes total sense in this scenario up against this Melissa. You really need some nuke damage rather
Ikaw
than
na
just
English.
normal burst
Gusto
down
mo yung
damage
language
like
na
your
di natin
Selena.
maintindihan.
So yeah, Eudora, considerable nuke. Also does not give an ultimate that is good for this Valentina to pick up. Overall, a good pick here for Foot Esports. Now the Wildcats. I'm gonna be looking for their jungler. Still looking at the Paquito, but maybe a Suyu actually from their. That could be another option for them.
Yeah. They only have the Eudora in terms of magic damage to worry about. So it's fine, really. It's mobile. gets to do damage, gets to shred. You have the Melissa there anyway, so they can feed off of each other with their damage
Topic na lang
profile.
na.
It's good, man.
Para
Good.
ano, Onic na.
Great call there, Wolf. Gets the Suyo in for Bushido Wildcats. Still, they're building around this Melissa, but they have options for early to mid. Meanwhile, Foot Esports, we have seen a Melissa lineup go up against a Moscow lineup, and if the same thing happens and you don't get that Melissa down fast enough, the Moscow will not be able to have enough space and time to deal the damage. Which draft did you favor heading into game number 1 here?
Yeah, you know, just to build up on what you said, I would say it's the Melissa with the Atlas that will have an easier time. And the thing with Suyo is that it's almost like it's not a utility jungler or per se. It's almost like more of a fighter jungle than it is an assassin jungler, which kind of tells me that it has some ways to stay in the fight, get in and out of the fight. It's not easily burstable. So that kind of means that this Melissa will actually be able to shine. So in that regard, I would say that it's his red side because the Wildcats have managed to build around this Melissa, and I think that it will be useful against Foot Esports. Maybe the only thing that I am worried about is that this golden hour plus versus the Atlas is more of a case-to-case basis on who can. To answer your question, I think it's the Bushido Wildcats who's got an easier to execute draft.
Gotta agree with you there, but of course it is important to look for the nuances that you all mentioned, the little details. The also favorite thing we'd love to say, it depends on how you execute it, you know, at what moment can you find your place. And Blotsfet and Psyche against Kirai and Numb at the center of the map. Very aggressive with their lane trading or clearing the minion waves. You know, up top so far, RX doing relatively well up against Sunshine's Melissa. We're gonna have to look for X factors here. I might look at number 1, of course, the Barretts of XC. The timing of when he decides to go in the fights, who he catches with the Detonus Welcome, and of course Kirai on the Valentina, and which ultimate, most likely the Golden Hour, and when he'll be able to maximize it.
Now when it comes to like maximization, it's gonna be up to Foot Esports how they can pave the way for this Eudora to eventually be the threat to the Melissa, because I think judging from the heroes that they have, Foot Esports only has that tool to make it so that the Melissa will be threatened. Once the Eudora is eliminated, this is free game for the Melissa. Every time that there's a team fight and there's no threat against the Melissa, it's gonna be easy for the Bushido Wildcats.
Perfect match entry with the Falling Star Moon as well. The turtle very low, but both junglers have been split up from the fight. It's Nexus who falls down first. Kazue gets to escape with his life. SOD goes in, but it's not going to be able to land. The Atlas falls. Foot Esports win the turtle unexpectedly after both junglers get split up from the major objective.
And Psyche just played that so well. Imagine this Eudora almost had perfect. Now he's onto the top lane. Again, the threat to the Melissa, that's how you answer it. This Eudora has been so good and has been so consistent. And look at him. He's not even taking damage at all.
Completely safe. 1-0-1 for Psyche. Well-timed rotation up top alongside the rest of the team. And of course, RX read into it really well. Brought the Melissa low before the rest of the team arrived to finish her off. Sunshine is back. This could be really bad for the Melissa. Another combo coming in from the Eudora. Could be death number 2 for Sunshine. And it lands the SOD from the Moscow of RX. Foot Esports are going to be happy with the kill onto Melissa. They decide to back off because we're weaving in and out. Here comes entry. Numb once again. Trying to get a play for Bushido Wildcats, but it was too expensive for him to use the Fatal Links. The entry from out of nowhere, XC with the flicker. Detonus Welcome. Capping it off. Foot Esports showing their dominance against the Wildcats. They have no kills.
You know what's really good about this for Foot Esports? Somehow they managed to feed 4 kills for their Moskov in there. And how good is that? This Moskov will have so much of a lead over the Melissa, already up with the Corrosion Scythe at 4 minutes in with additional items. It's not just the Corrosion Scythe. It is Corrosion Scythe plus 2 items that I wasn't able to really see. But this is such a good start for Foot Esports. I don't think that any team with a Moskov could have started a game like this. 4-0 for the gold laner that we said needs a lot of gold just to get by this Melissa matchup.
Here they go again. They might be able to add more to the kill count there, but RX gets dove on the perfect golden hour by Bloodsphet. RX still deciding to fight into this, but now Bushido Wildcats have to run away. Flicker along with the snap to get a stun off and immobilize onto Nexus and Sunshine, but for the Esports will be happy with what they could get. It looked terrible for RX, but a slight bit of brilliance from him means that Foot Esports are happy with the start that they've had for their gold laner. A chase onto Contepper.
I am just amazed how Foot Esports somehow find some openings. Maybe it's because Bushido Wildcats are so desperate into punishing RX. Eventually, they want to stop this Moscow from farming. That's why they're also putting their bodies up top. But then they get punished by Foot Esports. The first one having the Eudora up there, and then XC finding the Flicker. Daytona's welcome in the fight thereafter, allowing for RX to have so much in the early stages of the game. Bushido Wildcats are in big trouble right now. They will now have the Corrosion Scythe on the Melissa, but this is in no way, shape, and form a Melissa that is fight ready.
It feels like the perfect way to describe it. Desperate are the maneuvers of Bushido Wildcats in the past few minutes. They've lost their window. They will have to delay this game as long as they could. Some questionable re-entries from Numb. Of course, now even if you get a Great Fatal Links, it might not be the best call as you are up against a Barrett's. You will have to spend a lot of resources just to take down one of the two frontliners in Blotsfest and XC. During that time, you could easily get bursted down by the Nolan and Eudora. Seems like Bushido Wildcats, everything has gone wrong for them, and Foot Esports are on the way to potentially perfect entry and win by XC. The Flicker that Detona's welcome again, doing really well for Foot Esports. Contepper was in the back, but he knew that he had to back off. He could not do much, and they chased down Nexus right under the second tower. The members of Bushido Wildcats are getting feasted on by Foot Esports, and you can see just how well Foot knows Bushido. They've swept them twice in MTC Season 7, and in this game, they have their number. But Bushido Wildcats finally got on the board with a kill onto Blotsfet, who was trying to keep the other members of Bushido Wildcats as bay as Psyche and RX try to finish off the tower in mid. They're not going to be able to, but at that point, you could just walk up to it, basic attack it twice, and you should be fine. Kazuha gets the turtle for free.
Oh, the initiations coming out from Foot Esports. So on. You can see that Daytona's welcome and the Flicker. Perfect entry. Finding the right members of Bushido Wildcats. Even the stun coming out from RX is so dependable. And of course, this Eudora with the Flicker plays, catching off guard the members of Bushido Wildcats, because why would you think that Eudora the first one to go in? I think that Foot Esports are just on a different level right now, and they're just literally outplaying the Wildcats.
You can have a really good lineup, but how do you execute it? That was the big question that we had. Foot Esports are answering. They are better at executing. They are dissecting the members of Bushido Wildcats. Even beneath the turret, nowhere is safe at this point. They have an almost 10,000 gold lead. They are doing everything perfectly. And the Wildcats cannot find an angle to answer.
Wow. How can they get through Bloodspet now? As well as the Thunder Belt. And how can they stop RX 5-0-3 on this Moscow? Nexus, the last pick Soyu, has not found an opening yet against their opponents. Bushido Wildcats are just completely lost in this game. And the reason why that is because of their overcompensation of their resources up top. Earlier into this game, they put so many bodies into the top lane that they only ended up feeding that into the 4 kills of RX.
Entry. Another one. Easy catch. Numb gets taken out. And in some ways, this all started when Numb decided to re-engage alongside Kuntepper up top. And we thought that Bushido Wildcats had enough of Foot's attempt to get even more kills. But because they re-engaged, they got even more kills. Because it just bursted Sunshine like that. Even I missed it. That's how you know you just gotta go next at this point. Bushido look completely out of their element.
Oh man, that is so bad. And I'm telling you, Redmar, all these Barrett's players in the international scene, they're just so sneaky with it. They're just so good. I mean, I think that all the good Barrett's players out there, like the likes of Shogun, we saw even Lutpi as specific moments in the game. Kate Bomba, phenomenal Barrett's player. They make it look like the Barrett's is very sneaky and very. And I feel like whenever there is an underperforming Barrett's, that kind of performance always floats and always gets magnified because of how good the other Barrett's will be. So it's like the standard for playing the Barrett's has increased so much, especially the sneaky Barrett's gameplay.
Sneaky Barrett's, who thought a large big boy could actually be played so sneakily?
Yeah.
It's the EXP laners have done a terrific job. XC, of course. No. Enough discount what he's done in this game. Perfect. Freezes. Coming in from Blastfight in this Marcel. Gino Wildcats look like they got lost in the sauce and they're not ready to deal with Blastfight and his aggression. Fatal links, but the Golden Hour stops the response, delays it instantly. Numb gets taken out. Kuntepper falls. That's 2 kills for RX. And this is a go next moment. Triple kill for RX to close things off. Dominant for Foot Esports.
15-1 the kill score between the two teams.
Good Esports game
Say that
run.
we favor the composition that the Wildcats were able to make. But in the first few minutes of the game, we already saw how good Foot can be when it comes to their execution. And it took so much coming out from the Bushido Wildcats. They felt very desperate to compensate for the top lane problems that they're facing with the Melissa versus that Moscow matchup. They ended up feeding so much. The Eudora in the early stages was so active from the turtle fight when both teams just decided to solo the jumpers on the opposing side. The Eudora came up on top.
Magandang laban din ng kabila,
Traversed the map
20
from the
plus
bottom up
minutes
to
yata.
top to get more for his team. Everybody's just so active in this lineup of Foot Esports that it felt like it's just a one-sided affair from minute 1 up until the end.
Yeah, it was such a tough time there. And you can't even just say like it really began from them not being able to readily handle this Marcel. Though there is it did play a huge factor, of course, but I feel like they weren't also just ready to handle with the tankiness of the Barretts. It was this play right here it was the re-engage that we'll see when Numb hits level 4. I don't know if we'll see that exact moment. Should be coming up in just a bit. There it is. Hits level 4. He decides to re-engage. But at that point, Nexus and Karai were zoned out. If he was timing it for the of Kuntepper, great, but
Adi FYG na na
it's
sa
also on the way. So
game 1.
Yeah.
you mentioned desperation.
Pwede na kumain sa game
I
2.
like the idea, and I like that phrase where they overcompensated for their losses. Like, you really wanted to get some, but in all attempts, they got nothing and they got punished for it.
Yeah. The Fatal Legs cancelled by the Purify. And there's also so much that you can do with the Barrett's Ultimate with the Flicker. Before then, we saw XC just delay that Flicker up until the last moment. So you'd think that you'd be able to dodge the Daytona's welcome, but it ended up hitting because of that Flicker play. And you see that Eudora with the Flicker then to eliminate the Soyo with the ultimate afterwards. And there will be another another kill that they were able to get because of that stun coming out from RX. Well, Esmeralda apparently gets out, but yeah, they did eventually kill the one into near the turret.
This
Meron na
put
po.
Esports ending the game quickly and with a lot of kills over the
Di ko nga alam kung magkaka-code. Manood kayo kung gusto nyo mauna sa code kung meron. Pero
major
di ko nga alam
recalibration
kung
for sure
meron.
because it has to be a really honest
Ano ba?
team conversation at this point. It feels
Ano
like
ba
where
mga ante?
you just have to admit, guys, they're playing way better than us. We're overcompensating. In terms of the micro, they're all individually doing something great. Everyone just needs to like relock in. Again, we have some members here, of course, Sunshine, especially for Bushido Wildcats. But that really feels like it's going to be a tough moment, a tough pill for the entire team to take. If they want to force this game 3, they have to be honest with themselves.
Well, to look back and see what they have went wrong with, where they can improve on, but nevertheless, a really good start for Foot Esports. That's definitely a big momentum swing in their favor. Not only when it comes to that specific all throughout this entire series, and then eventually the whole tournament, because you're gonna feel a lot more confident with how you're playing. You haven't really revealed that much because you just showed how good you are when it comes to like punishing the movements of your opponents, and of course that will give so much of a momentum boost for each of the players playing in
Gets mo
Foot's
naman.
side, especially because
Nag-dinner na ba
almost
kayo,
wild
guys?
card in their hand. They had a straight up shot early into this month or last month to take themselves to the international stage of MLBB, and now they are back after a month. Are you gonna be safer? And for now, we're gonna be hopping into a break. When we come back, it's game number 2. See you soon.
O commercial muna. Commercial muna.
excuse me, flip that on the other boat. For Bushido Wildcats, if they want to force foot Esports into a third game, excuse me for that, as well, we didn't get to see enough of good stuff from Bushido Wildcats in game number 1. If you're just joining us, Foot Esports completely dominating them in game 1. Draft-wise, we thought it'd be Bushido, but the execution really just showed Foot are on another level.
Yeah. I think it's mainly because of mastery, I feel like. I think it's just experience that we saw from the side of Foot Esports that's way above of what Bushido Wildcats can offer. And I feel like because of their most recent international tournament stint. Whereas for Foot Esports, it feels like it's easy for them to punish whatever Bushido Wildcats wants to do. It's very easy to win a game if you could get 4-0 on your gold laner, and that's a pipe dream for all gold laners
And ka muna.
let alone Moscow players, right?
Mamaya, pag nag-start tong
Right before
game, kukuha ko pagkain.
all of a sudden you're just snowballing so much, and your opponents panic. They wouldn't know what to do, and they end up making even more mistakes thereafter.
The recovery that Bushido needs to do here will go beyond the coach telling them, hey, y'all just gotta be better, man. No, it's like, you gotta find that balance. It's like, after a loss like that, you're gonna have to motivate them, remind them they can still do this. Forget about the fact that they were able to also sweep you up in the previous Turkey championship. I mean, this is the meta for creativity and teams that you don't expect to get wins to get wins. If more than anything, Bushido Wildcats is maybe their best chance to shock Foot Esports.
Uy, wag ganun, Marlon.
Again, with the wealth of experience that they have across their entire lineup. Of course, they just competed
Mga bata dyan.
during the wild card during a completely different meta landscape.
Ang tagal naman. Charing.
They just simply look
Nainip.
better. So, yeah. If you were to tell Bushido Wildcats, like, where should they begin in terms of their execution? Because draft-wise, we liked it. Execution-wise, where do they start?
Okay, I think a straight up answer to that is to take care of their jungler way better, especially in the turtle fights, because I think that they were so focused on defeating the opposing jungler that they forgot to protect their own. And I think that they could have collected even more punishments if they have found a Eudora that's diving deep into their backlines, into their Suyo right there. So I think that's my immediate answer to that. Otherwise, just to not really just tunnel vision into answering one specific lane of the game, because that can really easily be a problem for them as the game progresses, because they're
Huwag ako mainip. Di naman ako naiinip.
making
Konti
mistakes
lang.
after one another, like,
Ang tagal
like a
mag-start.
stack of dominoes gonna be falling over. So I think that's
Next game,
how they
Nick,
could approach
opo.
this. Just do not tunnel vision into some of the mistakes that you did, and also protect their jungler in the early stages.
Yeah, that's a good start. I mean, we did get to see that team fight where literally both junglers, wait, what is that? That is adorable. I want one for myself. If that is official Foot Esports merch, please let us know. Anyways, yeah, we did get to see the jungler get split up. And though it could have got, I feel like it could have been a worthy trade if they were able to get Kaz away, but they
Yun,
just
yun,
didn't.
game na.
They leaned it
Yeah.
a little bit too hard. And maybe that's it. Maybe it's also that idea of also telling them, okay, yes, you give them a good specific thing to do, protect your jungler, but generally tell them, you guys are getting way too kill hungry at the wrong time.
Yeah, that's right. We're not gonna be the ban.
Hindi nainip, konti lang. At least konti lang. Balik ka pag nagsimula. Game 2 pa lang eh. Maya pa sila na mga 9.
Because they don't have to. Oh, sorry, the Atlas is already banned. But maybe the Fanny, I would have said a Fanny, but it will be banned now. So what do you take now if you are the Wildcats? Do you, Eric, immediately? Do you take the Valentina since it's always a party?
Oh,
They go for Nina instead.
Okay, when you say that's interesting in a specific tone, you guys can tell that it's another way for us to go, huh? Why? What? And I will be honest and just go, huh? Why? What? Is it taking it away from Psyche? Is Kirai just a really good Selena player? Okay, we have seen Selena as being such a massive point of focus that if Kirai pulls this off, first pick Selena, then you know what? Go ahead. Tokyo Ish King, you deserve it. But that's a big what if. It's a huge gamble to lock this Selena right away.
Especially because the Beleric and the Valentina is open. When we talked about how important these two will be, and now the Beleric being taken by Foot Esports, the Valentina a blind pick out here, but it just makes sense. They're waiting for the first punishment for Bushido Wildcats in this draft. And what I mean by that is who gets to decide what our jungler exchange will be. So it's gonna be now up to Bushido Wildcats. Will they go for a Harley pick, or will they go for the Nolan in combination with this Selena, right? Or will they go utility? Oh, okay, so it's going to be the Nolan, which means that Foot Esports Uranus actually good opening, much like their previous opening. Foot Esports, they have an option for, well, okay, they go for the Paquito Flex.
Comment mo
3
na
roles
lang
to be fulfilled,
sa live
and this is the
daw
power
pag
of
may
picking up
code.
the duo mid
Walang code.
first.
Tulog na kayo.
You are left blind. Bushido Wildcats, what will you ban this time? Because you know that the Paquito can be played 3 ways in this game.
It's like they're gonna have to really pick. Oh, that's a cool for a ban by Foot Esports, and that I feel like it's just a tell that they really know Bushido more than maybe even Bushido knows themselves. So now they've taken away one possibility in a way, where actually no, not really. You can still flex the Paquito here. It's just they're narrowing down their potential options for the jungle, but you're not really stopping the Paquito from going into the jungle unless you find a way to manipulate the draft so that at least no matter where it goes, it'll struggle. No, you already have the Uranus. You can't put the Esmeralda elsewhere. That's tough. I think you're just gonna have to decide that you're not gonna completely read where this Paquito is going until the end, and then you just pick
ka
up
nakahabol.
heroes that could potentially
Saan?
give it struggle, no matter what role that it gets slots into. It gets slotted into. Excuse me.
Yeah. Ethan Chin. Harley, perhaps another good ban, or maybe just the Uranus answers like Esmeralda, because you already banned the Barretts, right? So
Yeah.
if you ban the Esmeralda, you really limit the choices for the EXP for Foot Esports, which might prompt them to put the Beleric in there, or maybe a Yu Zhong. So it kind of makes it so that Foot Esports will have to dig deeper or scrape the bottom of the barrel when it comes to their XP lane choices, and they go Dairoth, which is also another bottom of the barrel kind of a pick. It's definitely one answer to the Uranus, but some teams have proven that even against the Dairoth, the Uranus could be good. So I do understand the ban, though. I'm not saying that it's a bad ban. I totally understand it. With esports now, they will reveal one role at least. But I think the safest pick is the Esmeralda.
Yes. At least that way, it's still a flex. You still can put the Paquito in the gold or the jungle, so you're leaving it open for reading. And then Esmeralda into the Uranus, most importantly, is very clear. But no, they pick up the Brody. They still keep an option of a jungle and EXP flex for the Paquito. But no, they're being honest with it, and they're playing around a Brody in the gold lane.
Yeah. That's a good pick in a way that they take it out from Bushido, because Bushido Wildcats went for the Nolan, right? So one of the strong gold lane marksman picks have been taken away from them. So it means that they will have to either go for a weak side gold lane or a fighter gold lane, which is
Cute.
can be
Arbor.
weird, especially because we know that the Brody can now be a good matchup against the Melissa.
Arbor
Bushido
yung
Wildcats will just
staff
settle
toy.
for this one, which also is understandable. But I do like the glue. So it's the glue in the Uranus that will now be able to protect the Melissa, which means Foot
Jungle, ano
Esports,
kaya? Jungle lag.
if this is a Paquito in the jungle, their
Naglag eh.
EXP should have a way to make it difficult for two tanky
Hindi na po
dudes.
Early in the jungle. They have the
Hardy.
burst. You know what? Despite the Selena first pick, it ended up still working out quite well for Bushido.
Both games we say that Bushido Wildcats' draft is good, and I'm gonna stick with that. I think that they have built a wonderful composition in here. The problem I have with Foot Esports lineup is that there's just too damage leaning, and they don't have many ways to really make it a problem for the Uranus as well as the glue. And when I said damage leaning, they went in for glass cannon builds like Harley, the Paquito in the EXP, and the Brody, right? So of course they're not like literally pushovers, like they cannot be easily taken out, but at the same time they're not the tankiest of all the heroes, right? So it means that this Melissa will have a field day later on, but they did design it in a way that they have a dive against the Melissa. If they are able to find an angle, this Harley, the Paquito, and the Brody can actually be able to defeat the Melissa if they found the opening.
Just pop it fast enough before she could even get the go away off. Welcome to game number 2 of Bushido Wildcats versus Foot Esports. Let's see if they'll be able to make it work and finally execute better than Foot has. So far in the EXP lane, it looks like XE has Kuntepper's number and this Paquito Uranus matchup for now. Last time we saw a glue and a Uranus earlier today, of course, with the Melissa. It helped the Melissa get so much space. Controlling the river are Bloodsfet, Psyche, and Kazue against Kirai, Numb, and Nexus. I think we can decide or clearly see how this game is going to go, depending on how Bushido will be able to execute Turtle number 1 with their composition. Oh!
Okay.
Very nice arrow there. Okay, Kirai.
Doubts erased. Officially. Okay, Kirai. You may enter the group chat right now. But kidding aside, that was an important arrow, and if you think about it, it's linear arrow. I mean, it's like an expected arrow, but I feel like Psyche got magnetized into that kind of angle where he thinks that it will be it will be an off angle arrow, but it turns out it's just straight up basic angle for an arrow that he ended up getting magnetized into.
XE and Kazue have really good angles here. Contempor finds Kazue. XE with a burst will not be able to fully land the combo, but Nexus gets taken out as Psyche decided to join in the fight and burst him down. No more jungler here for Bushido. And there it is, our question yet again about the execution of Bushido Wildcats as Foot Esports are making this turtle fight and post-turtle fight look easy. Though they did get to minimize their losses, they can still build through that. Foot Esports have a small lead.
Back-to-back games, Foot Esports are able to take out the jungler of Bushido Wildcats, to take out the Nolan, in fact. And this time they didn't have to zone him out. They actually took him out under the turtle, because they, at least Nexus, felt like they wanted to, that they really have to get in front of the turtle to take it with the retribution, that it will be a retribution battle. It ended up Foot Esports turning into him, or turning on to him, and they were able to take him out easily. Bushido Wildcats' early lead with that first blood now erased. Foot Esports have willed their way back into the game.
It's surprising too that it came from the fact that Bushido Wildcats just found themselves in that position because of their own rotation when they rotated together as a team in mid to get control in the mid. Not that I'm judging that, but they weren't able to completely mark Exy, who now found a good angle in the back. Sunshine almost getting taken out there by a torn apart memory. And it's those little things and little things in MLBB and pretty much every MOBA title that eventually compound into way bigger results and outcomes. And them not being able to check that bush where Exy was, they were able to check the bush where Kazue was. But once they found the good angle for Nexus, Exy didn't completely land the combo, but Nexus ended up dashing into the turtle pit, into the hands of Psyche, into a kill for Foot.
Oh. They want to make a move down in the bottom lane. But already the Urine receiving so much. Actually forced to pop that flicker. Goes back into the fight. Of course, being able to tank it through. Now the turtle commences. No deadly magic for now for Kazue.
Looking really good here. Shido Wildcats, Nexus, running out of time here. Oh, they go already commit the ultimate, the Wrath of the Dryad from Blotsfed. Foot Esports might have pulled their trigger onto this team fight a little bit early, but Nexus is still alive. But that's okay for Foot, because with the Roamer and the XP laner down, there is no way Nexus, Sunshine, and Kirai can contest this by themselves. Just better execution there in the end for Foot. And even though Bushido Wildcats made it look like Foot Esports was scrambling for a little bit, it was they themselves who didn't know which angle they could take so that they could turn it around. The missile arrow is gonna land. That might be a start of something, but it only takes half the health of XC down.
And talk about a disastrous jump coming out from Numb. Activates the ult onto Blotsfed. Almost a free flicker for this Beleric, who eventually pops the Wrath of the Dryad in that fight to catch two of the members of Bushido Wildcats. Granted, they're two tanky heroes, but up against 5 members of Foot Esports with the Brody in that second turtle. They ended up just giving 2 extra kills for Foot Esports. Unfortunately, I feel like that ultimate coming out from Numb ended up being a bad play for Bushido Wildcats.
It's like a, hey guys, I pulled back the Beleric. Oh no, I'm sorry everyone. Free movement for the Beleric. And now they're gonna be able to find Contemper. No catch, no turnaround at all. They're gonna try to threaten this purple buff away from Nexus. He left it way too early, but he still got it. Could have ended so badly for Nexus. But he was forced to pop his retribution just so he could secure his own purple buff.
Kazue wanted to go for exchange, will not get anything. But this means that Bushido Wildcats will not be able to defend their top lane, their tier 1 top. That will be a free kill. RX actually did not even hit because they wanted to get a kill up top. Uranus able to get out there. Is the expanding rivers boost, as they can position themselves around the turtle once again. It's the 3rd turtle. It seems like Foot Esports have a good enough foothold of.
Right there, down in the orange buff. Kazue's already taking it. Because of the quick little pokes from Psyche, they're not going to be able to get the information in time. Steals it away, Bushido. Their map has shrunk even more so early on. Not even past the 20k gold mark. Another ultimate from Blotsfed. The Wrath of the Dryad is perfect, and Psyche brings down the recalls. Again, it just feels like, one more time, Foot showing just how much better they are than Bushido Wildcats.
Turtle will be slain. And the bottom lane getting pushed by RX. RT being pressured right now. They're gonna cut the waves for now. They wanted to take full advantage of this early game. They're even taking the purple buff now. This might be even more one-sided than the game before. And that game before had a 4-0 Moskov in the gold lane.
I guess you can look at the silver lining for Sunshine and Bushido Wildcats is he has yet to fall. Although Contemporary might be the next one here on the docket. Yeah, he will be. He's going to be able to drag this out for quite some time, but in the end, he's just going to get taken out here by Bushido. They're going to have to convert this into something, but the thing is the kill happened way earlier.
Yeah.
That there's a chance that even if Bushido gets this tower, Foot might just punish them for it. Oh, they're not even going to be able to take it.
Oh, not even. And they forced the flicker. They used the flicker, I mean, on the Uranus. Mio 0-3. While that's happening, RX is the one able to get the trade. Oh my, now they're poising to get another kill. Will not overly dive. Gonna be waiting for the Lord. She will spawn in 42 seconds from now. With the Harley is taking out the bars of Numb, the glue, the roam. That should be tanky enough, but Kazaway is just such a big threat now for the Wildcat.
Yeah, it really just looks like Foot has Bushido Wildcat's number. We're probably a Lord Fight or two away from this game getting capped off with a Foot Esports win and sweeping the series against Bushido Wildcats. Even if a Hail Mary arrow lands, you still have so many heroes you gotta deal with. You take out the Harley, there's still the Brody and Paquito. You take out the Paquito, there's still a Brody and a Harley. It's like layers after layers of things you gotta deal with, even if you get an Abyssal Arrow in. Nexus and Sunshine, those two seem like they're not yet in the right timing, gold-wise and resource-wise, to be able to count themselves as a considerable threat to Foot Esports. They get Lord 1 for free. Seems like they'll be able to get a healthy push in, and then they'll be able to cap it off with a Lord 2 win. Nexus gets spotted up top and just gets deleted by Psyche and RX off cam. Foot simply are better than Bushido Wildcats at this point.
And look at that, Psyche already pressuring some movements up from Wildcats up top. Holy Shield still available in the middle, but the Lord is pushing in that lane as well. Top lane can be pressured by RX, and down the bottom lane it's going to be XC. A three-pronged attack from Foot Esports, but up top they have punished RX with that stun coming out from Kirai. A much-needed victory for Bushido Wildcats, and they take out and get the shutdown onto RX.
A ray of hope. If I'm not mistaken, that should also be Bounty 2 as it is at 4 kills. Bushido Wildcats, okay, maybe they can keep playing it through. Oh, another Abyssal Arrow, but they are not going to be able to convert this right away. Even though it is Kazue, it's too risky to dive into it. That's why there being no Brody. Again, we mentioned it. There's layers upon layers of things you have to worry about if you're Bushido. But that's a start. That is something to build on if you're the team. Nexus just gets the Malefic roar for himself in the jungle.
So to take it now. XC in the middle. Oh, I mean Kazue looking for any sort of pickup right now, because they will have to wait for 80 seconds before the Lord spawns. That takedown on RX up top really slowed this game down for a little bit for Foot Esports, and will allow Bushido Wildcats to at least fight for the life, unless this could still play. It's gonna be good. Good thing Numb stops that from happening, as well as the models coming out from Sunshine. It's enough. The push from the bottom still is gonna continue. Foot Esports to claim that inhibitor, which happens to be the opposite lane of the upcoming Lord.
And what if Melissa just makes some magic again? What if Foot Esports are not ready to deal with this Melissa during a siege? They are relatively close to mid-range. There's no actual like long-range bomb. They have a strong dive in the Harley to access the back, to potentially split them open. Get Blotsfed to enter with a Flicker Wrath of Dryad and just get XC and RX to focus on the base. But even then, there's like a lot of steps to take in a team fight. Let's see if they can drag this out long enough, Bushido Wildcats, to prove us wrong, to prove Foot Esports wrong, and to force out a game number 3. But definitely, it might not be the time just now, because even Kazuha is melting the Uranus like that. And the Lord is going to be up. Maybe Bushido can hold on just one more defense. And if they get some kills without losing any bodies, then they might be able to set themselves up for a comeback.
A lot of ifs. I mentioned Renmar, but that is just the only way to approach this for Foot Esports. They really have to find something out of nothing, and so far, Bushido Wildcats are gonna be losing this fight. Sunshine taken out, and they might even lose more. They have taken out Blotsfed, but their Uranus is slowly being melted down. A punch from XC is gonna be enough. Kirai wants to go for a bit, but he's getting taken out. They're raced by this Harley, and they will be able to take out one. Take them to the grave, but then again, there's still Foot Esports with a lot of minions and a lot of firepower as they look to end this series 2-0.
Sweep. Tapos ang ML.
Bushido could only deal with the ifs and maybes, but Foot Esports deal in absolutes. 2-0
2-0.
for them. And Bushido just looked completely outclassed.
Onyx na ang next.
Unbelievable performance coming out from Foot Esports from game number 1. And remember, 2 games that we thought the draft is winnable for Bushido Esports. However, they just couldn't find the opening. Renmar, you asked me what they can do after game number 1's loss, after game number 1's one-sided loss, in fact. And I said they had to put
Sakto lang to sa oras ng ano. Na
for Nexus in
ang tawag doon, Onyx.
which is being taken out as soon as the first turtle spawns. And I think that's where most of the problems for Bushido Wildcats lie. They just couldn't found their momentum.
Nanalo si Bebe mo ate, i-cheer mo.
Could not start their engine. Because at its
Tawagan mo agad.
they could not make a way for Nexus.
Sa kabila ba? Anong ganap sa kabila? Bago ang lag. Naglag ba kanina? Kumuha akong pagkain.
Esports, on the other hand, they were shining all throughout.
Matagal ba naglag kanina?
Executional difference.
Kasi naman naglalag eh.
That's where it really boiled down to. You can definitely tell
Hindi
Bushido has
pa. Hindi pa tapos yung kabila.
interesting takes that, again, even after the Selena first pick, it looked like they still ended up on a really good position.
Joke, tapos na pala.
draft-wise. It's just that they weren't
Tapos na din
able
pala.
to pull it off.
Panal
One more
ang...
life in this tournament.
Uy, 1-1 sa kabila. Pauno yung Onyx.
Which we all know how Team Vamos is gonna be like. They are not going to make that an easy game.
Falcon at Spirit, when tapos na po yung sa Falcons and Spirit. Ano sila eh, antagal, na forfeit ang Team Spirit. May conflict daw sa schedule. Kaya, talo sila. Panalo ang Falcons.
To watch, I hope that Foot Esports will be prepared for that, and especially because there's a lot of like Melissa.
Wala naman pala sayang oras namin. Sino ba may sabi may code? Kayo lang nagpumilit na may code eh.
I think that we are at that point where it's Belleric and Atlas.
Kasi yung sarili nyo, sinayang yung oras nyo sa
Exchanges in the
Di naman kayo sigurado. Sinasabi yung walang code eh.
It's gonna be an exciting match to watch. Now, Bushido Wildcats, I hope
Kasalanan nyo yan. Inaksaya niyo yung oras
so
nyo.
much from this game, even when it's back-to-back one-sided games, they should have learned something from it, because their next match will be elimination, right? So they will not be able to proceed with games of the future if they could not learn their lesson. But of course, a lot of good plays from the other members. MVP is actually Psyche, the Valentina this time, and I would say that he played so well in game number 1 and especially in game number 2 with the Valentina, and overall a commendable performance coming out from Psyche all throughout the series.
Onyx sunod po.
The mid lane, Valentina in game number 2.
Alam mo lang laban. Post pa ako ng schedule.
Eudora, there we go. Thank you.
right.
Thank you for reminding me. But yeah, overall, it's just we go next. This is that mentality now for Bushido Wildcats, and hoping to see if they'll be able to make a bounce back here, considering that they are also up against a very tough opponent next in Team Vamos. Meanwhile, for Foot Esports, they needed a dominant win like this as they are now going to be going up against Bigatron by Vitality. If I'm not mistaken, that should be happening in our broadcast tomorrow. But for today,
O nga magkalaban, Foot Esports versus BTR
Of
bukas.
course, thank you all for joining us. If you missed the previous matches, we got to see Bigatron by Vitality take down Team Vamos in an exciting 3-game series.
Onyx next game ng Onyx, guys.
Vamos in the lower bracket
Kaso may
final, going
break
up
pa to
against
kasi
Cheetah Wildcats.
8:50 pa ang Onyx.
Upper bracket final,
Naka-schedule.
you get Bigatron by Vitality, and you get Foot Esports going up one against each other over there. When we get back, more action. I think we'll keep you on your toes as to which match we're gonna get, because that's how we like to do it. Have a good amount of time up until the next one, so we should be good. Again, Renmar and Wolf here. That's gonna be it for us now. When we get back, more MLBB action here in Games with Vision 2026 after this break.
Parang 10 pa yung bukas. Sa yung sa Foot Esports. Onyx na yung next. Opo. Ito yung schedule, guys. Ay, wala pa na yung oras. Basta next na yung Ito na lang. Yan. Onyx na ang sunod. Onyx. Ipatapos yung DFYG tsaka Entity 7. All one sila. All one. PM. Oo. Yung last game kasi, pang last game sila hindi ba yan sa bracket? 10:45 yung last game. Yung bukas kasi ang umpisa ay yung sa lower bracket. Tapos yung next nun ay yung upper bracket na. Kaya 10:45 sila Umidlip ka muna na. Baka pwede pa natin mapanood yung DFYG. Tsaka Entity 7. UG, hello! Salamat po sa pagbisita. Sherwin! Kamusta, mabuti? Glory ka na ba, Sherwin? Di na nakapaglaro. May gala ka ba, te? Pwede pala dito muna. May dayas, wala pong dayas. Malapit ka na makaalis sa MH, malapit na mag-meeting. Malapit na ulit mag-meeting. Babalikan mo pag 10. Ang laban na nun, GK and A7. 9 lang ang Onyx Emmanuel, hello. Baka gumala kayo after binyag. I-replay mo na lang. Baka dito na babawi ang Onyx. Sabi ni Emmanuel. Bawi, bawi. Kailan ba sila nag-champion? Sila yung last na champion, di ba? 2025? Tama ba? Google ko nga. GOTF. Onyx Indo nga ang panalo nung GOTF last year. Na-sweep nila ang Aurora Turkey. Joke lang daw. 9 yan. Sabi mo tan eh. Chat pala, chat. 2025. Magkano ba prize pool nito? $300 yata. $300,000 sa champion. $315,000 yung champion. Sa runner-up, $144,000. Kung maputol na naman win streak ng Pilipinas, sa Indo na tayo makakapit daw. TLPH ata 2025. Ginugel ko Onyx. Ang representative nung nakaraan is Aurora PH. Dalawa ba nung last time? Wait nga. Basta kasama Aurora nun eh. Pagkakatanda ko. Saan pa pwede manood ng live? Sa YT. Hanap kayo sa YT. Ano oras ng laban? 9 o'clock. 9 ang Onyx. Tapos ongoing pa ang DFIG versus E7. Onyx ID muna tayo. Dalawang Pinoy naman sa Onyx. Dalawang players, dalawang coach. Grabe guys. Parang PH na din yung Onyx Indo. Laglag na ba TS or may lower bracket pa? May lower pa. May lower pa. Pag natalo pa ang TS bukas, laglag na sila. Kung baga, dalawang talo, laglag na. Ganon. Di ba nag-lag? Isa lang pala yun sa Isa lang ba sa PH? Wait nga. May championship pa rin po ba dito? Meron po sa Sunday ang grand final. Champion Onyx nung last year, runner-up Aurora Turkey. Third place pala Aurora PH nun. Team Falcons PH kasama ba? Oh, man. Ano bang Team Falcons to? Falcons Mena. Falcons Mena pala yung kasama. So, Aurora PH lang kasama. Isa lang lagi sa PH. Ano daw? Panalo yung Falcon sa TSA. Kasi na forfeit sila. Baka busy pa sa EWC. Si Lutpi yung butas ng Onyx ID. Sana malalaglag ang 3S para may chance daw mag-champ ang Falcons or Onyx. Yung iba sinasabi, di naglaro para daw para daw hindi matalo ang TS. Why naman ganun? Naglalaro na ba yung DFYG? Nagda-draft na sila. Isasabay kaya yung Onyx sa SRG. Baka papatapusin muna to. Yung game 3. Sana hindi. Sana babalik sa dating galawan yung dalawang kampi ni Kyrie. Old trio but gold. Baka nahirapan din sa patch. Si Dan, tumatawa si Dan. Hi Adi! Anong match? Yung susunod, Onyx versus Pro Esports. Onyx Indo. Hintayin pa yata mataas game 3 nung ang kabila eh. Game na? Game ka na, Dan? Tas kung kailan game na yung Onyx tsaka magpapasundo si Commander. Anong oras ba talaga sinusundo yun? Ano yung usual time? 9, baka 9 mag-start Onyx eh. Maganda din laro nung kasabay ng Onyx eh. SRG versus Aurora Turkey. Panalo Onyx ID. Babalikan ko to pag matalo. Magwawala na lang si Kyrie. No? Bilang gumamit agad ng panyo eh. 7 or 8? Pag madaming order, 10 to 11. Ay, minsan 12. Grabe. Di pa tapos si Onyx. Ano pa lang, di pa nagsistart. Pero susunod na. Ang schedule ng Onyx kasi 8:50. 8:50 na. Di pa nag-start. Baka 9. Saan ba yun? Ay, wala pala dito. Ito, 8:50 p.m. Onyx Pro. Baka maya-maya. Baka maya-maya Onyx. Bigyan nyo ng chance. Nagdi-dinner pa yata yung mga caster. Onyx is up next. Sasayaw ulit si Kelra. Wala siyang ka-showdown. Sino ba makaka-showdown niya? Si Coily. Lalaro pa si Coily dito eh. Ang rumor, di ba sa Aurora daw si Coily? Coily, Cousin. Sila ang Pinoy sa pro esports eh. Sila pa ba lalaro o nakalipat na sila? OT tapos kinabukasan undertime. Wala rin yung OT. Dapat tinatapos nila yung oras talaga, no? Magiging halimaw si Kyrie mamaya. Dito babawi. Kailangan mag-champion. Sila yung defending champion eh. Start nyo na. Nainip. Start na. Aantayin pa yata yung kabila. 3 minutes pa lang yung laro ng kabila. Totoo ba ate? Si Lutpi buto sa ID? Hindi ko alam. Mahirap, mahirap yung ganun guys. Hindi tayo naninisi. Baka kat na i-load mo, hindi pa nagsistart. Di mag-time ka ng 5 minutes o kaya balik ka ng 9 para hindi maubos yung load mo. Code, wala pong code. Mga code hunters dyan, wala pong code. Onyx ID next na. Good evening, Ravi. How long will Onyx play? I don't know. I'm just waiting to start. Sana di ka ma-disappoint sa Onyx. Dapat yata nanood muna tayo dun sa kabila, no? Gusto niyo ba manood dun sa kabila? Lipat ko na lang pang nag-start ni Onyx. Feeling ko tatapusin talaga yung match sa kabila. Umabot na ng 11 minutes. Sabi ko kanina, di ba 3 minutes pa lang yung game nila. Play muna natin yung kabila. Abangan ko na lang pag pa-start na yung Onyx. So, ito DFYG and TT7. Wala pa ba yung Onyx? Lilipat ko pag nag-start na.
And honestly, they feel more in sync, which is very, very good for not only the region, but for them as a team. This is an all-Chinese team, no imports on their side. So again, very risky moves to be playing without the imports, but still, their showing here is looking very nice.
And hold on, Fidesz right use. Penguin dodges every one of those shots. I even saw a comment online asking why Ling hasn't been present for quite a while, and we're starting to see here where it's unfortunate, but the Ling is a bit slow in terms of farming as well as actually doing much in the early game, and there's basically no map presence. And now even gets gets locked down, and now enough damage. Zhao Shi kills Hide on Bush. Akash in the back trying to get Yi1. Yi1 is still godlike, flickers out of there. Now look! Perfect go away, locks Akashi down, and now Doom tries to get away, able to get Zed on the way back. Now it's just two members, just Shin and Doom, while Jump and Yaguai only lost Zed.
Oh wait, they didn't get the punish. Oh my goodness, and now they might turn this around, at least for Doom. He's strong enough.
Well, Zaman Force use able to get Fish God. Yuan gets away. Yep, a bird will still have a problem against a cat. Meow meow or something like that.
Yeah, meow meow. I feel like Meow guy kind of forgot what Aerith does. It's like, hey, he's got nothing to auto attack reset on. Oh no, the minions! It's one of those things you just tend to forget. But right now, at least you know that Doom is strong. Doom has scaled, and it's a 5v4. Zed trying to look for the play.
Well, Penguin tries to get somewhat actually able to get the Melissa. Reposition still okay. Unstoppable for Zhao Shi. Shin secures it on Yi1 and Hide on Bush. Gets the kill. Gets the Lord. Yangfeng Yaguai, how did you throw this away?
Oh, they get the cancel.
Well, Lung dies, so
No
wow.
way, dude. No way. No way.
Wow.
How did
Bro.
Oh, if there was a time for a replay, it'd be now. If there was time for a replay, it would be now, dude. That's so wild. Holy cow. So, The fight progresses, the feathered airstrike gets ripped, they manage to actually, you know, defend themselves against the biggest combo from Vanguin, and yet somehow it really just came down to Hydon Bush just one-shotting the backline after all the spells have been used. There's really no excuse for this. For the side of Yangfeng Yaoguai, they had a full feathered airstrike uncancelled the entire time, so they just needed to be in a better position.
Dude, definitely Yaguai cannot lose this one, because sure, you can say, oh, you know, he hit his power spike and everything, but they're literally in the base, right? They should have been able to pace themselves and then eventually end the game, but now Horde is marching down bot. Lung has to be careful. Vanguin is going to try to get onto him. He does have that Purify, but still, but now Shin getting that Fed Airstrike use just to clear the minions. For now, Devin Yaguai has a good defense.
They've been rattled. You can see that Fish God not
Tapos
even like
start
trying to
niya,
like hold
lipat
the
na
wave
ulit
here. He's
tayo, guys.
you know, dancing back and forth.
Tapos naman, nung nilipat ko, biglang nag-start yung Oni. Wait ng mga anting. Yan, o diba? Grabe naman yan.
And I'm gonna discuss that later. For now, let's take a look at
Bigla na lang nila ini-start.
with Cousin, Coil, P,
Yan, anik na.
and a massive Sa you're looking at now. Look at that guy. He's this is what your therapist warned you, will tell you, that it can't hurt you. But yeah, a massive Sa, big Sa.
Code, wala pong code dito.
Yeah, Big Sa isn't real. It can't hurt you. Big Sa is real. And of course, Pro Esports was one of the surprises of the tournament as well. Especially the duo of Coily and Kozin. Two absolute killers as well for the Cambodian champions. Of course, when you think about Coily, you think about the assassins, whether it's the Fanny, it's the Ling, although she's sort of dipped out. Could even put the Hirara up there, but the Ling and Fanny were his signatures that made him stand out. Meanwhile, Kozin has a Harith you really gotta respect.
Ibalay na ba, ano,
If they don't get
coach,
their go play
mag-i-start
style
daw si Balay
from
ngayon
the
eh.
very beginning, then we don't get to really see them thrive in any other condition.
Actually happens. And now that I
Next
see
year
here,
yung
I think
code.
there's a little bit of a pattern here. It's
Wala namang in-announce na may code ngayon eh. Ba't kayo hingi-hingi ng code?
Their connections, which is interesting. And they're both in the same roles as well. So there's a lot of like parallelism in the two teams.
Nasaan eh, kada laro ay meron.
Coily and Kozin, or Pro Esports in general, if they are not able to find a lineup or a play style or a state of play where they can continuously go up against their opponents, like always force team fights, they don't look like they are dominant. The reason why they lost against Young Galacticos was that they were really just nerfed. They were just held down by Young Galacticos. But whenever they play up against teams where
1080 ko
they
na.
are so aggressive, they look really good. And another thing to add to that is the draft also plays a major role in how Pro Esports would look like. If they drafted badly, it feels like they just can't activate Kozin, they just can't activate Sorian, Felix. But whenever they do find a good draft on their side, that's how you know that the mastery is there for the team, and you can see that they're comfortable playing that kind of composition. But otherwise, they need to A, have a good start, and B, look for a good draft.
Maybe they can also ask for some evolution from them, considering that we did get to see them thrive with early game compositions. They are up against Onyx, and Onyx are a team that if you really try to dance with them, only a few select teams can really sweep the rug from beneath under their feet.
Tagal nung
If
next
trying
game.
to play them in an early game style matchup. I mean, Team Spirit was able to do it. A bunch of other teams were able to do it in MSC as well. But if ever Pro Esports can
Check-ping na
show
sila
that
eh.
they can evolve and they can play a steadier game, and this isn't just all gonna be snowball, then that shows some growth for the Cambodian squad that of course took a lot of people by surprise during the MSC tournament that we saw just a few days back. Well, it's not even a week back, it's a few days back. So in just a bit we're gonna be seeing Pro and Onyx in a little bit. But if you want a little bit more information about digital games and games of the future, then let's watch this.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Games of the Future.
Nag-commercial pa. Tagal ng laban sa kabila. 21 minutes na. ML po, yes po. Ang tagal, grabe.
All right, it's not just about what happens within the game itself and online. Of course, we can take this in real life. Physical sports, esports. The last time we saw this happen, we saw Falcons and Onyx in the laser tag match. Who would have thought? And Falcons won it.
Yeah. Back then, they were in a different organization, at least, almost similar names. But now we will be seeing them for sure in this tournament, and it could be a rematch from then on. Honestly, Onyx, the team that we will be watching pretty soon, has back-to-back finals appearances for Games of the Future ever since it started, right? So that amounts to something for sure. You know what I'm curious about is there was a recent announcement with the Onyx squad.
Oh,
I don't know if you.
all
see
right.
that. So I don't know if that guy, the big brains of the MLBB world, I don't know if he will appear. Probably not, but it will be nice to see him sometime soon.
Yes. I believe you're referring to, if we have Coach CW, Coach BW. Wait, why would there be a W in there? Coach B. Maybe?
Coach B.
Yeah.
Baloy.
Yeah.
Sinabi naman na yun eh.
Coach
Nasa
B.
post ng Onyx.
I wonder. I don't. Actually, I don't know if I can't seem to recall if that role is actually announced for.
Uy, panalo na yung DFYG. Wala, na-share ko lang guys.
Announcement that Baloyski is now part of the Onyx.
Diba, sinakto talaga sa tapos ng kabila.
Fan for sure, but when it comes to him with Kyrie, him with Coach Yeb, him with the Onyx organization in general, it's more of a homecoming, in fact.
Yeah. And it's great. We've always thought about, I wonder what how Baloy will be like in that position. But of course, we don't know, because at the last time we saw the Onyx squad, it was Coach Yeb and Coach CW with the rest of the team in Paris. How fast they were able to fly on over, if ever it is official, and they wanted to start it off right away, right after his wedding. If Coach B is also right there over in outside of Kazakhstan in Astana, but Yeah, all assumptions here, of course. It's exciting times for the Onyx squad. I know they had big goals, especially for MSC. Kelro was not shy about talking about how he really didn't want to be in the third place match again. That's why he was just balling out in the third place match against Falcons, sweeping them. While on the other side of this discussion, Aurora. A lot of people expected that they'd make it into the finals actually, or maybe even a deeper run, but
Ang
not going out of the
tagal,
first round
ang
of knockouts the way they did.
I mean, I think it's by association to the fact that they were able to get a win and even put Team Liquid, a top team that everybody expects, into the lower bracket, and them defeating Onyx Indonesia afterwards, right? So there's a lot of evidences that could point to Aurora Gaming being the one favored in that tournament specifically. But also you have to think about this tournament that it's open for everyone, like, and also I think that we're just sad because our good friend Midnight, yeah, it was extra difficult for me to watch because of that factor. I think I was rooting for him way too much, but I'm proud of rooting too much actually.
On the Filipino broadcast, yeah, you were.
Unfortunate Filipino broadcast, but here right at home for sure.
I see. Well, Coach Midnight, well, he's working, so he won't be able to see this. But if ever he does see this eventually, you still owe me 5 bands. As I did put up a sign.
Oh yeah.
Put up a sign.
Oh yeah.
With Midnight, right from Midnight, it's easy. It's like you guys can message Midnight at Coach Midnight at this moment and his official pages, and he'll give you diamonds, skins, if ever. More than happy to do that. Coach Midnight.
Yes, sir.
One of the proudest children of Turkey.
Yeah. Kırmızı Beyaz is, I hope did not butcher that. Yeah. But kidding aside, going back to this matchup, it's Onyx going up against Pro Esports. One thing that I'm excited about is the awakening of this squad, because I felt like during the third place match, it seems like activated for Onyx. Something that they would have been happy to have activated during their match up against Team Spirit. But we find out that Team Spirit eventually were the champions and were the masters of the meta game anyways. But on the same day, just right before that, it felt like Onyx Indonesia has somehow understood the metagame now, that they have to force Kelra in
Ngayon
positions
lang
where he's
ikaw
a strong
nag-live.
lane now. He
Kanina
cannot be
pa po
like,
ako.
an even
3 hours na ako
game in the
naka-live.
gold lane where Kelra will just wait for the farm and then he hits like a truck at the end. He has to start way sooner, which he showed that he can. Playing the Paquito, obviously he can play the Brody, and I think like the Melissa is also a hero that Kelra likes to play a lot. So in just looking at those kinds of those parts of the competition, I think this is an exciting game to watch, actually, a series to watch.
For sure, especially as we know how Pro likes to play. Pretty sure they also had some time to understand the meta a little bit more. They got some iconic wins with it back in MSC just a few days back. Looking back at it, they were the ones that took down Selangor Red Giants to the lower bracket, who, by the way, faced off against Aurora Gaming, the team that we were discussing earlier.
Naka-start ng Cuba. Ngayon pa lang
The
Onyx
other broadcast, so don't
and
forget
Pro.
there are 2 broadcasts for each day.
May live hanapin sa
of
YT.
games of the future, especially here in the group stages. They were then able to go down to the lower bracket after getting taken down by Yangon Galacticos. They beat Entity 7 convincingly 2-0. And then come the selection. Of course, Yangon Galacticos picked Pro, and Pro just looked like they were outclassed by Yangon. So I'm pretty sure that there were a lot of learnings there, especially with how they got taken down by Yangon and what they need to work on, especially in their timings of the trading, because that's something that Yangon
start na.
and now their opponents today, Onyx, do very well. It's the draft for game number 1.
O yan, start na.
Zushin up against Onyx.
Alam, Pinoy agad yan dalawa.
Prioritized
Pag Pinoy, no, nakakita ng camera.
The Indonesian teams actually like to play this a lot, but most specifically for Suns, And the rest of Onyx, they're just really strong when it comes to piloting this Jushin because of the mid lane prio, then eventually them just controlling the river with that mid duo, with whatever roamer that they paired up with. So definitely not a surprising ban here coming out from Esports. But for Onyx, they banned both the Fanny as well as the Freya. And the reason why that is because Coily is also a good Fanny player. I'm not sure, this is the time where we can say that you ban the Fanny not because you're scared of the player. You respect the player for sure, but also because at this point in the meta game, if you're given a hero that is so difficult to deal with and the pilot of that hero is also really good, it just makes sense to just ban it out even when you can use it yourself.
Oh, for sure. Don't want to risk it, right? Even though you know you have the tools, Kiboy has shown that he can play Badang really well. He has shown that, of course, we know it's Kiboy with his. I was supposed to say it's Kiboy, but I don't know why it came out sassier. But yeah, Kiboy and his show and Badang. And I mean, it's a good sense as well for Onyx, considering that the first ban of Pro Esports is the Atlas. Would have made a lot of sense that they'd set things up right away for a Fanny. But with the Marcel open, quick pickup on the Marcel for Pro. Let's see how Onyx will recover. They do get the Hirara. Kyrie was an absolute menace with this hero in the third place match against Falcons, completely tearing through Falcons, and Luthi gets his Barretts.
Okay, they are at the bats. Good combination right here. I wonder what Coily will answer with this. With no Fanny, no Harley, gonna be left with Nolan. I cannot think of another good hero to actually match the Hirara at this point, apart from the Nolan, because it has been proven that the Suyo is not enough, and up against both Barretts as well as the Hirara, that combination alone is a threat to traditional assassins like your Nolans, your Hayabusas, and the Lancelot. So I wonder if there is something different. They will still go for the Suyo.
Hirap naman ito, dalawa pinapanood sa kabila. Aurora SRG. Kaya nga
combination actually. The trio mid for Pro Esports.
Sabay pa, no? Onyx Pro tsaka sa kabila SRG Aurora.
Renmar, this trio from Pro Esports is not built against the trio mid of Onyx. Well, not a trio mid, but yeah.
Walang code. Wala pong code.
Even if Pro Esports
hunters.
to
pwede na kayo matulog.
ban out the Esmeralda. Of course, they'd love for the Esmeralda to end up with them, but excuse me. Even if Pro Esports ends up with the Esmeralda, is what I wanted to say. With all the shields getting distributed by the Matilda, then it's still gonna be way too fast. Unless Onyx completely dropped the ball in execution, and you get players such as PP getting to fire off and dropping the Marcel ult really well. Still, it's like a big
this is Kiboy,
right? Meanwhile, Onyx, they have the more absolute outcome, which is that Matilda, the Barretts, even though that's not going to be a Barretts in the jungle, there's a good chance it still goes to the XP. You're just going to be way too fast with it.
Yeah. Okay,
matutulog lang ako pag kasama ka. Naku, di ka makakatulog talaga.
Pro Esports, good plan. But I think they eventually can consider the Rafaela. I know that Rafaela plus the Matilda is such an overkill, but eventually the Rafaela will become a damage dealer. And the Rafaela has good synergy with Barretts as well as the Hirara overall, so still have to really respect that. There is going to be the Eudora. So, Onyx right now can look to their gold lane option or their mid lane option. Actually, a Gord will not be bad for Onyx, as it has the good matchup against the Valentina, up against the Marcel. There is a way because of the stunts that you can get your overall long range. And so you hates playing up against big burst long range mages. So maybe a Gord could be a consideration. However, the safest, I guess, is perhaps a Farsa actually for Suns. We'll see.
Keep it simple with the burst and rotations. Essentially, have what is she? A crow
Vexana.
and an eagle flying around. But this turned out really well for Onyx with the Vexana pickup. Of course, one of the sleeper hits of the metagame.
Yep.
With all the dive, close mid-range, you are gonna give up the ultimate to the Valentina, but
Gabi pindutan ni Kyrie,
You have
parang
a
di
lot of
mapakaliw
shields.
Yeah.
Ganun daw
As long
pag
as
pro.
you keep yourself hidden from your
Ganun ba
opponents,
talaga
you're
pag
gonna be
pro?
fine. It's not like Sorian Felix will go out of his way and just really look for you and dive you in there. If you're careful, then you will not be copied. Pro Esports, again, the gold lane
Si Baloy.
is just gonna be a
Si
cloud.
Coach yung pala.
Alice.
Si Baloy. Ano si Baloy?
Pro
Hindi siya yung
Esports lineup
ano,
is
coach.
it looks weak, but it does have a lot of ways to go about Onyx. But then again, it's like very conditional here for Pro Esports. Now, Onyx can just look for a stable hero for Mr. Maybe for Carla, maybe a Clit or a Brody actually. A Brody with a Matilda. Man, that's scary. They still they go
Ganun ka din, di mapakali
even
sa
better.
screen.
They go for the Paquito, which if you look at the lineup of Pro Esports, there's nothing that can actually threaten this Paquito in the early to the mid stages of the game.
Yeah, you can annoy it a little bit, temper its tempo for just a little bit, but in the end, it is inevitable in the early to mid. Onyx seems to have just decided to draft hard into the run and gun, high tempo, fast damage, just pretty disgusting. If they get their way with this,
Yeah.
Pro Esports are gonna find themselves
Game
heading into
1.
game number
Onyx
2 in
Pro.
less than 11 minutes.
Next season pa
That's
si
the best way
Baloy.
to describe it,
Sabi
actually.
kasi sa post, ano
Pretty disgusting.
start daw niya sa
Pretty
ano,
disgusting.
GOTF.
Scary, I would say, here for Pro Esports. I wonder
3-0 na yan.
if they have prepared with this kind of
Best of 3
composition.
lang.
I really
Sumobra.
dislike Valentina plus the Valentina in combination
Yan,
with
game na.
the Marcel. Because whenever I see Marcel, I want to look for bursts to go with it. There was a time where Valentina was a burst mage, but now it's not as much. And also, you kind of deter your Valentina in many ways. Unless the Valentina can copy a big ultimate that is long range, I don't see any good synergy between these two heroes. And then with the Matilda plus the sustainability of both the Paquita as well as the Barretts, there's just no good target for the Valentina to be able to burst with. So, yeah, I'm legitimately scared here for Pro Esports.
Yeah, it seems like it might be a good question of who do you think is going to get most kills in the side of Onyx, Kelra, Kyrie, or Sans if their lineup gets away with it. Now, if they don't get away with it and Pro Esports finds a way to make sure that Onyx doesn't get that potential snowball going, then maybe Onyx are going to start to realize, like, wait, do they actually have enough damage to deal with this Alice just hovering over around them, and with this Marcel too, that Kozen will just have the space. So we're not completely discounting the possibility here that Pro Esports might be able to win this game. It's just, with the current trends of early to mid faring so much better, Onyx might be able to lead through this. Kyrie gets stunned up, he gets found out. Goily with a red tree, and he's still gonna be able to get away. Kyrie using the guiding wind of Kiboy. Just a hit or two, but they could not finish him off.
All things considered, Pro Esports, I think I'd give them that. And the only thing that really is bad is that there is no retribution for Coily for 15 seconds. Onyx might have enough of a leeway to actually burst this turtle, but Pro Esports in response, they're going to be pressuring the turtle so that they're positioning themselves so that they can poke Kyrie before the red's up. And now it's up. Actually, but look at that. The Daytona's welcome catching two, and now the Vexana ultimate to go with it as well, but the Throne of Ruin stops Kyrie from taking that win. They will eventually look at that. Is the Eternal Guard being taken? But the two-man Eternal Guard in combination with the turtle is enough. They will take that turtle for themselves. A copied ultimate from Sorian Felix at the copied Daytona's welcome will take out Lutpi. And Pro Esports comes up on top, but my god, did Sans make so much work in that game, in that clash.
Somehow they were just able to get a crowd control and burst right off on time against Coily, and we're able to take it.
Positive trade actually for Onyx. Think about it. The Golden Hour committed onto this. What the dodge? What? Oh, Keyboy!
What?
What?
That was way too fast. He just used the second. I think the moment he got out, he used Circling Eagle and then canceled. I don't know if he also used the second, but yeah, the moment he got out of the Golden Hour, it was just a quick Circling Eagle so that he wouldn't get hit by the Coily Blade Surge that was set up really well. And in the bottom lane, Kelra finds a kill out the BP. He gets the Marcel. Make that two. He finds the Claude also. Here comes Sa going in, but he finds Kelra with the punish, with the double dash. Onyx, though, are going to be poised, taking this turtle number 2 for themselves.
I'm still lost. I'm still amazed by what Keyboy was able to achieve with that. And his flicker was on cooldown during that moment, so
Yeah, didn't.
I do not understand Mobile Legends apparently. Oh, what a combo! Big burst! They didn't even let Sa react to that. That was a big Eternal Guard into the direction of the dodge coming out from Kyrie. He's healthy. Coily's not. Here comes the Circling Eagle. They do have the Golden Hour to say this. Not even gonna matter. Coily is safe for now, but the purple buff compromised. Kyrie wants to take this for himself. He will successfully do so.
And this is what we're talking about with the lineup of Onyx. Scary as it could be if it gets the ball rolling. Pro Esports feeling it. Odeta's welcome. He surged right into it. They get to take Coily down really low, but it looks like they're not going to be able to finish him off just yet. Kyrie couldn't take him down. Lutfi gets away with a guiding wind. Skiboy also burned the flicker alongside Lutfi so that they wouldn't take any losses. A small win for Pro, considering a loss could have been them losing at least 2 members.
Conceal play right now. They want to punish Kelro or at least get Coily one jungle creep. The Rock Horse is important. Every single thing is important now for Pro Esports. Onyx all of a sudden takes control of the game with 3,000 gold as their advantage over Pro Esports. Just get out of there. Kelro wants this so badly, actually forcing Coily to go in. And look at that, the Throne of Ruin committed. The Eternal Guardian though knocks up 3. The Golden Hour to kind of stop this from happening, but Kyrie is already there to collect some kills. Gets 2. Now sorry, I'm Felix in the middle of it all. They want to fight this. Look at this. They will connect with the stunts, with the crowd control, and Kyrie gets the triple because of that.
This Hirara looks like it has an insane amount of dashes because it can also use the guiding wind, and you mentioned it, Sans. The Eternal Guardian was perfect. It delayed Pro Esports tempo in that fight. They initiated. They thought that they could bait Kelra into a trap with Sorry and Felix waiting in the wings with a Throne of Ruin. But it turns out the trap, when sprung, was a trap for Pro Esports themselves. Now they look to get a win in the bottom lane by maybe getting a cack on Kelra, but then with the info in mid, they realize that they have to back off. Turtle number 3 will go to Onyx. All major objectives so far in this game for them, while Pro Esports have definitely walked into Onyx time, specifically their timers in this game.
I told you, man. Something in Onyx snapped, and it feels like they have understood the meta game after their loss against Team Spirit and their eventual win in the 3rd place match against Team Falcons. They have understood that you really have to be aggressive. Kelra plays differently now. See how he is chasing the Marcel out of nowhere. It actually prompts some reactions for Pro Esports, but now a clash, it seems like.
But he's still way too tanky. This could be really bad for Pro Esports. They haven't used any major ultimates just yet. Onyx. They are trying to bait Pro Esports, but they do not want to bite it. They are just waiting. Because they know if they take a fight at the wrong time, then all of the damage and all the sustainability that Onyx has will just give them a massive L. So now they are doing what they should have done maybe 3-4 minutes ago. Slow things down for Kozen to get farm. He's only level 9 against Kelra's level 11 Paquito gold lane. Another purple buff will fall in the hands of Onyx. Pro Esports, they are just scrambling to try and defend. They get a stun onto Kyrie. Iframe, it's all Onyx.
Oh. Even the purple buffs now, and they have already forced that IMU Eternal Guardian. Now Ludwig catches someone again.
Oh!
Sneaky Parrots, man. Now PPP wants to go for the exchange, but the turret has been taken out again. Suns with the knock up of the golden. Now we're onto the backlines, catching multiple members of Onyx, but in comes the exchange. Gilra! Oh! The punches gets two! Taking out both Sass well as Coily. And now Kyrie, very aggressive with the help of the Eternal Guardian, attacking some of the turret damage. Holy Shields pop, and Onyx will be happy to collect 3 important kills up top.
Whoa, massive win there for Onyx. Sneaky Barretts. Sometimes it doesn't need to be long range. You can just do it right in front of you. A quick little chop. And Sorian Felix, his Throne of Ruin gets sidestep PP. Trying to get to the back and get a little bit more info, but the members of Onyx, their formation is too short for Pro to take a fight. They concede the Lord. It's an 8k gold lead. Onyx time at double time.
Oh. It's led by Kelra being very, very aggressive on this Paquito. I'm gonna tell you, he's not playing like this when he was playing Fighter Golden. And no need for a sneaky bias, just straight up Daytona's welcome point blank against that Marcel. Now they're chasing Coily. They do have the damage from Kyrie. Coily retaliates a little bit. In comes Kyrie once again. Kelra diving in. And they're just forcing some reactions from Pro Esports for now. Holy Shields popped in the middle as the Lord marches up top.
It's already been popped topside. They got to charge off. Onyx still here, relentless. Don't want to let go of the siege. Sorry, I'm Felix left to deal with a minion wave at the bottom, but Coily gets taken out by Kyrie, who made that look easy. Just dashed right into the base. And Pro Esports, they don't have enough damage. With all the sustainability, another death and is welcome. Point blank on the Sorian Felix. Throne of Ruin, but a golden hour. Quite off time. Didn't really synergize with it. Double kill for Sans of this Vexana. 14-4. And I said it, they could go down in less than 11 minutes. Onyx wins it in 10:56.
Bilis to na.
Right on the mark there, and Mario. I
2-0
feel like we
Onyx
have
daw.
this confidence in the lineup of Onyx because of the draft. When we said that there's a lot of
Walang replay yung Falcons, Team Spirit kasi hindi sila naglaro.
also coming into the fray, there's just so much that looks so
May conflict sa Team Spirit kaya
Pro Esports. I'm sure that they have to look back at the draft and remember that
hindi sila naglaro.
the game really starts with it. The picture of the game already starts with how good you're drafting, and unfortunately for them, their problems in the draft
Bilis no, 11 minutes
was
lang
just
yun.
so obvious and apparent. We saw that before the game started, and when the game did start, we saw how easy it was for Onyx Esports to disintegrate their composition.
11 minutes plus
That's
lag.
why we just had that feeling of how disgusting, how nasty the composition that Onyx was able to walk away with was. Everything just turned out perfectly for them. Lutpi yet again showing how great he is with this Barretts. And even though the first blood there fell onto Kyrie and Pro Esports were able to take down the Hirara, just a slight moment of brilliance again by Sans. Secure more crowd control, more kills, and even get the turtle for the team. By Pro Esports winning it early, Onyx stuck to their game plan and made Pro Esports feel it team fight after team fight.
There's only one team
Tapos
fight
na ba
that's,
SRG?
okay for Pro
Hindi
Esports,
pa.
but even then they have to
Pa-start
really
pa lang
scrap,
SRG.
really get a
Sa
lot of
kabilang
scraps just
stream
for
sila.
them to be able to get
Matagal pa yung pag-antay,
some
no?
trades up
Kaya nga.
against Onyx, but Onyx, they make
Parang
it look
dalawang
beautiful
match
this
yung
time.
waiting
Sans
time.
as well as Keyboy. looking wonderful in this matchup. Look at this. The Eternal Guardian is making so much work. And when they chase, look at Kelra. How efficient that was. So on target with this Paquito. Then Kyrie will surprise you with this one as he dove in instead. He looked like he will just back down, but then he thought like, oh, I have another iframe moment, so I can eventually take you out afterwards. And with the
Baka di pa nga nagsisimula yung SRG tsaka o ano, Aurora.
against this Hirara.
And they did just that. They really melted under it. Again, at some point, Pro Esports, you could understand why they were aggressive as they were and why they were taking the early fights early, because even then, if let's say they were able to get some wins in the first two turtles and they won in terms of the hero trade, then that's great. It means that they're empowering their lineup to go a little bit faster. It means they're delaying what Onyx could do. But it wasn't really a matter of being able to stop
Feeling
it.
ko
They could just
mapapanood
only
natin
delay it. When you're
SRG
playing around
Aurora.
Mathilda as your own,
Kung
that
ma-sweep ng
doesn't
Onyx ko.
die, and you have a Barrett,
Parang
you
masaya
can
yan.
only delay it, not
Kasali ba
completely
PH?
stop it.
Team
Yourselves
Falcons
aren't playing
PH,
into a lot of
kasali
range. You're
po.
playing into a lot of melee as well. I'm talking about the lineup of Pro Esports, close to mid-range, up against a composition that has one long-range option in the Vexana, and then a great close to mid-range option in the Paquito and the Hirara. And add to that, shields for the team. Sustainability for the team. If you just look at it in the +1 +1 +2 +3, simple math of it all, the Onyx lineup is better.
Yes, yes. Face value, as we would say. I agree with you. Just the opening is already pretty good. The Pro Esports were tempted to go for the Marcel, as anyone would, honestly. But then again, the answer for both the Hirara as well as the Barretts, it's like trading two very good heroes for one good hero, right? Although Marcel, in specific scenarios, can be very good. But that's the thing, though. Never mind the fact that they gave away 2 meta picks to Onyx Esports in the guise of Hirara as well as the Barretts. When they picked up the Marcel, they should have thought of good combinations with it so that then their first pick Marcel would be now a really solid pick. Maybe a Eudora to go with it so that they can set up. Maybe even a Kimi with a different
Ang tagal naman, no?
different
Sa YT,
jungler that they
hanapin
could
niyo
pick
yung
up.
live stream
Something
sa
along those
YT.
lines. But they pick up very natural heroes.
Di mo yung
So
cameraman.
it felt like they didn't have a good idea of the line of the composition that they wanted to have when they gave away both the Barretts as well as the Hirara.
Yeah, I definitely can double down on that idea as well. So let's see if Pro Esports are going to be able to bounce back from that in game number 2 as Onyx leads the series 1-0. We'll be back after the break.
Commercial break. Di ba pala ako nagpipin? Game 1, Onyx. Yung mga plays ni Kelra. Baka automatic lang yun. Hayaan na natin sila. Walang code, guys, mga code hunters. Wala kayong makukuha dito. Ako yung gold. Hindi kasali ang YG sa GOTF. Para saan yung laro? Ibang tournament to, guys. May premyo din to. Ang champion ay makakakuha ng $315,000. Sa runner-up, $144,000. Nakalimutan ko yung sa third place. Lahat ng singaw ko. Saan ko pinapanood? Sa YT. Hanapin nyo na lang yung live stream. Kasali ba Onyx Philippines? Hindi po. Ang PH lang nakasali, Team Falcons. Ay. $10K yung alin.
Game number 3 against Onyx, who doubled down on Mathilda, Barrett, Paquito, Hirara. Heroes that love to start off from the early game. Of course, paired up really well by their Vexana in the mid for Sans, who had a terrific game. Welcome back to the broadcast. Group D matches for the second half of the day is what we're covering. And if you're asking who we are, I'm Renmar, and I'm here with Wolf.
we are witnessing a lot of good, I would say, intermediate understanding of the metagame that we have. And I'm saying that because it feels like back in the MSC, it's like almost new, right? We are still a cool kid. So after a month of ever since the newest patch, now we are seeing how teams have developed. And I'm saying this only because there is one kind of playstyle.
Di pa din nag-start yung SRG Aurora.
See that specifically in the second series. Maybe some semblance in the first series, but right now Onyx
Alam kasi laban ng DFYG versus E7.
How Team Spirit and Young Galacticos made it happen in the championship. It's all about the early game snowball, and on top of it all, two heroes are vital. It's the Hirara and the Barretts.
Walang Onyx PH na kasali. Wala po. Yung premyo 10K.
In this game number 1, Onyx,
parang barangay tournament.
what MLBB is. Get more damage, get more
Dito na kami sa manonood. Ay, salamat po.
For majority of the time we've been playing MLBB, we've understood it up until, us Filipinos had to show up with objective and macro.
Game 2.
Now, we find a balance wherein, it's snowball, run and gun, get wins early on, but you do so with clear objectives in mind. Yeah. Whether it's because you're doing this so you can cut away,
sana makalaban ng Onyx ID Spirit.
Win an objective. You've balanced the micro brawly style with a lot of macro, and this is what you get.
Na siguro.
The game we find ourselves in as we find ourselves in the draft for game number 2.
Yeah, it's going to be the Marcel as gonna be the just they're so sold into this school of Marcel that they themselves ban it out. But of course, that's understandable. Keyboy plays it well. However, this time Hirara banned from Onyx. I think that's a good way to approach this draft, where with the Marcel being banned, the Hirara will definitely be the first pick. So I think the Pro Esports, they're gonna be better off denying the Barretts. I think they should take the Barretts. No, they deny a different hero, which is the Jushin. And what's stopping Onyx from picking up the Barretts once again?
Yeah, nothing. Honestly, they could just go ahead and pick it up. Or if they decide to just tell Pro Esports, like, okay, with the Uranus, or undefeated, completely spotless record on the Uranus.
Yeah, Paquito Barretts might actually be there, but or Paquito Uranus. And the reason why I say, it's Belleric. But it's like,
hey, hold up.
Belleric is like Uranus in the Rome role.
Yeah.
With a little bit of a stun. Think about it. Yeah, because...
Yeah, I mean...
Alright, if I'm not mistaken, because I have not played Belleric, all of its spells are also like self-targeted, right?
Just the second skill, the one that he can get the enhanced basic attack that gives him a heal. Self-targeted, it means, it comes out of him.
Yeah.
If that's what you're pointing out.
Yes.
First skill comes out of him. Third skill, Wrath of Dryad, comes out from around him. Yes.
Ay, nakamit
so
pala
it's
ako.
like Uranus, actually.
Sa ano to, sa Kazakhstan to yung location.
Is like your second skill, which is a dash also. It's like...
Yeah.
Wala kang
Anyway,
food down, Sherwin.
What I'm trying to say here is that
Nasundo mo na ba
Uranus
si
would have been a
Commander?
really good pick, like you mentioned. But now, you don't necessarily want to pick up the Barretts here for Onyx, because I think it's just overkill at this point. But you can hide the... you can just flex this Paquito up until the end. So I think that you want to pick your Sun Zero here, actually. They can go...
Is Esme open? Can't they go Esme?
But that also means that you kind of reveal that this is a jungle Paquito, right? Oh my
Hindi
goodness,
pa.
I still pick the Barretts.
Mukhang matatapos mo na yung match na to bago magpasundo.
Wow.
Of course.
Think about it. That's a lot of flex. Like, if Pro Esports want to overthink
kayo
it,
jungle
Kendra can
mo?
go, Paquito can go XP
Onyx.
Gold or Jungle. Belleric can go Roam or XP. Barretts can go XP or Jungle. You can't completely turn off the idea of flexes.
Yep. You're right, but it's like... Let's take a look at the composition of Onyx, the first 3 picks of Onyx, and this sort of proves what we said about them. They're just exposing what the best heroes will be at the meta. It's like Onyx Indonesia continued watching Womi's tier lists of heroes to pick. Get the S plus heroes out there and pick it up for themselves. That's exactly what I'm seeing here. 3 S plus heroes that Onyx were able to get.
Man, that's... Oh...
Wala mag-message sa Whitey Mote. Walang nag-chat nga dun eh. Mananonood lang. Ayaw nila mag-subscribe. Siya kasi nakasubs
They ban out the carry Melissa. Do you think this is a little bit telling that the Paquito might most likely be going into the gold lane now for Kendra? Or are they using it to just bait reactions?
Shoutout daw sa
I think it's for baiting
sa
reactions.
friend ni Ruben na tomboy. Pero Princess daw yung name. Shout out sa'yo.
Although CW of course is the coach here, but Yep is there. So yeah, this definitely is an influence from Yep. So that
May
means
kilala
that
kami
they will
Queen
force
pa
pick
nga
the
yan.
Sun Zero. Right? So that they can keep the flexibility
Mag-Harley
out
daw
there
si
for
Kai.
the 4 heroes that they have. So what will be that hero?
Pwedeng Paquito
Man,
Gold,
if they pick up the
Barretts,
Rafael, I'm gonna
XP,
lose my mind.
from
But I think the
Belleric,
safest
no?
hero
Tapos
is,
yung Harley. Kung
again,
ano,
of
kung
Astana,
gusto mo. Ay, hindi, ban pala si Harley. Hindi pala
or
siya
Eve.
makakapag-Harley.
But if they pick the... Okay, there we go for the Valentina. Against
Onyx
Zushin,
2 na yan.
Yeah. You got the Crimson Beacon, lots of dashes, the Terrify. I'm thinking if maybe that they're
So,
looking
ano?
for a combo with the Valentina at the center. I mean, I don't think they're gonna go run it back with the
Pakito.
Khalid Valen in the middle.
Jungle ba? Di ba
So
madalas yan?
this might
Pakito
also just be,
jungle.
besides it being an answer for the Juicin, maybe they're seeing that there's
Hindi.
great options for pro esports in the roam.
Bakit walang
that could
comment
potentially
section?
have a
Meron
great
naman.
ultimate that sounds
Nakakapag-comment
stealing. That's what
naman
they're
iba.
blocking.
May
Maybe something
comment
like
din ako dyan.
you know what?
Baka hindi
just
channel
can't
yung account
think of
mo.
one.
Okay. Pro Esports have good answers.
Watch ka, Rorate.
You know what?
Pagka
All things
umabot,
considered, I like the lineup
lipat
of Pro
tayo
Esports.
kay,
The Pro Teams
kay
are good
SRG
here because
versus
you don't know what
Aura.
exactly you're going to be facing with.
Kung
So just choose
ano,
a hero that wins almost all of the
umabotan
big matchups,
natin.
especially when the Melissa is already banned by your opponents. And then you have the Minotaur, which
Ah.
completes the dual tanky heroes that you have. Dual contact
pwede wag ka
heroes for
magsalita.
Pro
Ay,
Esports.
bawal po.
This is,
Kailangan namin magsalita
with all
eh.
due fairness, a good adjustment coming up.
Pag nag-start yung game, nag-off mic naman.
Guinevere in the roam. How do you feel about this?
Pwede mo kayo maghanap ng
Is it in
ibang
the
stream yung walang extra voice.
Because it
Madami
could
naman
be
dyan.
Jungle Gwyn.
Restreamer kasi kami, kailangan namin magsalita.
And then Gold Pakito.
Walang
Alright.
nanonood?
I
Meron
gotta
naman.
say, the first 4 picks of Onyx, really good.
May
The last
nanonood.
pick,
Imposibleng wala.
I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying that it's beyond my understanding. This is more of a
Huh?
an Onyx thing, right? Carl TZ, when he went back in the
Walang live
Philippines, he
MPM,
went
di ko alam
live,
eh.
and he practically lost his brain on how there is no late game insurance for the teams, but yet they keep on winning. And this will definitely grind Carl
Yan,
TZ's
yun na yan.
gears if he sees this composition.
Nilipat din yun.
No marksman, no late game, purely early to the mid. It's really strong though.
Mas
in
okay
that
pag
stage of the
magsalita
game.
ate. Tagalog.
And my
Yung
God, do
caster
they have
English.
stunts.
What is early game? What even is MLBB today? Just composition of Onyx and you'll see it. Aggressive trading to start things off in the middle. Kibo and Sands. This Belleric and this Valentina together against the Minotaur and Juicin. I'm sort of feeling though like that Valentina also came out somewhat blind, but they knew most likely. I have the strong feeling that they knew that the Minotaur was just coming out. It would have answered their lineup really well. Now theoretically, just looking at it, looking at the best heroes in the room, now you can get yourself a good old nice Minoan Fury. You can just pop off at any time that you want, countering the dive and the engagements a pro wants to do, creating a little bit more space. Maybe this Guinevere, with all the crowd control now that they have for the roam mid trio, maybe it's really just like all utility. Like it's just a knockup machine. It's a keep myself alive so I can get objectives machine. And then it's really just all for Kelra and Lupi. This is a lineup maybe for the side laners to thrive.
I think the misconception about Guinevere is that it doesn't have the damage, but in the early stages and on the right targets, actually, if you knock up the right person and you have the right people around you, right heroes around you, you can actually easily take out targets, even when they're tanky enough. As long as you target someone that does not have MR and chose to go for the armor, even when it's like a roamer or if it's an XP lane, you can actually take it out. And of course, traditional assassins and mages are food for you. So do not be deceived. This lineup coming out from Onyx has a lot of damage, but more so in the early stages.
Oof. Oh my. That got paused in the middle of the fight as the ultimate of
Wala,
the
nag-pause.
Valentina cosplaying as a Minotaur went off.
Pinos ni Ate Kling.
Team fight and it looks like Onyx was going to win that one too. Because heading into this circle, you see that members of Pro Esports
Pinos ka,
decided
may
to go down to the
nagreklamo
bottom
kasi
lane
ingay
to
ko dun.
gank that Barrett. But that's a Barrett. You're fine. So you're seeing a little bit there of the brilliance of the matchup and the composition that was picked up there by Onyx. And then with that
Wala pa.
happening, you now go back into the turtle pit where you see the members of Onyx realize, oh wait, yeah, it's easy for us to just go ahead and move forward. Looks like we're about
Bagong
to get
ano
ready.
to,
Just hop in
tournament
just
guys.
a
Tapos si
moment.
MSC. Ito, Games
You
of the
see
Future
our
naman. Sa mga
marshals
di
on screen right now
nakakaalam.
helping out the members of well, we can't assume that it was Pro
Parang
Esports who called for
replay.
the pause. We have no idea who called
Sige,
for the
ikaw
pause
na
here.
lang paniwalaan.
But I'm pretty sure it was serious enough that they had to pause it in the middle of a team fight. We have to go through this animation before we can start it off. Oh, when we go in, there's already gonna be bodies falling, and there are. Kyrie gets the turtle. Coiley's the one who gets taken out here by Onyx, and another detonus welcome. Lutfi on point, still with the Barretts, takes down the Minotaur. Sharp execution by Onyx to start things off.
And now they will collect more. Taking away the jungle of Pro Esports. Lutfi, because of the big guy passive, actually puts this grabber very low. And no matter who gets those two jungle creeps, it's okay for Onyx, because what matters is that it's taken away from the Nolan, which we know has to snowball as well. The death on the Nolan is gonna be problematic. Kelra tanks the torn apart memory like a boss out there. They're gonna survive this Brody lane. And everything is looking really good for Onyx. Oh, man. Talk about meta game. Talk about early game. Onyx just have Pro Esports number this time.
Kozen gets destroyed by Kelra and Kiboy up top. That warranted the use of the Wrath of the Dryad and the Flicker as well from Kiboy, so that they can take the Brody by surprise. Already the bottom, sorry, I'm Felix struggling against Lutfi and Kyrie together. And you talked about it, where people often underestimate the damage that can be dished out by a Guinevere. Well, the Guinevere has a great early game and it starts getting the concentrated energy real quickly. And then it can go ahead and get that Winter Crown combo with it too, if we're really running it back to the peak of Guinevere from just a few months ago. Then, yeah, watch out for that. Pro Esports have to find a way to level things out, and it's tricky. You try to dive the Paquito, it will survive and deal damage while taking down with you most likely, or it just gets away. Kyrie finds a jump, and the burst, and the combo. Majority of that health bar went down in the hands of the Guinevere, while it was the Paquito that finished it off. Look at the damage on the Kozen. This does not look good by 4 Pro. Onyx is winning everything.
Yeah. Oh, Kiboy, out of nowhere! Oh my goodness! And they have taken out Kozen. Where did Kiboy come from? We did not see it because the camera wasn't focused on that one, but that was definitely a surprise for Kozen. From the back, a giant tree sneaks up on you. I don't know what you're gonna do with it too.
What is this meta? How are big dinosaurs and a massive tree sneaking up on people? Kiboy walked through the elbows, it looks like, and there's another death on this welcome committed there by Lutfi, not even using the flicker. The full-on combo! Onto one, they take out the Uranus, but the slow creeping tide of a snowball from Onyx looks unstoppable as Kozen is stuck under tower. BB's gonna try to help him. He commits a flicker to get out. Saz does have the ultimate of the Minotaur, but they're happy with that. They'll get the tower and push the Brody back.
And they're even slowly taking it so that Kozen will spend even more time and deny 2 minions away from him. Onyx just taking everything away from Pro Esports. 5,000 gold lead at this point. Gonna be fishing for more kills up top or even a push, but look at Kyrie. Kyrie finds Coily. Actually misses the spatial migration, so it has to back off for now.
Yeah.
But Lutfi, oh, the sneaky dinosaur, not gonna land. All right, Coily actually notices it.
Yeah, good read. Sorry. Oh, Kelra finds Kozen again off cam, up top. The snowball continues. Onyx are relentless out of the box, but this is the box we find ourselves in now.
Yeah.
With Paquitos, fighters. There's so many names that you could call this meta, but right now this is just busted. Look at this. Detonus, welcome into the spatial migration Violet Requiem. This is a demolished job by Onyx, and Lutfi gets away with a flicker.
What a pass coming out from Lutfi. The alley-oop, the lob to Kyrie. And that looks so seamless coming out from Onyx, and it's just 6 minutes and 33 seconds. At some point, Onyx, you gotta stop. They're already dead. However, Renmar, this is the composition that they built. This is exactly what they wanted to achieve, and they're doing and executing perfectly. And I think that even with this kind of lead, Onyx has to play like this, because otherwise they will lose in the latter portions of the game where the Brody and the Nolan will be a problem to them. So if anything, Onyx are just playing correctly this game, and they have understood that this is how you should play MLBB right now. Just be aggressive and just snowball out of control.
Is it time to call it the snowball meta? What do we call it? It was the unstable meta, but things are slowly starting to stabilize. But then it also feels like it's really just dependent on what team you're up against, what kind of team you're up against, the personnel, because we've seen lineups like these from Onyx and other teams crumble against similar ideas to the lineup that Pro is playing. But you cannot deny the fact, bigger and better wins in the early to mid games mean a high possibility of you winning the game that you find yourself in. Oh, fight breaks off, uses the violent requiem to punish PP. Sans uses the Minotaur ultimate as he goes away for defensive utility. Sa gets taken down. Two members of Pro are gone, and Onyx continue to steamroll as they then commit. He could seal play, and Mickey Boy with a flicker, forcing out the flicker. Off goes in. That was a flicker plus a wrath of the Dryad. Pro Esports, you just watch. Sorry, Felix is knocked up and gets comboed, but he uses the Purify to get out of it, and the second skill to dash out under his tower.
Wow. Imagine you're a Minotaur, you're confident that you're tanky, you see a Guinevere, you're trying to chase that Guinevere down. All of a sudden, Kyrie turns on you and actually kills you from 100 to 0. That is, number one, how deceptive a Guinevere can be. Number two, how big the lead was for Onyx compared to Pro Esports, that a Guinevere can put a Minotaur from 100 to 0 in a snap. And also number three, how the meta is being shaped by all these early game heroes. A Minotaur that has a slow ramp, very tanky at first, but then gets slower because of the Flask of the Oasis priority for PPP as they initiate once again.
They find him, Kiboy. Wrath of Dryad split Pro Esports apart in that team fight. A member of Pro is not going to go down, but Onyx do not lose anyone either. Well handled by Pro Esports. Taking into account everything that could have gone wrong there, you're able to stay alive. Kyrie missed the spatial migration jump. The basic attack gets tracked onto Coily, but he's able to just run out of there. Onyx have pushed Pro Esports out from Lord contention. 8k gold lead, it's way too much and way too risky for them to fully contest this.
Yeah. It will take just one Barretts to fend off the entirety of Pro Esports and Suns with the threat of the Minoan Fury. He copied. Kyrie even pops the ultimate for extra down. What?
Huh?
Kelvin
He
just took out Coily.
He just knocked him out. Right off of our screen and back into the respawn point. This is some quick work that Onyx is able to pull off. Double fighters, but it's just all pain. Oh, Ludby misses the death and is welcome there. But that's going to be a punish right off the bat. Spatial migration again. But the response by PPP, he gets to launch off of the Minoan Fury. Here comes Scoura from behind in a knockback. I believe that's also from Sans this time, stealing the ultimate off the Minotaur. Goes and falls. Two members of Pro are gone, and Onyx continue this onslaught.
Oh, they are indeed continuing. Kyrie been forcing Soria and Felix out, but that's a Uranus, so Uranus survives. But Holy Shields will be taken out. The turret up top will be taken out as well. Kelvin is low, but he put Coily low first. Coily has to run away. No damage from Pro Esports to follow it up with, especially with Kozen being taken out early into that fight. Right now, not available. Sans and Kyrie and Keyboy are pushing in the middle. They don't have a marksman, so it will not be as fast, but they do have the power of the big minions on their side. Taking inhibitor turrets at 11 minutes of game time.
Onyx with the big guy Barretts, with their big minions, proving the age-old adage that size does matter. Size of your fists, size of your damage. No way for me to recover. The size of your dinosaur, the bigger it is, the better the result. In MLBB.
In MLBB?
Yeah. Onyx. I cannot. Unfortunately for Pro, it's really difficult to see a comeback angle from this. How, like, just running it down, even if they get to take out one, there's so many things that they have to deal with. It's not even like instant. It just creeps up on you like, oh my god! Lutfi from downtown with a deathless welcome. I never thought I'd utter those words. Kiboy from the back, Wrath of Dryad. Coulson does not get caught. He gets taunted by a little bit. He gets zoned out. Pro have lost 1. Onyx still have 5. And Pro have no answer. No!
Sun's being taken out, but my oh my, Lutfi, how do it? Well, he doesn't have the big guy passive, so he probably was not noticeable. But then again, he didn't even have to pop his flicker at that moment.
Nope.
All he had to do was
the distance.
I guess it's mastery for the Barretts. I think that Barretts players, the pro players that we have, they play maybe the Barretts on screens maybe 8 times in a day. At least. So that means that you know what distance you can cover from one bush to another. So that kind of tells you, because just the distance of the Daytona's welcome, you have a little bit extra because of how big the model is, and your hurt box, I feel like, is what it's called. The opposite of the hit box.
The hurt box, yeah, the area with which you can receive damage.
Or you can deal damage, right? Because hit box
deal damage, alright.
O, Sherwin,
so
pinas
it's
mo
like,
na kasi susundo ka daw.
Box. You have your hurt box for each of the skills that you have. So, yeah, again, the Barretts, if you master it properly,
Mundo ka
you'll
daw
know the
muna.
proper distances where you can reach someone, and Barretts without any stacks is quite sneaky, so it seems.
Yeah. Woo. We might be seeing another caller, a little bit of a nerf, because folks, that Barrett's range is,
Kung kailan nag-decide ka na manood, kakapinas Sherwin.
If I'm not mistaken, it might cover either the same or even more distance than the dash of the Phantom Execution.
Yung Aurora versus SRG,
For sure.
parang wala nang announcement na
It might be the same as a
forfeit. Na may nag-forfeit. Baka
Tyrant's Revenge.
ewan din, baka pagtapos nito tsaka lang i-announce.
Already a pretty lengthy
Bro,
skill, and they
pro
already
takbo
nerfed
daw.
the length of how far you can jump with it too, like a long time ago.
Right?
Pero hindi pa nga nagsistart yung SRG tsaka Aurora.
I can't believe how they
Pero
pull it
wala
off.
naman announcement.
Every single
Pero
good
parehas
Barretts
nag-post
player
na may
makes it
laban.
very easy to learn. It's like in a game, in a professional match, they probably would miss one shot only, one Daytona's only, if not perfectly. They nail every single thing, and on the right targets too. You're able to find junglers. They're able to find mid laners. Sometimes when the target is just the roamer, it's already enough. They know where to hit it as well, so that they can stun multiple heroes. It's like, oh man, it really is the hero of the patch now, together with Hirara.
Oh, Barrett's. He's back. Wait until people start trying to bring back X-Borg or something. I don't know, but let's see. 14-2 in the kill score. More than 11,000 in the gold lead for Onyx. It would take a miracle for Pro. But Coily has been able to make miracles all throughout MSA. Might pull it off here today. Look where Kiboy is. Deep into the back. Maybe to potentially force a reaction, or maybe a massive conceal play. He'll get flicker back in 6. Carry with a knockup. They find one. The burst damage from the Nolan. The knockup as well this time from PPP. But they get knocked up by the Lord. And it actually helps Kyrie. The knockup as well by Sans, but that's a shutdown on the Ludwig by Coily. They lose Kozin. It's 2 for 1. And that's a lead for Onyx. They've lost Felix, they've lost Kozin, and they're about to lose their Minotaur. The knockout strike from the Paquito. Pro tried to hold, but Onyx were relentless. Too slow, it's Onyx time. Too fast for Pro to handle. The
Sweep 2-0. Lorenzo, ibang tournament na to. Games of the Future na to.
Is enough of a testament kind of performance, I mean, from all of the players, in fact, of Onyx.
Pwede na tayo lumipat sa ano, Aurora SRG. Pero di pa sila nagsistart eh.
How aggressive they can be. Kelra was phenomenal in this game. Lutpi was definitely the highlight. And Kyrie, ever so reliable with the Guinevere, have shown us the capabilities of what a Guinevere can do given the right targets, given the right jumps. I think this is such a good display of the metagame now. For sure. I think this is an over exaggeration though for how snowbally the meta can be. I'm sure that in other worlds this is not the best composition because it has its own risks.
SRGR.
At the same time, it's also a big testament on how snowball type compositions can actually easily win fights.
Basic naman sa Onyx ID kalaban, sabi ni Joey.
In the early, you get those objectives rolling, and you're not just hungrily chasing kills, but you're making sure you're taking away objectives and resources from your opponents. Then it's all fair and good. You don't need the late game. You don't need conditions. You don't need front to back. Excuse me. You just need raw freaking damage. What the heck? What universe have we? I remember I said this in the panel in MSC where it's like,
Tapos na, 2-0 no. Best of 3 lang kasi.
By the fact that there are two very busted heroes in the game, which is the Hirara and Paquito. You could consider Barrett's busted somewhat in the sense of sometimes it's actually quite crazy how much damage you need to dish out just to take it down, and the effect of hurting it more makes it even stronger. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah. We are living in the world where this is possible, and yeah, it's good for some teams that they are able to find out this kind of playstyle and thrive with it. Unfortunately for Onyx, they had to lose first before they are able to, in MSC, so I'm talking about, before they figure this out. But I'm sure that this will be a pattern for all of the teams that are going to be competing in games in the future. Really have to think about your early game, draft in a way that you can win.
Di ba kita sa screen yung score?
The time comes that you have to go for a
Kita
clutch base like
naman
what
score.
he was able to achieve in this one with a wonderful initiation, then all you have to do is to look for your opening and just cherish that opening. And Onyx have shown us how it's done.
Yeah, this really is the meta where when it comes to instant reward and gratification, it's like our 2026 brains, it's like it's better for us, you know? It's like
Mukhang wala nang laro tong SRG Aurora.
Now we want all of this good stuff now, you know, and there's so many heroes that can make that happen. Of course, not to distill the fact that it does take great mechanical skill and communication as a team to pull it off. Onyx were doing some pretty crazy stuff here as a team, like how they were alley-ooping through the Detonus Welcome, through the Spatial Migration Knockup as well. There were some great showcases of team and individual play here by Onyx.
Yeah. Unfortunately for Pro Esports, they wouldn't be able to at least show what they're worth up against Sonic in back-to-back games. I feel like it's a draft decision for game number 1. Game number 2, I feel like this is a draft that they can actually win with. It's just that they weren't able to activate Kozin. They weren't able to protect Kozin as well. And also Coily died way too early in this game as the Nolan. And Onyx just smelled blood afterwards when they saw some weaknesses in the early game approach from Pro Esports. They just did not stop. They just kept on going, and because of this, Pro Esports will have to give away the first series point to Onyx. It will be
Kyrie MVP.
This guy, Kyrie with the Guinevere, is the MVP, and he will be heading towards the upper bracket match.
He was sharp with it too, maximizing the jumps, and you said it. It is sometimes overlooked how much a Guinevere could hurt, especially a Guinevere that gets all its cooldown reduction items early. And in case you forget, Guinevere concentrated energy, the quicker you get that item, the deadlier she gets. Onyx sweeps Pro Esports convincingly in our first match of Group D. Pro Esports will go to the lower bracket, as Wolf mentioned, while Onyx will face off the winner of GK versus Alpha 7 North. Before we head off on a quick break, or maybe an even longer break. We'll see. Any last words about this matchup, Wolf?
Oh yeah. For sure, very exciting, and I do hope that we get to see how they approach the meta game. How will they give it to the snowball, or will they do the Vamos versus Vitality route, where it's like fight after fight after fight? So that's also an interesting matchup to watch out for.
A lot of things to watch out for today. When we get back, it's GK versus Alpha 7 North to close up our Group D matches for day 1 of Games of the Future 2026 MLBB.
Ang next ay GK versus A7. Sa kabila, hindi pa nag-i-start eh. Kaya ganun. Lipat tayo sa kabila. Lipat. Baka bigla mag-start no SRG. Baka may chika. Sabi ano daw eh. Forfeit lang. Hindi pa nag-i-start. Dapat nilagay na lang nila win kung talagang di na sila maglalaro. Ganito pa rin sa sa kabila. Yung iba di nagbabasa, Restream nga ni. Kaya nga. Yung iba ayaw maingay eh. Ba't di sila yung mag-stream, di ba? Ba't di sila yung mag-restream? Ay, nagka.
players and our league ops have been working very, very hard to make sure that everything is going to line up here. Remember, we are live mobile category presented by Freedom here at Digital Games of the Future. SRG will be taking on Aurora here, and this was a matchup that we've been very
Finally,
excited about
nag-start din. Pa-start pa lang pala.
Especially because Aurora should be, you know, it should be pretty good based on what happened in MSC, but SRG
Ano kaya nangyari? Sobrang tagal din.
Stormy as well as Humes. It's
Furious
unfortunate they were a little
lang.
bit quite early in their previous tournament, so we'll see whether they have figured out the meta, because that's pretty much what everyone's saying, that they lost just because they could not figure out what's going on, right? In comparison to Aurora, they got a lot going on. Like, they have a lot of metas. It's just that, you know, it's unfortunate, but they weren't able to clutch it out. So this is gonna be interesting. You know, Aurora wants some kind of revenge, and SRG wants to prove themselves that they're still good.
I mean, it makes a lot of sense here with Lunar, Pagu, Rosa, Sigabum, as well as TNZ going pretty far.
Nak, tayo ka dyan, picturean kita. Parang ganun yung pwesto nila.
Roster wanted to offer up on the table, and it's just unfortunate that the meta right now just feels very coin flippy. It feels like everything can work in unless you completely understand the ins and outs of every single hero that is supposed to be meta, and more importantly, what your opponent's priorities are going to be. I think that's the real difference maker here, and overall, they've innovated every scene so far. We got Apex 47 in the back to make sure everybody's up to date with things on the back end, and of course, Coach Midnight as well, live on that stage itself.
Start agad, yay! Where's Coach Midnight?
Looks like the Atlas as well as Marcel
Argon
have been
versus
banned
TS.
out alongside with this shit from
Oh, what's the
Aurora
rank
Gaming and
range?
for SRG, but I'm gonna Freya as well as the
Argons
Potato.
and
I'm
TS.
thinking of Fanny should be banned here because TNZ has shown that he has a pretty wicked Fanny. It's something that you really should respect.
No game for Falcons and TS because TS forfeit.
The double fighters isn't going to show up. They leave the Fanny and Hirara for the choice of Aurora
So the
Gaming,
match
as they are the
winner
ones who lock
is
in the
Team
Barats as their first pick.
Falcons.
And I feel like we've seen enough to know that the Barats is actually a pretty strong first pick, because even if you counter him in lane, his prowess is really just going to be annoying when it comes to picking someone off. Which, by the way, just notice, looks like Uni will be playing this one, not Sakai's. So I wonder if this is a trend that it will, you know, continue on even towards the MPLs. Looks like we're jumping off the draft for a while. Maybe something is going on. Hopefully that will get sorted out. But yeah, the Barras gets picked up, so I wonder if they do want the Fanny.
I think is Fanny something that they want, or do they prefer the Hirara for the iframes? And yep, it looks like they go for the Hirara for the extra iframes, and they make sure they also get access to the Selena, which is a really good option here because it's not only does it slow down rotations, but it gives you the information that you need. This should be a Fanny pickup on the side of Aurora, but I don't know if they want to do it now. And yes, they immediately do so. Do they want to also hold on to the Cho just in case, or maybe like a Belleric Atlas? Atlas is already banned out, so it's got to be Belleric.
Yeah, so right now, I gotta say, I'm liking Aurora start to the draft here, but knowing Stormy with that Selena is one of those heroes, just like the Cho, and honestly, even with the Fanny, as long as you're good enough, you can really turn things around. So I'm 50-50, but I'm really liking TNZ on this Fanny. I just want to see some kind of counter coming in from SRG, either some form of catch, or, you know, winning side lanes just so that they can keep on moving inside of the jungle, making sure that TNZ does not secure any more green camps, doesn't secure his buff. So this third pick is going to be very, very important. Do they want to secure a Moskov just so that they can, you know, protect themselves? And instead, they go for the Melissa.
I'm all for it. I'm all for it because now they don't have to worry about the double fighter day. This still is a pretty early game composition based on what we've seen so far from Aurora Gaming. At this stage, it's going to force Sigibom back onto a marksman, and I think that's exactly where SRG is going to attack them. Start banning out the marksmen at this point. Get rid of the Moskovs, get rid of all the bad match for Melissa, and it should be forward after that. What does that leave us with? We also still have to worry about the potential move. Do they want to worry about mid laners? Okay, now I have to think about like all the Melissa matchups. Clint needs to go. Brody should be okay for Melissa overall. They should also worry about the Farsa, but they've got Selena on their side unless they got special gift for Cram at the end of the draft.
Well, they banned the Rafaela, so that's good. Because yeah, thinking about it, that could have been a big problem. So for Aurora, I think, is there any real counters towards the Barats right now? I mean, like there are a few, but they're not really all that meta. They're banning out a Badang instead. So if they're gonna ban more roamers here,
I think I'd say the Esme and you both have a decent matchup into it. I think the Uranus more so.
100%.
But
100%.
SRG are the ones who banned it out, right? Which is why Coach been eager to pick up the Belleric first in case rather than Rara trade, which I think either way would have been both of these junglers.
Yep. Well, I like that Aurora understands that they need to get rid of a counter engager, where Badang can kind of be both, can be an engager and a counter engager. I'm thinking, because something that they have used before, Gideon, is that Kufra. I don't know whether they want to try that again.
Really? I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure about this one. The Kufra, I mean, I suppose, but I don't think it's going to bring enough value in the team fight.
I agree with you.
Purely just for Fanny.
I agree with you 100%. It's just that, you know, because they used it before, I can't help but think like, do they want to try again? Because, you know, yeah, one more time. Because maybe in their head it's like, it's not a bad idea. And I do agree, it's not a bad idea. It's not a bad idea. And let's face it, even if they lose, they're just going to go to the low bracket, which, you know, I'm sure no one wants to, but it's not that bad.
Be that bad, but I also think that, you know, at least when it comes to drafting, this is going to be like a lot of information for SRG. I think that it was they wanted to get rid of Uranus, and it's maybe giving a Farsa over Aurora Gaming if Cram has something that can potentially disrupt it. But that still comes at the cost potentially having a bad laning phase against this Barad. There's not a lot here right now that can actually deal with the way that he actually clears up the wave. And you called it from their hands for Yums. Eudora opposite side, so they're not going to go for the artillery. Want to hand.
Again, it does look like Midnight is just bringing back the Ube strat just without the necessary healing. I mean, Pagu can heal if he has Revitalize, but he really doesn't have to. Looking at the composition of Aurora, is just, we're all going to be good friends. We're all going to walk together. And everyone has some form of AoE damage or CC. Well, you know, like except for TNZ. Sikibo, I would say that it still has some form of AoE damage here. So this is like, they are creating the Aurora Avalanche, right? They just want to move fast, try to end the game by 12, 13 minutes. But somehow if they don't, the Clint is still there. He's still able to do a lot. One of the heroes that can actually deal with the Melissa, which looks like in this current meta, if you want to deal with Melissa, you just have to like outrange them.
Yeah.
Once you outrange, it's so good.
It's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough, but I think you can handle it. For no guess on what Crime is gonna do. And lead us back into game.
Finishes up with the Terizla, which I think is drafted just so that he can be a
The internet is crazy. Install yung internet. Basag trip. Wala. Let me refresh. Ba't ganon? Nakakapigan yung internet. Ay, lala. Sobrang lala. Grabe. Ayaw na mag-load. Ayaw na niya mag-load. Lala, ba't ganon? True ba? Ba't ayaw? Wala na, ayaw. Ano? Azar yun ah. Di ba? Pag-start na agad sila. Sorry.
Looks like the
Sorry,
trap
guys.
isn't gonna be enough. Will Innocent get there in time? Yes, he will get the kill on TNZ.
I think that Rosa should be able to get one more, but no. Oh, off from Stormy seems good, but he does miss the trap. At the end of the trades are very minimal. Overall, SRG are walking away with a huge chunk of money and a lot more kills than Aurora Gaming. From this stage onwards, we'll see if they're going to turn this around, maybe on that top side.
Well, this is more of the SRG that I would say people were looking out for, where a lot of mechanical heroes and they're utilizing the mechanics very, very well. Is it really Lunar starting off with the all right, well, Sigibum looks like is losing a bit of the trade here, going up against Innocent. Looking at all of the emblems set up, it looks like everything is all in well. Lunar this time is going for the tenacity, so not really going for any shenanigans with the Festival of Blood, including Cram. Even Cram is using tenacity here, assuming that everything is correct. And interesting enough, Stormy is not using the Veterans Hunter. So SRG looks like they will be getting this turtle for free. It is all off of Cram winning his lane quite a lot, and the mid trio of SRG getting quite a lot of kills. Samurai Giants, they're attempting for an invade here. So far, Pagu take all of the damage. It looks like someone got stunned up at the back. Looked like it's Lunar. Lunar for now is still surviving. Looks like he's gonna get taken down when he secures the kill. And now TNZ is stuck, and oh my god, 3 men stuck to the wall. Yumes, an incredible play. Stormy secures another kill onto TNZ, even though he died, but still the trap does a lot of work.
Those traps, you got to be extremely careful as we see these team fights really starting to get out of control. I mean, SRG are still sticking to their playstyle, making sure that all the micro mechanics are there and taking advantage of the fact that when you think the fight is done, it really isn't. And they know how to kind of press that advantage. Let's quickly look on over to the emblem set here. A lot of tenacity is being built by a lot of our frontliners, but of course, it's going to be Mystery Shop coming in from both Stormy and Innocent to get that extra discount on their items. I thought it was going to be pull yourself together for Innocent, but he is currently running Quantum Charge on top of the Purify, so he's like, it's short enough. I just want the extra money.
No, honestly, I'm with you there, because the meta right now is really just to get that pull yourself together so that you can spam your oh wait, he's going for Purify, not even going for Flicker. Looks like Innocent really is not that worried about TNZ. All right.
I think he can do a pretty good job. I think the only thing he can't deal with is getting, eaten by Lunar or, getting taunted by Pagu. That would be like the worst case scenario.
Well, looks like Humes is caught, but the bouncing ball still helps him survive. Does he want to go in with the Tyrant's Revenge? No, still waiting for that. Overall, right now, the Kufra does look pretty good because he's able to actually stop TNZ with a bouncing ball. So much better than the MSC performance for now.
Yeah, so far so good. And now they hit another arrow. They're looking for combinations and unfortunately can't seem to get above that.
Oh, Yumes! Titan's Rage hits onto one, and my goodness, SRG threw everything, even the kitchen sink, onto good old Rosa.
Going to be a little difficult here overall. So we see these teams, like, again, continuous fighting for a large majority of this game. They're going to be able to get the turtle on their hands, but the laning phases is sort of done for their side laners, right? I think at this stage is where Cram can really start taking advantage now that, Baratz doesn't have the stacks to maintain. And better yet, he's got the wave clear on top of it to kind of keep up the pace.
We rarely see Stormy on this Selena, but whenever he is on it, Selena, I gotta say those arrows are very deadly. Even if they don't hit, they're pretty close. They're pretty close on hitting. And right now, Samurai Giants looks like Pagu gets hit again. He for sure is gonna, I don't know, take about more than 100k damage by 10 minutes here.
It's a lot of damage to take, and it's just to breathe for them. And I think that's what Aurora Gaming is trying to get. Just a single moment to take a breath and say, you know what? We're good. We scale back up. Our main win is going to be Sigaboom trying to win out this lane. So really, Aurora should be investing just a little bit more pressure down on this bottom side.
Honestly, I agree, because I feel like that's the only winning lane that he can really have, because Lunar, again, we're not entirely sure what happened in the lane, but looks like he couldn't do much. But there's a fight there. TNZ got caught, and look at all those HP missing. Rosa probably got a bad ult, but looks like the stun got over to Rosa, enabling enabling Yumes to get that kill, and now Lunar is all alone. Cram is there, able to hit a penalty zone. Looks like Lunar is just waiting for death as Sigiboom tries to back them up, but the damage is not there just yet for the Clint. Oh my god, Lunar takes forever to die.
He's taken so long to die. I mean, to be fair, Rosa was already getting an amazing ult. Like, at that point, it's hard not to pick up as many kills as you possibly... Now, I'll keep it even, right? We look at the gold score. Initially, the build-up for RPG was looking great, but not so much, right? It turned from at least a 3,000 back to the 2000s, and Aurora are just going to try and just hold on for as long as they possibly can. Unless TNZ finds a different angle here, another arrow hits.
Hits onto Pagu again, and now the rapid dry use. Yumes! Tyrant's Rage hits 2 onto those walls. Uni gets killed onto Rosa. Able to hit Uni. It looks like Uni still survives. It was actually Innocent that got beat up. Uni, Cram as well. Stormy is still fine here. Lunar looking a bit unhealthy, but looks like TNZ almost killed Stormy there. Good on Stormy, able to get away.
Now they're gonna have to take their time. Just a moment, because at this stage, Aurora 7 and 12. They can actually bounce back from this, and they even got the lane swap with the tier 1 down on bot side already crushed. They're going to continue this onslaught playing through Sigabum as their main spearhead. Lunar has to act as a strong shield, but he's just trying to maintain stacks at this point, right? He wants to hold this turtle hostage for as long as possible, all while TNZ can actually influence the rest of the map.
Yep. Looks like someone got caught, and now Rosa able to do quite a lot of damage. Yumes gets taken down by Sigaboom. And now Stormy tries to find an angle. Innocent is there. Innocent is free, hitting onto everyone. TNZ able to get Cram. And now TNZ tries to get away. He does not have the energy. One more hit, and it looks like Stormy is able to get the kill. And now SRG, Innocent as well as Stormy, able to influence the fight enough to push Aurora Gaming away from the turtle.
Yeah, lethal ignition, real pain to deal with, not to mention that also the glowing wand was still burning him mid-flight. That last auto attack coming in from the minions just put him at a lethal range. A little sad there for TNZ, but nothing much you can do about it at this stage of the game. For now, at the bare minimum, we are seeing that Sigaboom is able to scale up pretty decently. He hasn't died just yet, but these arrows coming in from Stormy have really hindered Lunar and even Pagu from finding an insane engagement.
I feel like Midnight and the rest of the team are telling Rosa, like, Rosa, next game you're gonna get on that Selena, because this is so annoying. Yumes channeling the revenge, gets TNZ, and oh my god, beautiful engages coming in from SRG. Luna tried to help him out by eating Stormy, but Cram able to get the penalty zone onto 2, and now Slangray Giants move in. Innocent dealing free damage on the Pagu as well. Luna, Yumes goes back in with a Tyrant's Rage, and up from the back, Uni finds Rosa all alone, gets a killing spree. Slangray Giants keep moving forward. Nice engages by Yumes and Stormy.
What are these guys? Delta Squad? It feels like they just continuously fight every single time. They're just using their micro mechanics and finding these incredible angles to get early on into these fights. And maybe this is what they were trying to implement during MSC, right? Maybe this was the major idea, but it feels a lot more polished this time round and a lot more confidence that I'm seeing from Selangor Red Giants, especially coming in from Yumes, right? After like a devastating performance during EWC, you would have imagined that he'd be a little more scared to open up this map, a little more scared to try for these big plays.
Yeah, honestly, yeah, the connection between Yumes and Stormy, I might even say it looks stronger than before. I don't know if it's like because of a hero thing with the Kufra as well as the Selena. They're chaining their crowd control beautifully, but here's the thing. Aurora Gaming, Sigiboom is 3-on-3, right? And he does not have the Sky Piercer, but at this point, against this kind of draft, I feel like he doesn't even really need the Sky Piercer. So I feel like SRG, they are one force engage away from Sigiboom just popping off, but for now, they're still zoning out Lunar. They're still zoning out Pagu. Sigiboom is there. Aurora Gaming, they just got to figure out how to protect Sigiboom, and then they should be able to take SRG down.
Yeah, and I think that right now they're just probing the reactions of SRG, right? They're trying to see what abilities and what people get the Hornets Nets rattled up here. And SRG understand that they are a very cooldown-based composition. They can't just fight whenever they want. They have to time it perfectly with the Selena to get the maximum value. And so far, Sigaboom, he can't seem to get in on the pit just yet.
Okay, these arrows need to stop, because even some of them I'm like, okay, that should not hit. That should be out of range. But right, I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm not trying to glaze my boy, but if the arrows keep on hitting, it's hard to not talk about it, you know?
It's true. He's been landing headshot after headshot, whether it's, you know, against stun targets or whether they're just walking straight forward. But at least they haven't, you know, caused Sigaboom to die. And Sigaboom, he's already got his 3 items. If we look at it right now, Endless Battle, Fury, Malefic Gun already purchased. He has the damage if he can just get close. And I think that's a big problem. He's a little worried that maybe Cram can just flicker penalty zone him.
Well, for now, SRG, they're continuing the assault, getting the mid tier 2. And now only the bottom side that has the tier 2 left. The Lord is still marching forward. And this is still not easy for Aurora Gaming, because the siege coming in from SRG between the Selena as well as the Melissa. Even if they don't, oh my god, Sigaboom got stunned, Yums jumped in, Tyrant's Rage onto 2, and then the follow-up coming in from Cram with the, oh my goodness, now SRG, that was a sick engage.
That was pretty crazy. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if SRG was ready, or they just have to be ready at all times, right? Every single time these arrows come out, it seems like their eyes are already looking towards it, whether it gets hit or not. Maybe that's something that Aurora Game could use. Oh no, another one.
Well, what the heck? TNZ got caught mid-flight and they burning down. Stormy gets another kill. Lunar probably get taken down by Woody, but it's like Yums is the one that secures the kill, and then a double for Stormy. Getting a kill with the trap. Selangor Giants, they are not stopping. They are relentless. 12 minutes, 36, 37. Sigaboom gets taken down. Wipeout SRG. They took down Aurora Gaming in under 13 minutes.
Ang bilis na.
Wow. I definitely
13 minutes. Under 13 minutes.
Hard as they did, if I'm being perfectly honest here. They are punching. It feels like they're punching above their weight. It feels like they are chasing for something more. They are trying to correct all the mistakes that they made during MSE here. Despite it, honestly, the draft, I wasn't 100% convinced about it. Now seeing the way that they can play from ahead, sure, it looks good, but if they didn't have that lead in the first place, would it have looked the same? Was this all Banker's couple of interactions, or was it 100% faith in the teammates?
I feel like it's 100% faith in the teammates, because you know what? You just throw it out. You just throw it out. We're gonna go in.
Again, I mean, we're just seeing highlights of how many headshots this man can hit. And of course, there was that big wombo combo, of course, from Rosa alongside with Lunar. But even so, those moments ends up getting Rosa killed anyways. I think right now, Aurora Gaming, they're just not reacting to the arrows fast enough. That's going to be the main issue. I don't think the draft had much of an issue in this particular case, but a lot of these fights ended up in choke points. And I think that's something they have to recognize here. As much as they are good at choke points, I think, unfortunately, SRG is arguably even stronger just because of that penalty zone, right? Every single time you see Cram actually walking in, trying to follow up for the kill, he can absorb a decent amount of damage thanks to his passive body of the Smith. And when you think he's about to go down, that's when you see Innocent. That's when you see Yums come up with a go away from me, even with the Tyrant's Revenge in times, just to ensure that no, our space is front to back. You're never going to get past us.
Well, this is insane. By the way, Mirko, I know you're watching this one. Shout out to you. In fact, you know what? To all the streamers watching, shout out to you guys. You guys have been amazing. But this is, I don't know, Gideon. How does Aurora respond? I really feel like either ban the Selena or get it quick.
Either ban the Selena or get it quick. I don't know. I feel like the Kufro was played really well from Yums. Like, the early game was kind of dicey, but once they got that lead, I think that Yums did a really good job at completely shutting down TNZ while still finding like major value with his own ult. I think that's something that Aurora just has to play around, unfortunately. And this Selena, I'm not 100% sure whether it's worth the ban or not. Maybe we'll see if Aurora goes over to the red side. They're probably going to leave it open and see whether SRG is going to be the ones who end up banning it.
honestly, listening to the other streamers, even they're agreeing that this Selena has to go. I mean, Rosa's Selena is pretty good, so I think they will try to get it away. I'm more surprised that the Kufra worked this well. I mean, I use Kufra as well before, but I haven't touched it in like 1 year plus. Now I want to play it again. Oh my goodness.
Yums made it look like he was rusty during MSC, and now he's put in a couple of hours to kind of, you know, add that extra layer of polish towards the end there. It has been
Madami na din magkopra sa
volatile
RG.
game. Very surprising to see that SRG was able to kind of come back into form and really put down their signature playstyle. The early game interactions obviously not in favor of Aurora, but I think that's something that they can work out with, you know, down the line, or at least a single VOD review. But with that being said, our teams need to hit the drawing board. They need a little bit of a break. And of course, when we come back, more Mobile Legends action.
May break pa. Nag-commercial break pa. Para mapag-usapan daw yung nangyari sa game. Sabi, anong oras na? 11 yung. Commercial break. Go SRG 2-0. Sabi Emo Pain. Hello. Commercial break. Commercial break muna.
you so much for all checking out Digital Games and waiting for these games to actually begin. These teams are making sure that they are doing everything in their power to get a draft for this upcoming game, because if they learned anything from this previous matchup, oh boy, maybe it's not necessarily just the draft, maybe it's just one particular hero. Or is the Selena more so gonna get a ban round, or is it going to get instantly snatched up for a different pick? We're going to find out as we're starting to head on into the drafting phase between SRG alongside
Draft na
Aurora. We'll
agad.
figure out whether or not which teams, well, in this case, Aurora, which side they actually want. But let's say, LaFell, you are midnight right now. You go on blue side, you go on red side.
I think I want red side. Hold on, if I go red side, I ban Freya, I ban Keto, and then maybe Fanny, or let the Fanny go and then ban out the Selena. Because you asked me, Gideon, and rarely would I say I prefer blue side. Honestly.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
Only
I thought that
because-
maybe after the stats, like maybe that could have changed your mind a little bit here.
No, I don't know. Maybe like as a player, like I'm not as experienced of a coach as these guys, right? But as a player, I just find a lot of value having 2 early picks, 1 pick at the second phase of ban, and then the last pick. I don't know. Like I know the numbers usually say first pick is good, but I don't know. Like as a player, I just see a lot of value being in second pick.
Understandable, but which player are you going to be?
Except for that one meta where there's like 7 OP heroes, and then, so whoever first pick gets that 1 OP hero, and then you're done. I'm like, God.
Yeah, in those metas, it can get a little bit tough. But Monton has been putting a lot of effort to make sure that this particular patch is kind of like, kind of little out of control, but not too crazy to the point where every single hero that you pick has a direct use in the current game. And I think that right now that we are seeing, the Kufra kind of get a little bit of love here for all the Kufra players out there. Maybe this could change a lot of opinions. We'll see. We'll see as the tournament continues to develop over these next couple of days. But before we do anything, we need to see how that draft is going to start playing out. And I like the fact that they had a couple of pocket picks in mind. They knew for a fact that, hey, Yums is going to get targeted, so he's got to get a hero. The same can be said about Cram, and he ended up doing pretty well on this Terizla. I don't know if he's going to get access it, whether it's like a direct way to deal with
Drop
the Barats,
code.
but
Walang
I think
code
it's a
dito.
great way to deal. It was absorbing a lot of
Sa MSC yun.
looks like Aurora have decided on blue.
Oh, they're going very fast. SRG, they are the ones that banned out the Selena. So these are the bans that I thought of, just different teams here. But yeah, Barats, the Harley, as well as the Eudora gets picked up. And now SRG picks up the Melissa as well as the Herrera. And then let's see here. What other pick they're gonna go for? But I just want to jump. I just want to jump in real quick on what you were saying earlier. I feel like there will be so much roam picks open when the EXP goes tank. That's essentially it. Either the roam is having a bad day or EXP is having the bad day. You know what I mean?
Make this meta last forever. Make this meta last forever so EXP and roamers can just eat as long as we can. Uranus finally gets locked in here as a direct answer to the laning phase of this barrage. But now, same problem has occurred, but this time without having to deal with the Fanny so early on. There's no reason for Yums to go for his pick. And I think at this point, Salima Red Giants can easily ban it out.
Here's the thing. Something makes me feel there's a chance he might go for something like a Hilda. Just go in and annoy Rosa and TNZ.
Do they need... I mean, the Shred makes a lot of sense, but then is there anything else that we need to be worried about? I was thinking like Beleric definitely needs to go. But it kind of goes to both sides. It's more on the onus of Aurora to get rid of the Beleric, since again, they've already locked in their mid laner and the Solano Red Giants haven't yet. And even so, I mean, it'd be nice to have the Beleric on their side, but at the same time, it's that Melissa eventually becomes a problem. It's clear that at least Innocent knows how to deal with Sigapum in lane when he is specifically on that Clint. I don't know whether that kill made the big, that one kill that Innocent was able to sneak away on, specifically onto the early game, that made a difference in that lane, but generally it shouldn't.
Because looking at how SRG
That
played
walang
earlier
code
and the draft that they
dito.
have right now, all 3 heroes want to move forward. And I feel like you have 2 options. Have crowd control, so that, in case something bad happens, you can fight back. Or think Cho is the best of both worlds because he kind of does both. So that would be the ideal pick. But I'm thinking Aurora should be banning that away if they want to ban out another mid laner. Maybe they will ban out, say, I don't know, a Vexana, a Valentina. Actually, no, a Valentina. Valentina might be a good ban.
Are there? I'm trying to think. If they do ban out the Valentina, that means they want something with like a fat ult. And it looks like now that they've seen that Minotaur has already been banned out, they're kind of forced into a position where they also have to get rid of the Belleric at this stage. Rosa is still on that Eudora, so there's no ult shenanigans to be had. But for SRG, when they look at the opposite side, there's honestly no real ult other than the Detna's welcome to actually take. So for now, we're probably not going to see mid lane get locked in just yet. We're probably going to see port, and it's got to be blind.
Yeah. Again, I feel like Cho is probably going to be the safest, well, safest quote unquote, because Rosa on this Eudora, we've seen many Chos get basically snuffed out because of that stun. So other than that, having a front line, maybe even a Grok wouldn't be that bad. But yeah, they still go for the Cho. You just got to be able to time your Shumpo against the stun of the Eudora.
And it's very reactable. I think the hard part is trying to predict when the ball lightning is going to come out when Eudora flickers in front of you. Because again, there's still that like 3 time. It's not like an instant stun. There's still a bit of travel distance that it has to go through. And that's something that most Shumpo players can actually react to. Unless, you know, you get hit by the Detna's welcome and you have no choice. Then you're just going to have to pray that you're not the primary target. Though, we need to see Aurora kind of finish off their composition. They're still missing a support. They're still missing a gold laner. And they saw that, unfortunately, Clint doesn't work in this particular case against Innocent. Do they want to do it again? This time, arguably even harder now that they have to worry about Cho on top of it.
Now, looks like they're going to pick up the Claude as well as the Gatot. Though I do have to say, with Claude out of the way, these 4 members are very difficult to deal with. So when it comes to the mid, it's a good banning out that Lilia, because Lilia could potentially deal with this because they need some kind of AoE damage, or they just say screw it and pick up a Farsa, right? Kill them before anything can happen. Having the Cho, for me, does enable that.
Yeah, not a bad idea, actually. Is there any other, like, one-shot? I mean, they could technically go for Vexana if they really wanted to as well. It kind of depends on what they want to do here in the mid lane, right? If you can't poke them out with the Lilia, I think at the very least dealing with the frontliners in Vexana idea as well. Not to mention the wave clear doesn't mean... Wait, is this flying clouds, or are they just, like, playing Rafa for the sake of playing Rafa? We'll find out once we get into the game, but man, I wasn't expecting that.
I mean, like I did say, it's obvious that SRG, they're just having like a lot of forward momentum, you know, call it dive, call it langar or whatever, but hey, this Rafa could actually really work out because Cho getting stunned and then maybe get bursted down, not gonna happen now with the Rafa.
Dude, did Midnight inadvertently create a car that this Malaysian team is eventually going to localize? I mean, it'd be very interesting to see how they're going to do it, right? I mean, we've done it many times already in, big car companies here locally, but even so, I want to see how they actually want to play this, right? The last time that we saw Rafa mid was done by Aurora, and they played it out of nowhere, cheesing targets that weren't expected, consistently pulling people back from the grave in these 1-for-1 trades, which will always work out for the Rafa comp.
Yeah. I mean, like, to be fair, if I'm not mistaken, YG also used it in the grand finals against Team Spirit, and they were able to get a very quick win. I think it was game 6. And then they didn't use it for game 7 for whatever reason, but damn. Okay, nice to see that Rafa mid is used against Aurora.
It's flying clouds, but they both got Wilderness Blessing. This is the typical setup. Why does Cram have Master Assassin? Is that... Oh,
hey,
I want to see how hard he wins the lane now.
Actually, no, I really feel like... Even I feel like it's absurd, but Uranus does win quite hard against Barats. That's why I say, like, Barats is not winning the lane against Uranus, but you're not supposed to. You're just going to be... munching on someone during the turtle and etc.
Yeah. No, I mean, Kram, he's already doing a good job. He's already put him down to at least like 60% of his HP, forcing at least for Lunar to go immediately into his grab. Wait a minute. What's going on here?
Wait, why is Pagu there? And Yums goes in, finds TNZ. Uni goes in, they kill TNZ. TNZ able to get away for now, but Innocent secures the kill. And now Pagu is all alone, gonna get taken down. Uni secures that one. And I'm not sure, did they even steal the buff away? Even if they did, they died.
Uni still has his purple buff. He still has his purple buff. What was that? Why did they hold it so that TNZ could potentially go in and just immediately or retribution it? But then they realized that the retribution wasn't big.
Much. Able to get Yums. Yums gets stunned up, but Stormy stuns up Pagu as well as Lunar as well. Yums trying to get away. It looks like he's able to. Good stun coming in from the Rafa ally. Now Cram is there. Pagu is looking pretty low. Unbreakable away. Cram gets stunned up. And now it looks like Long Giants, they are continuing this turtle. Yeah, honestly, it is pretty interesting that they tried to do that with the buff of SRG, considering that they kind of created this comp. They should know like the strengths and weakness of it.
Well, to be fair, I think they weren't expecting S to stop hitting the purple buff, right? I think that that was like a moment there where SRG understood that if they did nothing, they win. They were waiting for Uni to get his combo points back up, and once it was back up, look for the big re-engage. He was only sitting on one, but he needs both to guarantee the early game damage. So really well played coming in from SRG's side. I want to see how they want to do this even further, because now Yulams has Way of the Dragon, and I think he wants to go down to that bottom side to try and set something up, but take a moment, I don't think he's leaving this lane anytime soon, and considering that Innocent already has a level lead on him, he honestly should just leave him to suffer here. Let Innocent do the work.
Honestly, I feel like Yunus is just giving vision just to let him know, just to let Uni know whether he can actually go invade, get some camps or whatever, because I really feel like what SRG is trying to do, Cram handles top side and then Yums handles bot side, and then, you know, figure it out from there.
And they're honestly doing a really good job, because now they're attacking the mid lane. They got the ball lightning out of Eudora, and this should be a free rotation. Are they gonna punish here?
Well, looks like Uni is able to get onto the Gato Kaja of Pagu. Pagu still holding on to his Revitalize, at least that's what the API is showing. But yeah, pretty easy kill there by SRG, and now they want to go on to the buff here. Yums, he actually does kick Lunar, but not a good enough distance. But SRG, they're still going on. They still want to get onto Luna. Rosa is just waiting for his ult. And now Luna still survives. Cram as well as Yums goes so deep in, gets caught by Pagu. Cram tries to get away, still healing up. Looks like the only casualty there is going to be Stormy. Ironically, I feel like he's the one that shouldn't die, because he can revive someone.
But to be fair, I think that Rosa and Pagu played that really well. Like, Rosa found the interception, got the stun, and they chain CC'd it perfectly. Like, I think even Stormy was about to flicker, and then the ball lightning punched him in the face just before.
Well,
great stuff.
Yeah,
Great stuff.
Honestly, amazing stuff. And now, speaking of amazing stuff, basically everyone is here. Speaking of, Pagu gets caught, still surviving with the Revitalize, and then Stormy gets taken down, so no more healing coming in from SRG. Looks like they should not be able to do much here, but they might still want to fight, because Innocent is there. Innocent looking pretty healthy despite TNZ camping the bottom lane for quite a while.
Yeah.
Just less action than I thought.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think Slime Red Giants, they lost a lot of momentum after, you know, giving away a couple of those kills. And I think more importantly right now, they can't really do much without Rafa's Holy Baptism, right? Oh.
Chomp. It's one. It looks like almost. Okay, no, they got Yums there. Enough burst damage coming in from Aurora, and Pagu catches two Unbreakable. Both of them Innocent as well as Uni. Now Pagu is being in the front line, taking quite a lot of damage. Innocent dishing it back out. Pagu still survives. Stormy flickers forward just to get the kill. And now in the mid lane, Cram clears the mid, trying to push Aurora Gaming away. For now, this does not look like a one-sided bout here, Gideon. Aurora Gaming, they're doing quite a lot of damage onto SRG.
They're doing a lot of damage, but the Flask of Oasis finally purchased and completed by Stormy's side. Stormy's got to be careful here, because Rosa is out to get him and put him further and further back. So hopefully allow an opportunity to big one-off kills. Unfortunately, right now, that Holy Baptism is a good way to disengage. Oh, God.
Oh, nice attempt there. Looks like they're able to get TNZ, and now Pagu looks like tries to catch Uni. Uni's still able to get away. Rosa dealing damage onto Yums. But that was a beautiful engage where Herrera gets the initial stun, making it easy for Chill to get a kill.
Yeah, I think so far it's just a lack of information and also a lot of pincer maneuvers coming in from SRG. They position themselves well. They know that they have like hyper mobility with a lot of their, actually with Herrera alongside with the Cho. It's just now extra bit of information, and that's where Cram comes in, clears up a lot of these bushes on that top side, relays it back to SRG to give them a rough number of how many reinforcements Aurora have nearby them. And finally, Detona's Welcome connects.
Yep, Cram tries to get away, even using the Vengeance. Can the heal be enough? It is! It's enough. Cram still survives. Slangeray Giants able to help Cram out. He honestly should have died there.
Yeah.
I feel like Aurora agrees.
Yeah. Rosa already had the glowing wand as well, so it actually did not heal him, but by the time it actually timed out and the deadly magic at that point of time and the consecration was able to get just enough health to keep him alive, I think that even Cram might die here, I'm not sure.
Yep. Well, right now the turtle has been started up here. Pagu is looking for an entranceway, same as Lunar. Lunar tries to get onto someone. He still has the welcome to TNZ. He got the turtle, and now flicker forward. Able to push him out. TNZ gets a kill onto Cram, and now Sigi Boom able to get Innocent. Aurora Gaming off of TNZ stealing the turtle away. Lunar flickering forward. And Daytona's welcome, stunning out majority of SRG. They get the win there.
Yep, just a great plays coming in from Rosa. Hyper efficient as well. Just making sure that you're not wasting the superconductor. Wait, hold on. All right. Okay.
Bit of a oopsie there coming in from SRG. Pagudo able to dodge out that stun. Yumes probably gonna get killed here by the deadly magic. TNZ tries to get away, and now Rosa is all alone in the front. Gets killed by Uni. Pagu to the side. Not much can be done. I think that was just coincidence, Gideon, but still Pagu dodging that with his enhanced basic attack is pretty cool.
It is pretty cool. I think, man, he was correct on the prediction of when TNZ was going to take the hat back, but I think he just did it too early, and now they're looking for another fight.
Lunar using the Daytona's welcome just to dash away. Cram trying to get onto him, trying to get a kill. Looks like Cram is just going to tank up the damage coming in from TNZ and still going to be able to survive this one, though. Good attempt by SRG, but Lunar able to get away with his life.
And this is some dangerous stuff here. Some dangerous stuff. Uni, he's already got the Sky Piercer built. He's trying to go straight into the War Axe, but so far, another Detona's welcome onto Uranus.
Yum gets Cram. Cram this time gets taken down by Rosa. That's a lot of damage, Gideon. Against a Uranus, that's a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage, and that's why TNZ opted to go to make sure that he got a Genius Wand just to kind of like shred him away, on top of the fact that Rosa can also shred him away naturally with his build. So I think that Cram said, hey, maybe you might want to have like a Radiant Armor already complete. Arguably even Athena Shield, but really I think the Radiant Armor should be more than enough.
Well, right now SRG tries to protect their turret on bot, but looks like unable to. The damage coming in from Aurora getting just a little bit too much. Cram, I would say this is going to be his biggest item. He finally gets the Oracle.
Yeah, he gets the Oracle on top. He already had the Radiant Armor, so even with the Radiant Armor, the shred was more than enough. Okay, that changes it. Now Cram, he's got to be a little bit more careful when he gets hit with the Detona's welcome.
Yep. Right now, Lunar, he does not have the Daytona's welcome just yet. Looking at the cooldown, it looked like he just used it on someone. Maybe he tried to get onto Yumes, but Yumes was able to dodge that one out. Either way, Lord is here, and Yumes is almost taken down by TNZ, but it looks like he is down. Rosa was able to get the kill. Lunar taking a lot of damage. Stormy just revived Yumes. And now 3 members of SRG are looking pretty low. Innocent is still going for the free damage. Cram gets out. Yumes coming in from the flank. Looks like able to get Pagu, but that's just a roamer. Looks like Pagu doesn't mind even dying there. The Lordo below 11,000 HP. Cram moves forward, same as Yumes. Cram takes a lot of damage. And looks like yum. Gets eaten, but still able to get the kill there. Innocent able to get Lunar.
What?
All the while, Lord has been secured. TNZ got stunned by Stormy and gets killed by Uni.
Oh my goodness. Lima Red Giants is getting all over Aurora Gaming, and they're not done yet. They're still chasing them down. Singapore is just watching as Rosa ends up dying, and luckily SRG had no clue that he's here.
Yep. Yeah, SRG. I'm pretty sure they wish they were at this level of performance 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, honestly, they probably do. But at this stage of the game, it looks like they've solved at least a decent amount of their problems. But it's not an easy game by any means. I mean, the goal deficit right now is 1.4k, which is still very small considering it's already 11 minutes into this. Aurora Gaming fighting back, and they still have the opportunity to eventually scale with the help of Sigaboom. But right now, unless we see Innocent get the wind of nature, I think then that's when they have an opportunity. But they've already taken out Cram. And well,
right now Uni gets caught, gets taunted down. Nothing much the Yumes can do. Looks like the big threat right now is going to be TNT as well as Sigiboom. The deadly magic is a force to be reckoned with. And now Pagu goes in, finds Stormy. Stormy gets taunted and killed by Pagu. Looks like the inhibitor in mid is going to get damaged just a little bit. But are they going to be able to take this down? Looks like they will. The inhibitor in mid on SRG gets taken down in 12 minutes. Yumes dropped in the middle of everyone, able to escape though, but able to get Yumes. Yumes gets stunned up. That's huge damage from TNT and Rosa. And Innocent and Cram can't do much here.
They've staggered them so much. They've staggered them so much that they should be able to get the last outer turret. I don't think he can get another inhibitor, but considering, you know, Stormy's coming back up, they should be able to do, but Innocent down low and the rest of the team getting chunked out by the help of the Blazing Duet. Holy Baptism is already out and through.
Yep, Innocent takes a lot of damage. Wind of Nature being used by Sigmund just to make sure he doesn't die to the Melissa. And unfortunately, Stormy does miss that stun there, and this means that Aurora Gaming, looking at the gold lead, it's about 1,000 plus, and they are almost done with both inhibitors. Both inhibitors of Slangway Giants have been damaged quite a bit. I would say one more push, and that's enough to take it down. If Aurora is able to take down the top inhibitor, this is going to be so much more cleaner for them to get this Lord.
Oh yeah, it definitely is. And Luna, really smart build here, opting to go for not only Dom Ice, but making sure that he gets a Chastised Pulsar on top of everything else, just to make sure that if he goes for Detna's Welcome, he can at least make sure that he doesn't die midway when he is channeling that ult, especially when he's already found a primary target. And I'm surprised that Stormy has been hit by so many of these AOGs, actually.
Yeah, it looks like he's going for that Holy Crystal, probably utilizing the fact that Lunar, hold on, AOG, does it hit onto anyone? I'm not entirely sure.
It was supposed to be on Uni, but he iframed out of there.
Well, Cram taking quite a bit of damage here. Moves forward, just taking all the damage. For now, Aurora Gaming looks like they have started Lord. Slangway Giants, they should be able to contest it. Able to get Yumes there on the Chode, and he gets taken down instantly. Blazing the way coming in from Sigiboom, but he took way too much damage for Slangway Giants, and now the Chode gets respawned by the Rafaela. So SRG, nothing happened. You survived, everything's all good.
Yeah, so they trade lives because of the passive coming in from this Rafaela. They don't mind him, and Yumes is already back ready to fight Way of the Dragon.
Gets onto Lunar. Lunar gets taken down by Uni. Pagu coming in from the back. Gets hit by Innocent as well as the Lord. Double kill. Uni secures that one. Innocent now does have the Malefic gun. More range. Not that he really needs it, honestly, here. He has crazy range already. Slangway Giants, they have pushed Aurora Gaming away and secured the Lord.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. This is a real game that we have. It's Aurora and as well as... Oh, a full one-shot with Genzi and Rosa.
Oh, that was... Gideon, I'm gonna take this from you. That was hot.
That was hot.
That was hot.
And they're not done yet.
Yeah. Here's the thing, like, even though, you know, Yumes is a tank, there are days where it's nice to see tanks get one-shotted. Not all the time, but there are days where it's good to watch.
I think it's worthwhile, you know. But at least, you know, SRG understands. Let's not do anything too crazy here because Sigaboom already has his 3 eye play around our Melissa. Our composition is designed to start sieging their enemies, our enemies. And now that Yumes is back up, they could play on the second wave.
Oh, Lunar, but Innocent was able to purify out of that. And now Cram is taking quite a bit of damage, able to get out though, but for now Innocent is just sieging everyone with more range that he really needs. This is why it's okay to play with dolls. Sometimes they hurt.
Sometimes they
your
hurt.
Opponents.
And now the second wave is in the siege here. Yumes looking for the engage.
Looks like he's not gonna. Oh, he does. He gets onto Rosa, gets stunned up though, and now dies with the deadly magic. Pagu is in the middle of everyone from SRG. Sigaboom is there trying to follow up. And this is why I say, Gideon, playing HO against a Eudora is difficult because that stun, my goodness, that stun is so annoying.
Yeah, it was buffered really, really well. Great anticipation coming in from Rosa. And right now, Rosa is just kind of keeping it together with everybody else. We finally call for the tech pause here. Oh, man. That's such a critical
commercial
moment. Well,
break
at least
muna.
the waves have been cleared up.
Nakakahilig
It's a
nagkakontrol
successful
din.
defense
Ako
from
lang.
Aurora Gaming. It's a 50 to 49 K in terms of gold. It's literally
Commercial break.
1,000 here for Aurora. It's not much, but
Nabitin
they're way
pa.
beyond the amount of gold they need for their carries. We're in the latter half of the game where everybody is just so strong, and even Sigabum is a legitimate threat to Innocent's life. He doesn't have access to Flicker right now, so if he doesn't have a Wind of Nature, he's in big trouble.
Bitin.
Something I do have to say though, if the game does prolong, maybe Yums would consider getting a Athena shield as well, because for now he does have the Radiant armor. Sometimes it does feel bad to like double down on one source of defense, but I think when you get one-shotted like every single time,
Yums
maybe getting a
Brander.
Athena shield is the right call, especially considering that he does have the chastise pauldron, so he has a way to deal with Sigibum.
He does have a way to deal with Sigibum, but I think the scary thing right now, every single deadly magic was on top of him, right? I think that's the thing that's taking him out. It's even if you do have the Athena shield, by the time the deadly magic is ready to pop, the Athena shield has disappeared, and you're just going to melt under that type
minutes
of
na
pressure.
may game?
So I think that the timing of the engages
16.
are good. It's just whether or not you can outplay Rosa's reaction
16
time,
na.
if not get a better setup here with somebody else, like catch them on the way on their way out of a fight when you have Muddles on top of them. Maybe this is a moment for like arguably even a Flicker Holy Baptism to come out of Stormy to try to make something happen. But just notice that a lot of these fights, right? Aurora's positioning is never a true front to back. They want to play with their angles very often because they know that the Holy Baptism comes in a straight line. If multiple people get hit by that Holy Baptism, I think that the fight's almost
This win
immediately
SRG.
over once you start adding on the wombo
Sabi
combos with
niya.
Hirara jumping on in with a
Emo
follow
pain.
if necessary, and of course Muddles from Innocent.
Yeah, I feel
Game
like
na.
because of Innocent, they
game
really
na.
can't play an honest front to back. Innocent is just forcing them to spread out whether they like it or not. But looks like we are jumping into the game here. SRG, I would say both SRG as well as Aurora is just one fight away from just ending the game here and now. But because about 70 minutes, the respawn time was between 30 to 40 seconds. Should be enough time for. Oh, hold on, Krebs taking way too much damage just from Sigibum. Woo-wee!
Yeah, that was dangerous, and I think Cram was trying to chump check him to say, hey, Sigma, maybe you don't have reinforcements behind you, but when he stood his ground, Cram understood there's probably somebody behind him, and he's getting chunked out real low, so he can't be making moves like that any further, especially since now his ult, well, it'll come back up in a decent amount of time, but there's a fight over in the map. SRG are just playing with the information that they have, and are deny information out of Aurora Gaming. Now they see that Sigable's mid, but that doesn't mean much because they can't figure out which is showing up.
It must feel bad though, as a celestial being godly yourself, almost get taken down by a thief and a monkey.
Hey, maybe the monkey is the celestial, you know.
You know what? Hey, you know what? You're right. I did not consider that. Maybe Dexter is a celestial being.
Yeah. No, we know Claude is definitely human. He's just a regular. It's the monkey. Because how many monkeys do you see hold a gun like that, right? Actually, need the monkey for the whole combo in the Blazing Duet. Even so, just look at the setup right now. We have a bit of a slow push being starting up on the top side, which they will respond to, but they are not holding on to priority to the boom just yet until they get the confirmation.
This Eudora, man, it hurts a lot. This Cho doesn't. Oh, nice top, able to get Cram. Cram gets spawned up, and now Yums kicks TNZ. TNZ takes a lot of damage. TNZ dies to the Lord after using the immortality. TNZ still survived, but look at Sigibum takes a lot of damage from the Lord as well as the Muddles. And now Rosa, everyone. Oh my! What the? TNZ secures the Lord forward, and now Pagu tries to pull Yums away. Gideon, what's happening in this game?
Oh my goodness, SRG wins the fight, but the steal from TNZ has bought them exactly what they needed. And now both sides can't really do much about this. Like, Selangor wants to close out this game, but they can't. And Pagu, he's gonna start wasting as much time as possible against SRG to buy time for TNZ to get back up to speed, while the rest of them of Aurora are proactively pushing the side lanes to force SRG to deal with the waves rather than staggering their entire composition. It is what it is, man. You know, you lose out on the 50-50, the game drags on.
I don't know what the observer is doing. I can't see everything, but that was hot. I don't know what happened, but that was hot. All right.
It was too fast. It was too fast. I thought that Uni was gonna get it for sure, so I was starting to look at the rest of the members, and all of a sudden, TNZ with last-ditch effort jumps on in and wins the 50-50. But hey, with that being said, though, Pagu is still 15 seconds out from actually respawning. Selangor Red Giants can actually enable their comp right and start fighting for inhibitors.
I wish we get a replay, Gideon, because then I would know whether you know TNZ was godly or Uni just sucked there. But either ways, right now Aurora and SRG, they're really making this go for quite a while here. Cram able to absorb a lot of punishment. 20 minutes in, now I'm more convinced. One fight and then it's over, dude.
Hey, wait, you say that, and then it's gonna be SRG who steals away the Lord with only one casualty. That's that's what it feels like, because both sides are very unwilling to just give up on this fight. And technically, SRG's composition without that, you know, with a missing mid laner, technically now having to play a dedicated support, it just feels like everything, all the eggs are in the Innocent basket. If Innocent dies, it's kind of over.
Chomp, able to get Uni. Uni gets stunned up, and now Immortality use the kick onto Rosa. Innocent tries to deal as much damage as he can, but Siggy Boom is still alive. Pagu jumps into the turret just to get some damage to himself from the turret. And now Innocent, let's get away. Double kill for Uni though. Right now, it's just Rosa. Rosa gets taken down. Triple kill for Uni. Chat, not gonna lie, I did not notice Uni was alive.
Yep, I thought he died for sure, but he managed to get both of his double iframes out with his combo points to find the finish at the very end. And Aurora Gaming just could not deal with the constant back and forth against SRG's side, with Yums, Cram, and Uni working in tandem with Stormy to make it happen, where all the eyes were targeted towards Innocent. So really well played. As Selangor Red Giants, with their last minion, is gonna walk into the base and
Grabe, bigla
close
sila
out our third
naubos.
series here with a 2-0
Guys,
20 to see fully powered Aurora.
ganda ng panglilikod ng Hirara dun.
But you got a triple kill, and let's face it, as an MLBB player, kills
Bigla na baligtad.
objectives, and that's how they got that win.
Sweep! Congrats, SRG!
C'est la vie.
C'est la vie, c'est la vie. Man, that still was
2-0.
pretty vicious game overall for both of our squadrons, and I can't imagine what the
Ubos
comms
mo,
must have
grabe.
sounded like. It was just continuous fight after fight after fight, taking
Biglang
the momentum,
bulaga
shifting
yung
the pendulum
Hirara.
one way to the next as they bounce against each other, constantly colliding into the center. And yet, it's all of these small accumulated moments.
Highlights.
Which technically, if you're looking at the early to mid game, you would say it wasn't really going anywhere. It's just like a lot of constant trading. But then once we start moving from mid to the late game, where death is very punishable, the SRG have to take a complete
Natalo pa
360 in
sila.
the way that they think about these fights. We can't just be abusing the passive
Naubos
coming out
na.
from our Rafaela, because unfortunately now it's too long to wait for.
Yeah, I'm looking for two clips. One is the TNT steal, as well as the final fight. Like, how did Uni really survive that? Because he used the immortality. Like, even I understand that there's a lot of iframes on the Hirara, but why not just wait it out? I only remember, I would say the mistake is Siggy Boom just go all in onto Innocent, but is that a mistake though? Innocent is really the big threat, so yeah, I really want to see what happened in that final fight.
Yeah, me too. But I
Gusto
gotta
ko
give
din
it to
makita
Luna.
kung
I
nasan
think
si
it's one of the
Hirara.
best Detna's welcomes we have ever seen, with this flicker and fully charging it. Like, some of these angles are very surprising with how much distance he's able to cover in a majority of these fights. But to break down a lot of how these fights happen, SRG just need to just hover around Innocent in so many of these moments.
Yeah. And again, that was a good stun coming in from Rosa, able to stop Yums in his tracks. Okay,
Okay.
this is the point. Wait. How? I still don't know how.
He just lost the 50-50. It was an
Yeah.
honest 50-50. That's it.
Saan ba sira?
That literally was it.
Well, now I'm looking at
Ah.
Winnie. Oh, he just iframe everyone, and no one
Umalis
noticed
doon
that
sa clash, tapos
Mm.
umikot.
And then he loops through mid, comes back in, and then jumps on and closes the distance.
Sakto
onto
nandun
the
yung dalawa.
Yeah, there was kind of no counterplay because even when he decided to go for the Infernal Blade, it made sure that it covered his hat trick spot on
Di
top of
naabot
everything
nung
else.
nagpap-emo eh.
Honestly, very respectable play coming in from both teams. Even though SRG won with the 2-0, game 1 was pretty smooth, but game 2, Aurora really made them, try hard for that one. And yeah, Rafa mid, pretty good even when you go like 20 minutes in the game.
Yeah, 20 in the game is finally where things get a little more stressful, right? And I can't stop thinking about how these fights ended up progressing, and so many plays. that
Go
we're
to
also trying
grand
to
final,
say,
SRG.
unfortunately, there's just not enough playmakers or not enough heroes that can force those types on their side. I mean, Lunar was doing as good as he could possibly do on a Barata out of all things. Same goes for Cram. It
Anong
just comes down to
tournament?
whether or not
Games
he
of
can
the
minimize the amount of
future.
damage that he can take. I think that's what really boiled down to those final moments. Him, into the inside the pit, getting chunked out by Muddles unnecessarily. There's a lot of this chip damage he's taking that is stacking upon him.
By the way, it looks like Geeke was able to win one game against Alpha 7.
Oh well, that's interesting. Well,
That's very interesting.
We're gonna have to definitely look back at that game at some point in time.
Tapos na yung
Now,
kabila.
with the bask in the
Hindi ko
glory
pala
of
na-check.
Sniper Red Giants somewhat coming into form. It's not the most perfect game, but at the same time, Aurora
Nakambak
is no
ate.
pushovers. I think game 1, they were pretty surprised with the performance overall and the drafting patterns coming out from SRG. With one bad mistake in the early game, I think it's a GG go next. And when they GG go next, we saw them at 100% from both sides. Constant back and forth. That was just a beautiful game to watch.
But now I would say this is now on Aurora now because they have just dropped down into the lower bracket. Let's see here. Well, we'll see where they will go to the lower
GK.
brackets later on because we do have one more
GK
series for
game
today. So
1.
we're gonna go for
Pero
a
ko tapos
break.
na.
But when we return, we have one more match coming out, which is the Mongols going up against the Rune Eaters. See you guys right after this.
Anong tag? Hello? Hello? Wala yung mic ko, na-disconnect.
350,000.
Oo. 16M ata. 19M. 19M. 19M yung champion prize dito. Ayan. Convert ni siya. Bukas na lang ulit, guys. Good night po. Thank you sa tambay.